Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 1051 Power and Responsibility. Chapter 1051 Power and Responsibility. Now, strictly speaking, Lex did not have anything against smoking up. After all, one really cannot live in New York without having at least half your friends and acquaintances partake in some kind of recreational substance, whether that be alcohol or something else. But the man had literally ordered a massacre, which had caused chaos across the entire city and was actively resulting in severe harm to the city and its people, while he sat here and smoked up. That was just wrong. But then again, what did he expect? It had been a while, but Lex put on his notorious anonymity mask, the one which contained a bit of divinity and grew as it absorbed more of it. In the illusion above the city, everyone could see that the person had put on a mask, though they couldn't see him to begin with since they were seeing the scene through his eyes. Lex asked, even though he did not try to change it. His voice through the mask came out much deeper and more sinister than it actually was. The city lord, who actually looked quite young, was startled by the voice, but when he looked up at the man in the sinister mask, he was not actually scared. Instead, he revealed a strange, twisted smile. "Oh man, I can't believe it's already kicking in. I haven't even warmed up yet." The illusion up above the city was not limited to just vision, but it was an auditory illusion as well. That meant their voices were reverberating through the city, bringing a stop to the chaos for a brief moment. Sheila, who was the city lord's personal bodyguard, city guard head and mistress, suddenly felt great alarm and started to make her way back towards the bunker. But even if she reached it, it would not have mattered for Lex kept it shut with his spirit sense. Lex asked as he stepped closer to the man. Honestly, he looked like a teenager. His skin looked smooth and unblemished, as if he had never seen a moment of difficulty his whole life. Well, his cultivation was also not completely pathetic at the initial foundation realm, which must help as well. The city lord suddenly grimaced at the question. This city, this damned city. I did everything for them, and all they want is more. Bunch of ungrateful rats. Lex asked, as he softly moved away the table that separated them. I sacrificed everything for them. I stuck around in this stupid, worthless city, whereas I had an offer to go live in an elite-only city. But do they feel grateful? No, they only want more things. Fewer taxes, more security, blah blah blah. Bunch of no-good rats. If they would only acknowledge me, my projection rating would go up, but they just dash. Lex didn't need to hear more. Though he was hardly doing something to convince himself. But he had just recently made a rule to confirm the situation before doing anything. It wouldn't exactly be appropriate to jump the gun the first chance he got. Back when he first got the ability to touch souls with impervious hands, he imagined himself slapping the soul right out of someone's body. But, to an extent, he was only kidding. He never thought he'd actually do it. But when someone just up and presented themselves on a silver platter, you know what? I think your connection to this city is really special. You're just not giving them enough of a chance. At that point, the illusion disappeared, and Lex turned his body into the soul state and slapped the city lord. It was a nice, clean slap, with good form and swift execution. But as his hand was in its soul state, it went through his body. It did not, however, go through his soul. That little thing was pulled right out of his body, along with Lex's hand, while the body fell limp. Without the influence of drugs, which were left behind in the body, the soul immediately sobered up and realized that something was gravely amiss. But it did not have the means to communicate. At the foundation realm, a soul was not even strong enough to exist without the body, much less do anything else. The only reason the soul hadn't exploded was because Lex was keeping the soul covered in his soul sense and providing it with support. Lex asked the soul, the devilish mask, and his deeply disturbing voice were a lot more haunting to the city lord now. It was a good thing he no longer had a body, or else he would have suffered a heart attack from fear. Outside the city, the chaos from the city guards momentarily subsided as no one was sure about the city lord situation. If he was dead, There was no reason to be loyal to him and fight on his behalf. All the powerful forces in the city gathered at his mansion, since there was no force willing to still fight for him, and soon they reached his bunker. When they opened it, they found it completely empty. The city lord had completely disappeared. No one had an answer for what happened, and a new kind of chaos spread in the city while the forces joined together to calm things down and then decide on new leadership. There was no clear answer. Everyone wanted to be the city lord. Then, a few hours later, a statue suddenly appeared in the city square. It was titled, "The Reward of Being a Selfish Leader." The statue looked just like the former city lord. When some people came close to the bronze statue, they realized they could hear voices. Fear and panic spread through the square as they all retreated. Eventually, someone brave enough stepped forward to investigate and listen to the wailing noises. It turns out a devil, no, a monster had appeared suddenly and imprisoned the city lord's soul in the statue, so he could hear firsthand from his citizens what a good city lord he was. As the news spread, the fight for new leadership suddenly stopped. Now, everyone was afraid to take power without the ability to handle the responsibility. But by then, Lex had already left. Chapter 1052, Everyone Has to Behave. Chapter 1052, Everyone Has to Behave. When Lex returned, the fairies were still unconscious. How long did it take to recover from a cross-generation enchantment that kept them and their entire race cursed? Since he didn't have an answer to that question, Lex was about to throw drops of his blood on all of them when he suddenly paused. Perhaps throwing his blood around everywhere so casually wasn't the best idea, since he was trying to hide his physique. But he had to admit that its healing qualities were extremely handy. Since that was the case, he just had to learn another healing technique. This healing is not so straightforward. I do indeed know many healing techniques, but they're not so generic. Within a certain range, a technique may heal certain wounds or illnesses, but mostly it depends on what you are treating. For example, the fairies in front of you. If I pass a technique that simply focuses on vitality, and you use it through sheer brute force, it may allow them to wake up and possibly even heal what ails them, but that will not be a proper means of treatment. For that, you would have to properly diagnose what is wrong with them, narrow down how to treat them, and then use the most appropriate method. Well, we're not doing anything else. Lex was thoroughly aware that one of his greatest advantages was his quick learning speed. It was abnormal even among cultivators, which is why if he did not make use of it, then he would be wasting his resources. Within the midnight, and he did not feel like there was any real threat to him, which is why he wanted to use this time as efficiently as possible. The more he learned and the more he was able to do, the better he would be able to handle the threats he faced in the future. Over the next 20 minutes, Pell taught Lex a number of various diagnosis techniques. Since Pell did not learn nor was interested in the exact biology of his patients, the techniques he learned were more focused on identifying specific things that were generally true of all species with bodies. For example, how to identify and differentiate wounded vitality from drained vitality, how to identify the effects of poison, how to identify curses, how to tell if the issue is with the spirit or soul instead, and so on. These techniques were all very generic, but seemed to work. For example, they could not identify poisons, since what was poisonous to one species might not be to another. Therefore, learning the list of what was harmful to each in every species was not exactly impossible, but it was pointless. His techniques would just identify when the body was being affected by poison, and another technique would support and empower the body to expel the poison on its own. After going through a number of different diagnostic techniques, Lex was finally able to determine that the issue the fairies were having was because their spirits were extremely chaotic. At least that's what was keeping them unconscious. They were suffering from countless other problems besides. What a chaotic spirit meant, neither Lex nor Pell knew. However, even if he didn't know what that exactly meant, it didn't mean he didn't have a treatment for it. After learning what he needed to do, Dr. Lex cracked his knuckles and got in the zone. Not that he had any intention to do such a thing. This was good practice for if he ever needed to act like a mysterious doctor. He used the technique a couple of times to practice, then began healing the fairies. The result was almost immediate. A blue, gentle light was emitted from Lex's fingers, which bathed all the fairies, soothing their spirits, and at the same time, physically soothing and slightly restoring their brains as well. It was a two-pronged healing technique, and in only a few seconds, the first fairy began to wake up, though it was still clearly disoriented. After a few minutes, however, all of them sat up straight, now stunned by disbelief. They had actually done it. The thing that they had been looking forward to for generations. None of them thought that it would happen in their lifetimes, but it happened in the span of a single day. Lex coughed. He was well aware that the fairies were understandably stunned, but he did not want to wait for them all over again. Congratulations, you have all gained your freedom. You are now free from the trappings of the enchantment that kept you here and can go anywhere. It occurs to me that you may not want to stay here, but don't necessarily have anywhere else to go. I understand that it will take you some time to process everything and come to terms with your new reality, but I thought I'd offer my assistance once more. I come from the Midnight Inn. Surely you've heard of it. If you go, I understand that it will take you some time to process everything and come to terms with your new reality, but I wish you can accompany me to the inn, as I am about to return. You can stay there for a while, and if you wish and find it suitable, you can even join it. Now, I don't mean to rush you, but do you think you could decide what you want to do without sending me on another quest? For a moment, the fairies were stunned, until a particularly old-looking fairy stepped forward. Oh, great Savior! Even though we are free now, our enemies from the Shaded Lands will not relent. They will continue to hunt us down if they find us. Lex began to chuckle. Don't worry, the Midnight Inn is a place where everyone has to behave, no matter where they are from. Even the Tree of Heaven cannot misbehave there, let alone others. Chapter 1053, All Affinities. Chapter 1053, All Affinities. The fairies looked at each other, as if they were stuck in a great quandary. They had not seen the ferocity of the hunters which drove their ancestors into hiding, but they had seen what Lex was capable of doing with their own eyes. They didn't want to burden him, yet at the same time he was right in stating that they did not plan on staying in the sealed domain, but had nowhere to go. Lex, who had some experience with fairies now, got the feeling that this was going to drag on, so he decided to persuade them a little more. Look, I am the one who gave you freedom. That makes me responsible for you. I can't, in good conscience, just leave you here to suffer. At the same time, I have a lot of work I need to do, so I would feel a lot better if you came with me to the inn. After a bit more prodding, the fairies finally relented. Lex was pleased, but when he asked if there were any other fairy settlements they should visit to check up on, they revealed that there were none. These few fairies were literally the last of their kind. It was at this time that some of the fairies also proceeded to head into the final chamber, but were unable to find the remaining fairy. Lex told them that he had passed away without elaborating. Understandably, the news saddened the fairies, but they did not dwell on it for too long, since Lex was waiting for them. They started packing up, preparing to leave. Lex paid close attention to them, observing the way they used their wings, their body language as they flew, how they utilized their fairy dust, and even how they used their spirit energy. He implemented the changes in real time to his fairy body and could immediately feel the difference. One thing that he did notice, however, was that the other fairies did not produce nearly as much fairy dust as he did. Hey, Leroy. Lex called the armored fairy, since he was the only one he was familiar with. Do you mind if I ask you some questions about fairies? It would be my honor to answer your questions, said Leroy, who immediately zipped next to Lex. Truth be told, the sudden completion of his quest and the attainment of freedom left him feeling lost. He didn't know what he was supposed to do now, so this task, even if it was temporary, provided him with great relief. How come some of you produce more fairy dust than others? Not at all. Actually, the amount of fairy dust produced is directly proportional to how strong a fairy is. You see, the wings of a fairy are perhaps the most important part of a fairy's body, as they act as amplifiers for our control over spirit energy. So when we fly, our wings are not actually flapping through the air, but through the spirit energy around us. The fair dust that is produced are small specks of spiritual energy that are transformed and knocked loose during the process. Fairy dust has countless uses besides just allowing us to fly and share our flying abilities. For example, they can also have healing properties or even harmful properties. All we need to do is focus on the effect we want the fairy dust to take up, and the change happens on its own. It can take on any property you wish. Lex asked, genuinely surprised. From his limited exposure to fairies, their abilities seemed incredibly powerful. He couldn't imagine how such a race could be defeated so easily. Maybe they just weren't combat-oriented at all. Affinity? No, fairies don't have any affinities. Or rather, fairies have all affinities. Maybe. I don't know. I've never tried. Lex's slight smile froze. They had all affinities? They could create whatever they wanted? Fairy Lex parked his ship on top of another tree that had been uprooted. This was too ridiculous. This was too overpowered. This couldn't be possible. Yet his gut was telling him that Leroy wasn't lying. At least, he genuinely believed whatever he was telling Lex. The problem was, if such a thing were true, Lex's imagination could not stretch far enough to even begin to consider how powerful just this ability alone was. Perhaps the reason fairies were cursed so long ago was because they were just too powerful, or at least had the potential to become too powerful. Fair Lex closed his eyes and imagined something absurd. Since he was testing the limits of fairy dust, there was no point in doing something simple. He imagined fairy dust that would allow a material to grow by absorbing other, similar things, then began to flap his wings. Maybe this was an unusual request, but he needed to test it out. After all, if fairy dust could do something that he just learned was extremely complicated, such as healing, there was no reason it couldn't do other complicated things. When he opened his eyes, he saw the fairy dust falling on his ship. He covered all of it with his spirit sense and began scrutinizing it. For a long time, nothing happened, but he kept on going. Nearly an hour later, Lex noticed something happening, though it wasn't his ship that was changing. Since all his focus was on the ship, he hadn't even noticed that the tree it was sitting on began to shrink a while ago. Only now, that a significant difference had been made, did he finally notice. Chapter 1054, it will probably be fine. Chapter 1054, it will probably be fine. The tree trunk had shrunk by about half a foot. There were no creatures eating the wood, nor was there any fire nearby burning it. Nor was there anything else in the vicinity that could reduce its size. That only left the ship. The ship was absorbing the wood from the tree to strengthen its hull. Though the speed of absorption was slow, Lex had no benchmark to compare it with. For all he knew, this speed might as well be earth-shattering. But more than anything else, the versatility of fairies impressed him. He had thought earlier on that their ability to manipulate laws was already mind-blowing. But what if that ability was just a side effect of their overpowered affinity for everything? But Lex had seen countless fairies, he was sure. Even if they were being targeted because of their curse, how was it possible that he had never encountered a single one that powerful? Was there some kind of limit on their growth? Or was there some other issue? Lex could not help but turn to Leroy. He wanted to ask him, but this whole realm was limited to the realm of nascent soul, so it was unlikely he knew the answer. Hell, is there any particular reason why fairies don't grow stronger? Like, does the curse prevent them from becoming immortals? Because no matter how I think about it, their ability to have any affinity they want is too overpowered. They can even mix them in unusual ways just based on what they want. I'm not sure. I never really paid too much attention to fairies in my previous life. After all, they were just insignificant slaves. But from my limited exposure to them, all I can say is that they have a very submissive and servile nature. Lex frowned. This was an unusual situation, but Lex was almost certain that there was more to it than what he knew. But that was fine. Since he had a fairy clone now, this was one mystery he would enjoy uncovering. He decided to continue absorbing the tree into his ship, and all the while thought of other ways in which he could test out his fairy dust. The subject of the tests would naturally remain the Jolly Rancher. If he could help it, he would turn this seemingly mundane wooden ship into an overpowered vessel that would be able to even travel through realms, as well as the void behind space. Lex, Meanwhile, continued to ask Leroy different questions about how fairies use their abilities. As it turned out, they had very few techniques at all, since they could just naturally do whatever they wanted with spiritual energy directly. All they had to do was imagine. As such, the few techniques that they did have were all extremely overpowered, and were beyond the realm of what fairies could normally achieve. Due to the nature of these techniques, they were not recorded in any physical vessels, and were transmitted from fairy to fairy. Earning one required gaining an immense amount of trust. Once the fairies were all done packing, and by that he meant they somehow minimized and packaged the entire city into a few briefcases that they were carrying around so that they could redeploy it wherever they wanted, they all lined up in front of Lex, ready to be teleported away. Lex surrounded all of them with his spirit sense, and then took a few seconds to recall the location of where he entered from before teleporting over. Long-distance teleportation required a bit of time to initiate, even for Lex, but soon enough, they found themselves near the wall. Technically speaking, the boundary wall probably had openings now through which he could exit, but Lex was not in the mood to search, so he went the old-fashioned way and used his glyph to part the boundary wall as he passed through. The fairies, who were already in awe of Lex, felt completely and thoroughly convinced at his awesomeness as they experienced his power. Even though they were extremely versatile in what they could do, none of them were powerful enough to replicate anything Lex was doing. Once they passed through, Lex was expecting to arrive buried under layers and layers of dirt, since the sealed domain had been underground. He was prepared to blast his way through, since the fairies couldn't really enter Soul State, probably. He hadn't asked something like that yet, but as it turned out, he didn't need to. While the sealed domain underwent massive changes internally, it also brought about changes outside as well. Countless holes had appeared in the ground, going from the sealed domain all the way to the surface, making the region look like a massive wasp nest. He could not guess what exactly happened to the dirt, rock, and everything else that had seemingly disappeared. He was sure it was fine, and that they probably had not been launched into the air like a volcanic eruption, but of dirt instead of lava. Realistically speaking, the sealed domain was bound to be discovered sooner or later, now that there was direct access to it from ground. But there probably wouldn't be any problems. His fairy clone was still inside, so if the domain was invaded or something, he would find out and would do something about it. Maybe. On the plus side, he now confirmed that he was still connected to his clone, even through the barrier of the domain. He began teleporting back towards the inn. Once he was back, Lex would relax until the resin was absorbed and see how much of a difference that made. In the meantime, he would begin marking down the other locations for the resin that he knew of. Finding them would be another task altogether. Chapter 1055, Vera Never Fails. Chapter 1055, Vera Never Fails. Welcome to the Midnight Inn, Lex said to the weathered fairies behind him as they teleported to the Midnight Manor. Considering the fact that almost every place in this realm had the same level of purity to its spirit energy and air quality, the first impression wasn't overwhelming. But that is not what the fairies cared about anyway. They were immediately impacted by the warm, welcoming environment and the countless smiling faces. The presence of so many humans made them uncomfortable, but they sensed no hostility and no one seemed to pay special attention to them, which actually put them at ease. Lex had planned to give them all a tour, but he was surprised to find that Vera had been pacing right in front of the manor impatiently. The moment he appeared, a massive grin appeared on her face, and the oracle approached him at full speed. She said with greater enthusiasm and excitement than Lex had ever seen her express. How many hours had she been waiting? If Lex were a betting man, he'd guess around the exact amount of time, since he awoke his physique completely. He nodded, fully aware that the oracle had helped him too many times for him to ignore her. Although divination was not supposed to necessarily be completely accurate, she had been a very reliable partner for him any time she offered her services. My friends, welcome to the Midnight Inn. I would have liked to take you on a tour personally, but duty beckons. I will leave you with one of our other staff members and make sure your lodgings are taken care of. Feel free to explore after that. If you feel like you're beginning to like the inn and want to stay here permanently, let me know and I'll put in a good word for you and try to get you hired. One of the fairies said, before proceeding into a deep bow. Lex nodded, then found a worker at the manor and explained the situation, before making his way back to Vera, who was so excited it seemed like she had won the lottery. Lex couldn't help but ask, "You have no idea?" "Alex, if I didn't already have a husband picked out for me in the future, I'd kiss you. You're like my lucky star. I don't know what you did, but the trajectory of my entire life changed a few hours ago." Without explaining, the girl broke into a sprint, barely keeping her laughter contained. She had a golf cart parked nearby and jumped into the driver's seat. Lex asked as he sat beside her, I know, but the timing of these things matter. Don't worry about it." Vera just chuckled at his sarcasm, too exhilarated to care. "I'm going to do something for you, and guess what? I'm not even going to charge you for it. Instead, every time you benefit from what I'm about to do, you just pay me according to how much you think it has helped you." Vera was actually jumping in her seat as she talked about payment. Clearly, it wasn't trust that was fueling her, but the exact knowledge of what she should expect. Every time, "Oh yeah," she said, "I'll let you in on a little secret. My prophecies change, and they're not always accurate, so I can't say for certain how many times you will use it. For example, a few hours ago, something happened which changed the trajectory of my entire life. Do you know what that means? It means every prophecy I've ever had about my own life was overridden by whatever triggered this change. This is actually quite common. After all, at my level, I cannot get in touch with the greater secrets of the universe. That means I am completely incapable of predicting the effects of anything above a certain level. So technically, another change could happen which proves my current vision's false. But in my experience, such changes are not common." Lex did not know if she was ordinarily a rash driver, but at the moment Vera drove the cart as if she was completely unaware that brakes even existed, whether she could actually remove her foot from the pedal. He could not help but ask, feeling intrigued. He was guessing the change she was talking about was him touching the resin, and its side effects. It only made sense that she could not anticipate him encountering it before. In fact, it would be worrying if she could. "Just wait for it," she said, and kept driving. They found themselves moving away from the settlements, and in a while, arriving at one of the many lone small houses Lex had placed around the inn. This place was completely secluded, and Lex could not see a single other person anywhere, but that didn't stop Vera. She parked the golf cart and quickly rushed up to the door before calming down and knocking politely. The change she underwent was drastic and intriguing. She suddenly looked like an extremely composed, elegant young lady, and completely unlike the excited teenager she was acting like just a minute prior. The door was opened by a being Lex only knew about but hadn't seen, for meters, with a body that was partially see-through. There were only bits and pieces of what looked like bones that covered certain areas, though he wasn't sure if they were a part of its body or they were something similar to clothes. It had 4 tentacles instead of legs and floated in the air. Both its arms looked like a human's, but had strange grooves that made it seem like it could close its fingers to form, not a fist but another tentacle. Its face, or at least the part where its eyes were, had no distinguishing features and looked completely flat. The thing did not speak, and neither did Vera. She simply bowed, out of respect, and walked in once it moved out of the way. Lex mimicked her before following. He searched his memories about the guests in his inn, and quickly recalled who had seen. The floating tentacle creature was called Lend, and it had a companion it was staying with. Or, based on the fact that Lend was opening the door, maybe it was the companion. Inside the home, in the living room, sat a being of another race as well. This one was vaguely humanoid, though its body was extremely thin and dark blue in color. It had no nose, and instead a majority of its face was occupied by a single, massive eyes. "Master Harash, I apologize for arriving without any warning," Vera said, and bowed even more deeply. "It is fine, child. Since I requested the staff not to share my location with anyone, you were able to find me on your own. Since that is that case, you have earned this audience. Master Harash, I come this time not for myself, but for my friend. He requires guidance on an extremely sensitive topic." Lex felt the urge to raise an eyebrow, but resisted. Vera had not failed him yet. so he continued to trust her. Harash turned to look at him, and then raised its monobrow in curiosity. Your destiny is hidden from me. I try to keep it like that, Lex said politely. Master Harash, that is exactly what my friend is here to learn. If you could guide him on the best ways to hide from karma, destiny, divination, and any form of prying, then he will reward you appropriately. Master Harash nodded, as if permitting it. Vera bowed once more, and then walked out of the room, leaving them there. Lex was impressed. He had been looking for ways to hide his physique, and the way dropped into his lap. He should probably start thinking of how he would pay Vera in that case. Chapter 1056, A Few Minutes. Chapter 1056, A Few Minutes. Vera was a little strange sometimes, but she had proved herself extremely helpful time and time again. Lex would have offered her a job at the inn, but he suspected that she would have already requested it herself if she saw that in her future. At the same time, he could not help but turn his attention to her words. She told him that he would pay her multiple times for helping him out this time, which meant that this information would possibly help him out tremendously and more than once. Based on her level of excitement, he would be paying her pretty vast sums. He turned his attention to Master Harash, who was similarly observing him with his one eye. The skinny alien was one of the guests whose cultivation level the system had not been able to tell him. Lex could not recall any other details about him. It had become somewhat of a habit to keep an overview of all the guests in the inn, but besides a few essential details, he didn't try to memorize anything more. After all, ordinarily, he could just pull up the system and scan the guest whenever he required. Except now that he had lost the abilities of his suit, and the system interface itself was down during the upgrade. Please, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lex. Have a seat, child. Let's talk for a bit, get to know one another before we get down to business. We did not get the opportunity to talk in detail about this meeting. She has done well. It is for the best that we naturally get to know one another. Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Harash Sashi, and I am a practitioner of divination asceticism. This is a special school of thought that discourages divination and fortune-telling of any sort, and tries to cut all ties with destiny. But at the same time, I am not so strict. I believe in allowing things to follow along their natural progression. Basically, that means I have removed myself from an environment where I need to practice divination or interfere in the machinations of fate. But if ever a need arises, I do not shy away from using my skills and knowledge. Besides that, I am an avid fan of calligraphy and painting, and it is my dream to be able to capture the essence of an entire world in a single brushstroke. It is for that reason I have entered the Midnight Inn as a spiritual retreat, so that I may practice and hone my skills. Who knew that coming here would allow me to witness the birth of a new world entirely? Harash spoke in a very mild and relaxed tone, fitting his state as someone relaxing on vacation. He seemed very amicable, which was nice, because Lex could imagine how others might become uncomfortable being stared at by such a massive eye. My name is Lex. I grew up in a world without any cultivation at all, and lived as a mortal until I encountered the Midnight Inn. Under the guidance of the innkeeper and with the resources of the inn, I quickly grew. But, unlike my co-workers, I have a natural tendency to attract trouble, which is why the innkeeper encouraged me to face my problems myself without relying on the inn. That is the only way in which I can fully mature, is if I deal with my problems myself. So, unless it is official in work, or there are extraordinary circumstances, I avoid relying on the inn to resolve my problems. That has allowed me to gain an edge over my colleagues. But at the same time, it seems my ability to attract trouble is growing faster than my abilities. There are countless beings out there who are hunting me even now, though they may not necessarily know that they are hunting me specifically. There are even more out there who will be even more interesting in capturing me if they learn some of my secrets. As a result, I have done my best to ensure I am hard to track through divination. But hard is not the same as impossible, and unfortunately it gets even easier if my enemies are stronger than me, which they often are. That is why I'm always on the hunt for better ways to hide my secrets. I imagine that is why Vera brought me to you, for she could tell that I might be about to encounter some danger that is best avoided. Besides that, I enjoy traveling to various worlds and realms, taking in the new cultures and environments. Since I grew up without any exposure to cultivation, I find all aspects of it fascinating. Lex tried to present himself in a positive light, which did not mean he lied, but he may have just presented the best aspects of himself truthfully in front of Harry Ash. At the same time, he presented a logical answer as to why, despite being an worker, he is looking for ways to hide from others on his own rather than just depending on the inn. Handling your own troubles yourself is a remarkable way of growing. It forces you to think and act in ways that you would normally avoid. The wisdom of the innkeeper is surely manifold, and with time you will encounter countless benefits for listening to him. Your own tenacity should also be admired, for it is not easy or simple to face the many dangers of this world alone. I see now how I can help you. What Vera asked of me is the best way I know of to hide from karma and destiny. Her request was too specific, which means that it is a little different for what I understand you need. You can choose for yourself if you wish to follow the path she has selected for you, or you wish for me to objectively decide how I can help you. Take care that I will not help for free, and a price will be collected for each. Master Harash, Vera has known me for a long time, and has helped me countless times through numerous troubles. I have come to trust her judgment through personal experience. If she thinks that I need something very specific from you, then I trust her. Please, let me know what payment you seek. Very decisive and trusting. Those are good qualities you have nurtured, young man. Unfortunately, I cannot give you a discount just because I appreciate you. The information I have is extremely valuable and offers the opportunity to hide completely and totally from the fetters of fate and karma. As such, the price is equally valuable. Fortunately for you, the information only leads to a chance at success, and even those chances are minuscule, which will greatly reduce the price. Of course, it is at the same time unfortunate for you as well, for it will be very difficult to actually achieve those results. Harry Ash became silent after stating his request, to give time for Lex to come to terms with the grand task he had laid before him. He believed that, eventually, he would be able to pay this price, but it would take many thousands of years of effort. That was fine, for things that came too easily were often under. Can you give me a few minutes? I'll bring everything here now, Lex said before teleporting away. He did not know if this was some kind of bizarre coincidence, or if Harash knew that Lex could literally pay with these things right now. Either way, the longest it would take him to get any of those items was the fairy dust, since he had to teleport back to the sealed domain. Meanwhile, Fairy Lex, who was still strengthening his ship, paused for a while to begin collecting the specific dust. But how could he collect fairy dust? It was absorbed by everything it touched. He would need to consult the other fairies. Harash, who was prepared to give Lex some philosophical lectures about the value of persistence and determination in the face of seemingly impossible goals, froze. Did he say a few minutes? Chapter 1057 Jackpot. Chapter 1057 Jackpot. The first thing Lex did was teleport to Leroy. The fairies were still around the manor and had actually moved toward the lake. They had never seen such a large body of water, and its soothing waves and clear waters attracted their weary minds. They had been prepared to begin their lives on the run, and a part of them still felt like they could not stay at the inn for too long. But the land was too beautiful, the waters too calming, the people too welcoming, which was already eroding their weakened willpower. Lex's sudden arrival startled the group, but he only waved at them and hurried to turn to Leroy. I have a small favor to ask you. Do you know how I can store fairy dust? Fairy dust, like I've told you, is something similar to partially solidified spiritual energy. As soon as it touches something, it is absorbed into it. But storing it is also pretty simple. You either need material, which is completely saturated with spiritual energy and cannot absorb anymore. High-quality spirit crystals can be used for this purpose, but they cannot be used to store fairy dust for long periods, as they will eventually lose their energy if they do not remain in a high energy concentration area. The second is a material that is completely inert and cannot absorb spiritual energy at all. That is much harder to find, but is better for long-term storage. Do you need some fairy dust? Not for now, but if I need your help, I'll let you know, responded Lex, before teleporting away once more. He did not need to store fairy dust for long anyway, so he would just make do with making a bottle out of spirit crystal. It was a small issue. Harash did not mention how big he wanted the bottle to be. Considering that this was supposed to be rare, he assumed it was not too big. After that, it was just a matter of teleporting everywhere he needed. All the ingredients were pretty simple to gather, and he decided to grab an extra drop of mountain milk for Vera as well. The fairy dust proved a small obstacle, mostly because Lex didn't know how to judge if what he was making was good enough. He focused and did his best. If it wasn't good enough, he could just make more. It wasn't as if he was losing anything, since it was free to make. That is where Lex was suffering from a misconception. Fairies would feel physical exhaustion after making complicated fairy dust, which when accompanied by their weak bodies, meant they could only produce so much at a time. But the first thing Lex did when he got a fairy body was strengthen it, which is why his ability to produce fairy dust was far beyond the others. True to his word, about 4 minutes after he left, Lex reappeared in Harash's room. Please check if everything is up to standard. Harash, and even his assistant Lind, were frozen in shock at the times displayed in front of them. Each item radiated its own unique power, which was more than enough to identify their authenticity. More importantly, they were incredibly fresh, as if they had been just harvested moments earlier. To be clear, did you get these yourself? I must emphasize that the relevance of the instructions of the innkeeper go beyond just what you know. Doing a thing yourself and having it done for you are very different things. I don't want you to think that I will withhold information from you. Not at all. But your success in implementing that very information will be stained by debt you will owe if you did not pay for it yourself. In normal, mortal levels, such things matter little, which is why you may never have noticed their effects. But in the immortal levels, every action is stained by karma. Oh, don't you worry about that, Lex said as he sat down in front of him. Everything here I sourced, obtained, and then harvested myself. Well, for the divine essence, I used it in facility, since it's really a part of the inn now, but I was the one who gave the object producing the essence to the inn in the first place, so I think it should matter. Harash looked from him down to the blood essence of a dragon. He could tell it was extremely fresh, harvested mere minutes ago, and that it belonged to a heavenly, immortal level dragon. How could Lex even harm such a being? Was he even able to cut through its body to reach its heart? Or did the dragon donate itself? Lex was not about to reveal that he just entered the dragon's body using his soul state, apologizing to Pell Jr. as he did so and gathered the blood. Harash looked at Lex, then back at the dragon's blood, then back at Lex, then down at the mountain milk, then at the bottle made from spirit crystal so pure that even immortals could use it, then back at Lex. Sit, child, sit, Harash suddenly said, putting all the items away. Clearly you are in great need of this information, lest someone squish you one day. But the price has been paid, so you can only get what you paid for. The method I will teach you has the possibility of completely cutting off all ties of fate, karma, and such. That means if anyone wants to track you, they will have to use some other method, which is far from simple. But there is a drawback. This method is not strictly mobile and cannot be on your person. It will require you to choose a place which will then be sealed off. The area does not have to be small, so you could potentially create a base or a proper home there. I thought that this might not best fit your needs, since if you ever need to escape, you can always retreat to the inn, and that is essentially what that place will become. Lex frowned for a moment. Indeed, that is not what he had imagined. But at the same time, he could think of more than a few reasons why such a thing might be useful. More importantly, although Vera might not know what problems he might face in the future, she foresaw him paying her multiple times for this. That meant that he really might end up needing a place to hide besides the inn. The insinuations for that weren't good, if he was being honest. Why would he ever need to hide elsewhere when he can retreat to the inn? Once it was in working condition, he could teleport to it from anywhere in the universe. Surely any refuge he created himself would not allow him the same convenience. The thought was troubling, but he would think more about it at a later time. For now, he turned his attention to Master Harash. His expression much more serious than it had been before. Since the innkeeper has asked me to rely on my own abilities, then I must have the mental fortitude not to use the inn as my last form of defense. Even if it never happens, I need to at least prepare a safe place for myself with the intention of relying on it. Please, enlighten me about how I can go about building this protective layer. You have no idea, young man. The requirements to build it are far from simple. Just picking out the right location, the first hurdle, has defeated most who sought to build this. Give me your hand and close your eyes. I will begin transmitting all the information to you. Nothing that can't wait a bit, said Lex as he closed his eyes and prepared himself. Harash began transmitting some information to Lex, but before he even began to teach him just the requirements of this protective barrier, he had a lot of prerequisite knowledge he needed to teach Lex. On the bright side, Lex was receiving a crash course on many complicated topics. Since he had been so interested in learning new things lately, he had hit the jackpot. Chapter 1058, Cruising Through the Lands. Chapter 1058, Cruising Through the Lands. 1058, Cruising Through the Lands. It almost felt like from the moment he had arrived at the Midnight Realm, Lex was being inundated by information. It was not the worst fate to suffer in the world, but it did keep him humble. After all, with his recent level up into the nascent realm, he felt like his mind had grown tremendously. He harbored no excessive pride about it. After all, to him it was just a fact. So then being continuously put in situations where his new level up, which was beyond anything he had ever experienced before, was repeatedly proven to be insufficient, was a nice way of reminding him that there were stronger beings than him in the universe. He honestly preferred such humbling methods to being chased across the forest by wolves or running into random beings so powerful he did not even understand the scale of their power. He also learned that, when such a situation occurred, a part of his mind automatically shielded itself just enough to keep his fairy clone operating normally. Otherwise, it too would have been dropped into a stunned state. Since he did not know what to expect, he had his clone park the Jolly Rancher, but now it seemed unnecessary. So, while Baby Lex was suffering from a massive information dump, Fairy Lex flapped his wings and brought his ship back into the air. He hadn't absorbed the entire tree into his ship, but the Jolly Rancher was strong enough as it was, and he felt bored. Instead of sitting around, which his other half was doing, he wanted to explore, so that's exactly what he did. The Jolly Rancher was only 2 feet, 60 centimeters, in length, so in the Midnight Realm, it was absolutely tiny and unnoticeable as it flew through the skies. For the first day, Lex just enjoyed flying through the wilderness, watching nature and a natural order from his ship up in the air. But on the second day, he decided to get closer, 5 meters high. So he brought the ship to just above the grass, giving the illusion that it was sailing through the field of green. A natural consequence of coming down was that he attracted the attention of the local wildlife. A leopard, which had been using the grass as cover, leaped out of it with speed that should have been beyond his level and tried to take the ship down. Naturally, it failed. Although Fairy Lex was not physically strong, its control over spiritual energy had grown tremendously. Moreover, he did not need techniques. He just had to think about how he wanted to use the energy for. So he just conjured large hands in the air, scooped the leopard, and then flung it far across the grasslands. Hopefully, it would learn its lesson. A few other animals attacked the ship, but for the most part, Lex took on the role of an observer. He felt like he was in an African safari as he watched the various animals interacting with each other, whether it was hunting one another or cooperating to resolve certain issues. He also came across a tribe of garden gnomes. It felt strange coming from a fairy, but their small stature made them seem incredibly cute, which when paired with the fact that their voices were either exceptionally deep or incredibly high-pitched, made for quite the sight. They were fierce warriors, despite all appearances, and were in the midst of a war with their age-old nemesis, the sentient strawberries. The battlefield was brutal and covered in red, blood indistinguishable from strawberry juice, which Lex supposed was also just blood in this context. He stopped for a time in their village, discovering that they were quite hospitable to anything that wasn't a berry. They were just as intrigued by him as he was by them, which is why he decided to spend a day with them. It had been a really long time since Lex just sat around and chilled with a group of friends, which is exactly what it felt like as he quickly gained the friendship of the gnomes. They shared drinks, and as Lex chugged a mint margarita from a glass as big as his body, they exchanged stories of the various fights and desperate situations they had been in. For some reason, watching the sparkle and wonder in their eyes, Lex almost felt like it was worth constantly suffering from exploding volcanoes just for the stories. The gnomes, too, shared epic tales of surviving the fiercest gauntlet in the lands, the fruit salad. Despite its oddly appealing name, it was anything but fresh and refreshing. It was a naturally formed prison, which happened to also be where the strawberry tribes were. Apparently, there were other, more ferocious champions there as well. But while it obviously screamed of danger, it was also the location of the Pink Lock, which was a lake formed of some liquid which had incredible properties and helped with gnomish cultivation. After spending a day with the gnomes, even though Lex felt a slight urge to stay longer, he decided to move on. There was still much to see. He moved on from the grasslands and arrived at a biome that he felt was unique. There was a river snaking the land, but then suddenly started flowing upwards into the air without dispersing. Strange trees grew under the river that flowed through the air, and Lex noticed that the gently flowing waters actually contained submarines. They were not made of metal or technology. Instead, it seemed like a combination of dirt and bark mixed together to form long vessels which flowed in the water, following its randomly veering path. A quick scan revealed that inside the submarines were actually termites, who were lying dormant as they traveled. It was strange that they were ignoring the trees down below and instead traveling through the river that constantly changed its path as it wished. So Lex actually brought his ship down from the river to investigate. A chill went through his body as he neared the trees, and he suddenly realized that the trees were not actually there. Instead, they were just images or illusions of trees. It was like a memory of what once existed here. Lex investigated the images some more with his spirit sense, and then discovered something interesting. These weren't strictly images, they were ghosts. He was not sure if each individual tree was a ghost, or this was just one massive ghost of a forest that once existed, but he could tell that the trees here had suffered a tremendous slaughter and left behind such a resentment that even the flowing waters refused to flow through the lands. Lex wondered if it was the termites that did the slaughtering or something else, but there was no answer for him there. No matter how he searched, he could learn nothing more, so eventually he was forced to move on. That's when he first encountered a region of total darkness. It wasn't that there weren't any burning orbs in the sky. There were, but the light from them could not enter the region. It was as if there was a blanket around it that blocked out specifically just the light from those orbs and nothing else. Naturally, Lex had to investigate. The Jolly Rancher flew directly into the darkness, unimpeded as it went. The dark region was not devoid of life, and instead featured a rich ecosystem with a completely diverse set of creatures. There were insects, birds, animals, and other things that all thrived in the darkness. Among them all, surprisingly, Lex found a human settlement. It was illuminated by torches and gave off a cozy vibe, rather than the dreary one Lex would have expected. It was strange for them to choose to live in the darkness, though. Naturally, his ever-present curiosity meant that Lex wanted to investigate, but this time he would have to be more discreet. He parked the Jolly Rancher in a natural cave that he discovered, then walked out. One problem with being a fairy was that it wasn't discreet. His fairy dust glowed very visibly in the dark, so if he were to fly, he would be spotted immediately. Yet if he walked, he wouldn't get far. It also wasn't conducive to staying hidden. So Lex naturally concluded that the first order of business was to get him out, and he had spotted a particular creature on the way that would be perfect for the job. Carefully and quietly, Lex snuck through the darkness until he reached a forest. Lex didn't question how the trees grew without light. Instead, he just searched the branches for the mount he had selected, and then quickly found one. There, nestled on one of the branches, stood a baby owl, its wide eyes searching the forest for prey. It was the perfect size to serve as Fairy Lex's mount. So he began to climb the tree, doing his best not to get spotted as he approached. Chapter 1059 Shadow Plane. Chapter 1059 Shadow Plane. The baby owl's body was only slightly larger than Lex's own, but that did not mean it was not a good fit. Its body carried a hidden strength that had been tucked in to keep it from detection while it searched for enemies. But that could not hide it from Lex, who was beginning to gain a lot of experience in such things. Even without the need for spirit sense, Lex could tell, based solely on its lush plumage and the way that energy flowed around it, how tough and durable it was. It did not move much as it tried to remain still and blend into the darkness, but its massive eyes revealed its inner shrewdness. No, the minor size difference would not deter it from being a good mount. Taming it, though, might be a small issue. Long ago, Lex had learned a taming technique. It was, in fact, the one he used on Fenrir. But he was not interested in formally taming the owl. Just a temporary agreement would do. If he were in his normal body, he would turn himself in a thought, enter the bird's mind, and communicate with it. But in his fairy body, none of that was possible. It was really strange because he did not think his abilities were linked to his body, but his soul. Yet it became an issue, not because of the body, but because his race had changed. If his clone had been another human, this would not have been a problem. But, as a fairy, there were other ways in which he could resolve this issue. He walked right up to the owl, remaining undetected, then put his arm around its neck, as if he was talking to any old friend. The owl jerked, but then froze. In his fairy form, there were many things Lex lacked, but that did not eliminate his knowledge. This body did not have domination, but it did have an aura. Lex, with some knowledge and experience in controlling auras now, used it on the calm and friendly aura that fairies naturally exuded and added a hint of his power in it. His fairy body was at the peak of the foundation realm, but that did not change the fact that his soul was at the nascent level. Although in his fairy body, it seemed to be in a pseudo-nascent state, it was enough to intimidate anyone. The owl wanted to react to the sudden hand, but its body would not respond as it was completely restricted by the aura. Lex flapped his wings, thinking of communication and translation, and allowed the fairy dust to be absorbed by his own body and that of the owl's. The reason the universal translator did not work on animals and certain beasts such as Fenrir was because they were not speaking in any language, even if they did communicate. But connecting through souls, something being in the nascent soul realm allowed, could enable communication between any two things with souls. "How are you doing, friend?" The owl turned its head sideways as it tried to understand what was happening. It looked at Lex, its tiny bird brain trying to grasp the situation. "I was scouring the abyss for worthy prey, aiming to assist it in fulfilling its role in the food chain," it responded. It was interesting because Lex heard it hoot, but at the same time he also understood what it was trying to say. "Oh, the cycle of life. Nice. Anyway, listen, I want to go explore that human settlement over there, but when I flap my wings, little shiny lights come out, which is very visible, as you can see. I was wondering if you could maybe give me a ride over. Since you're a local, maybe you could also give me a tour. What do you think?" The owl paused again as it tried to process what it had heard. Eventually it bowed down. "Assume your place for the journey," the owl said. Lex smiled. The world really was a wonderful place. All he had to do was ask nicely, and others were willing to help out. He completely ignored the suffocating aura he had just momentarily revealed. "My name is Lex, by the way," he asked as he swung his legs over and positioned himself so that his legs would not interfere with the wings. "The designation allocated to me is Ollie Hoots IV, Marquis of Dunland." The owl spread its wings and paused for the briefest of moments, as if to display their grandeur before it flapped and took to the air. Lex was pleasantly surprised at the owl's speed, not to mention how smooth the actual ride was. "I did not know owls had noble families," Lex commented, even as he surveyed the darkened lands. "Mundane avifauna lack the necessary faculties to coalesce. However, we shadow talons are of a higher breed," the owl said with great pride in its voice. As if to add emphasis to its words, Ollie suddenly pulled a maneuver, turning upside down before straightening back up, all without losing momentum or giving Lex the opportunity to fall off its back. "That's quite interesting," Lex commented, as he began to imagine a country of owls. It presented quite an adorable image. "Oh, I hope I'm not disturbing your plans. The deed is already complete. Our former foes no longer know the plight of living." Lex was beginning to get very impressed by this owl, until he realized that to the owl, the trees in the city were the monuments. It flew to each and every park and took some time to describe the history and relevance of each tree, as if it had everything memorized. While that was interesting as well, especially since the trees had apparently been the sites of a colossal war between the great horde of undead insects and the black doves, he was more interested in the people themselves. Up close, he finally saw them, and realized the skin color of these humans was unexpected. They had ashen skin, with their pupils shining white in the dark. To be honest, Lex felt like he was at a comic convention because they looked more like they were undead than living humans, but nothing about their auras suggested anything was amiss. Their glowing eyes did not seem to grant them dark vision, as they usually all carried lanterns with them. Besides their unusual skin color, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. So Lex turned his attention from the settlement to the owl's estate and asked Ollie if it could give him a tour of its home. The owl seemed almost too eager to agree, and just as Lex was preparing himself for a small journey, Ollie did something strange. It turned and twisted inside space itself, suddenly transporting them to an entirely different plane. For a moment, Lex was extremely disoriented, but a single flap of his fairy wings was all it took for him to gather himself back up. He looked around and discovered that his eyes were useless here. He was in pure darkness, or rather, everything was just color black. "Welcome to the dominion of the Shadow Talons, the Shadow Plane," said Ollie, though it had no voice. The words just sort of came into existence as smaller shadows which were then absorbed by Lex's body, allowing him to understand. "From here, our rule extends to every corner and dark domain of the realm." Then Lex saw was the wrong word. He somehow became aware of the countless shadows that existed around him. For as far he could sense, and far beyond that, even a massive military compound seemed to stretch out. Millions and millions of owls moved about, each of them moving with the discipline and focus of a well-trained army. Weapons and vehicles littered the shadows, and from each of them reeked an aura of blood, or a bloody shadow, if that made sense. For the first time, Lex suddenly became aware of this massive army that was hiding in every single shadow that existed in the entire Midnight Realm, and he could not wrap his head around how an entire dynasty could exist connected solely by shadows. And yet, somehow, here it was, and, of course, he just stumbled into it. Then Lex something dangerous in the distance. A shadow suddenly approached them, and it had an aura similar to his own. This shadow was at the nascent realm. Chapter 1060, Not How to Treat Guests. Chapter 1060, Not How to Treat Guests. Lex felt no fear, surrounded by millions of soldiers and an unknown owl coming towards him who was in the same realm as him. Even before he reached the nascent realm, he did not take foes of the nascent realm too seriously. Even though he was in his fairy body, which he was not entirely familiar with, and was nowhere near the peak of his power, he was absolutely confident. In fact, he was even confident about the fact that what he was feeling was appropriate, and it was not overconfidence. If after everything he had faced and overcome, he could not face such a tiny challenge, then he should feel ashamed. One thing Lex realized was that, though most of his abilities became inert in this form, he still had his sword intent, which was one more reason to make it stronger. An owl suddenly appeared in front of them. The aura of its realm wrapped around it like protective armor, and it glared down at Lex and Ollie. "How dare you desecrate the back of a noble shadow Talon?" Lex would have expected to face a massive owl. Technically speaking, compared to Lex's body, it was, but in reality, it was just the size of a normal owl. "Relax, we have a temporary agreement. He is just giving me a tour of his estate. Your justification falls short." Ollie panicked and was about to defend Lex. The large owl also gathered its energy to strike down Lex. Before either of them could do anything, Lex flapped his wing, or rather, he wiggled the shadow that was his wing. The result was sufficient. Motes of shining fairy dust appeared, dazzling the infinite plane of shadow, attracting the attention of every living being that exhibited the plane. What they saw was a shadow disappear from the back of Ollie and reappear on the back of the threatening owl. Lex extended his hand forward, coated in his sword intent, and grabbed the back of its neck right below its skill, freezing it in place. Lex was completely unaffected by its power. Instead, his warm and happy aura was radiating off of him, forming a complete dichotomy from the scene that unfolded everyone. Lex's voice reverberated across the darkness, suppressing every other shadow, whether it was alive or not. Lex felt a faint suppression on his power and realized that in a particular plane, everything had to exist in that form. His sword intent was also taking the form of a shadow. But when he tried to use a glyph to magnify his aura, the way he had done to enter the seal domain, there was a resistance and a strange feedback from the plane itself. Lex could overcome the resistance, he felt, but if he did so, both he and the owl he was grabbing would be ejected from the shadow plane and return to the regular plane of existence. In truth, Lex expected to be at a disadvantage in the shadow plane. But as it turned out, it was pretty easy to align all of his spirit energy to a specific form when he was already in its associated plane. Maybe it was a fairy thing. For a few moments there was silence, but then Ollie finally broke out of his stupor. Majestic Guardian, the esteemed royal Lex graced my back with my consent. His essence exudes a natural air of nobility and authority, a quality discernible to me in my capacity as a marquis. Your actions have been precipitous. Extend an apology to rectify this so that we may foster harmonious ties. Lex could feel the trembling shadow in his arms. It was furious, obviously. No one liked to be threatened, and that was even more so for those who thought themselves at the peak of power. But that did not mean he was going to tolerate a bad attitude. If it apologized, he would let it go. If it acted against him once more, it would get more than just a warning. The shadow roared, and its power surged. It tried to resist Lex and launched some kind of attack against him. Big mistake. Lex forcefully employed his glyph, which immediately kicked both of them out of the shadow plane. They reappeared near where Lex had entered, and back in his proper physical form, Lex felt much better. Then the glyph appeared. But it was not really a glyph. It looked like it was made of thousands of grains of fairy dust fused together, and its power was much more intense despite the lack of domination. The owl squealed and was pressed onto the ground. It was resisting fiercely, and Lex could feel that its power was not so negligible. In fact, he may have underestimated its power a little bit, though it was still no problem for him to face. But the greatest abnormality in the situation was just how effective his glyph was. If he didn't know any better, he would begin to suspect that he was perfectly replicating how a glyph was supposed to be used by a dragon using actual dragon's might. No matter how noble or powerful the Shadow Talons were, they were not comparable to the might and dignity of a dragon, even if that dragon was actually just a fairy. The situation confused Lex a bit, but he doubted anyone could explain it to him, at least right now. This might even be outside the realm of understanding of Pell. Hundreds of shadows suddenly transformed around Lex, turning into owls. Many of them had formidable auras, with 4 or 5 of them even in the nascent realm. But outside of the shadow realm, Lex was even more relaxed, so he just stood still. But it wasn't the best idea to offend a massive dynasty while he was trying to keep his fairy clone hidden, so he had to think of a way to de-escalate things. There, I guess I'm not your guest anymore. I think we should find a way to talk things out. You speak with wisdom. Mutual benefit awaits us through a shared understanding. Yet, to proceed, you must first consent to one of our conditions, said an owl with brown feathers that carried streaks of white in them. It looked kind of cool, Lex had to admit. No, focus on its words, not its coolness. What condition? The owl sighed, as if it was not caught in a tense situation, but rather an annoying one. The truth is, we Shadow Talons boast a rich and illustrious lineage. Riding upon one's back without earning the honor is a grievous affront. Unless you undergo our rites of passage, many Shadow Talons, particularly the elders, would not forgive this offense despite any pleas. Lex rubbed his chin and thought about it. So you're saying if I pass through these rites, I can explore your dynasty without any issues? That sounds interesting, but you also have to understand. I was provoked even though I was being friendly. The Shadow Talons might be proud, but I'm not someone who could be accosted easily either. If Lex gave in too easily, it would actually reduce his prestige in the eyes of others. Instead, making them pay a heavy but not unbearable price would actually make them feel relieved that he agreed to go along with their rites. Although it might seem simpler to just directly agree to go through the rites, if he portrayed himself as weak, then who knows if problems would follow him. This was a common mistake many characters in novels, especially the MC in Gods Call Me Daddy, made, which is why they got attacked continuously. They didn't create proper deterrence. The owl underneath Lex's feet struggled a bit, as if it wanted to speak, but Lex kept him thoroughly suppressed. This guy was trouble, so it was best if he kept his mouth shut. We uphold our traditions, so it makes sense that you do yours. We acknowledge the breach that occurred, since you declared yourself a guest when you came. A small round of negotiations took place, and Lex remained unperturbed even as thousands of owls appeared around him, as if there was no pressure on him to accept, as if they were not strong enough to sway him. It was easy, since it was true. Chapter 1061 Midnight Castle Blueprint. Chapter 1061 Midnight Castle Blueprint. Lex put up a tough front during negotiations, and at the same time inquired about the rites of passage. But in truth, he did not care too much. The rites of passage were interesting, and Lex would have gone through it just to see what the experience was like. But mostly his mind was on the glyph. When he got time, he would learn more glyphs and practice them to see what the results were like. Moreover, if his theory was correct, where fairies could just replicate special techniques or abilities that were unique to various races because they had all affinities, then fairies would be overpowered to a whole other level. In fact, they might even be the most impressive race he had met yet. In that case, he was 100% sure that there was something else holding back their growth than just a curse that made them more likely to be enslaved. It was something he needed to figure out, since he had no intention of staying weak. Eventually, Lex ended up getting a better deal than he expected. Alongside various treasures, they agreed to take Lex to a unique place within the realm that could only be accessed through the shadow plane. Off the top of his head, he could not recall any such place in the realm. But then again, he received a lot of information about it, and it was incredibly difficult to wield all that knowledge properly. In fact, one of the reasons why Lex could still enjoy exploring was because unless he actively tried to recall some information about a place, and it was actually in front of him, he would have a tough time recalling it. That was also why he had to go through so much effort to find the resin. But he was sure he would recognize the place once he went there. Even so, it was an interesting offer, and since the only thing fair Lex had on his agenda at the moment was to adventure and enjoy, he didn't mind accepting such an offer. As such, they came to an agreement. If Lex could pass the rites, he'd be forgiven and not be targeted, and would get his compensation in that case. If he did not, then the owls would not hold back any who wanted to act out against him. Not that Lex felt threatened by such a thing. It would just be highly inconvenient being hunted by his own shadow. One more reason he was looking forward to completing the rite was because the owls agreed to help enchant the Jolly Rancher in such a fashion that it could be stored within his own shadow. That would be very convenient. So both the Lexes became busy with their own individual tasks, living completely independent lives. At some point, Fairy Lex realized he'd need a new name just to avoid any correlation or connection with his main self, even if it was minor. But the prospect of giving himself a new name seemed very serious. Since he could not come up with a good one at the moment, he decided to postpone it until he had an epiphany. For days later, baby Lex, who was much more of a toddler now after the growth he'd experienced upon touching the resin, finally woke up from the flood of knowledge Harash was passing to him. In truth, the transfer process ended a couple of days ago, but it took him much longer to process the information as well. It was only when he recovered that he was truly amazed and realized how valuable the information he got was. If he could make it work, then, theoretically, the place he hid could hide even from the Midnight Inn, The golden keys would be undetectable there. If he could do that, then there were certain plans of his he could implement. His mind suddenly went to the Midnight Castle and the Chamber of Rebirth. These two were rewards he got at the same time, right after he hosted Farty's wedding, alongside the Plank Protos, which allowed him to alter his cultivation technique. The fact that these rewards could be put in the same vein was enough to signify how incredible they were. He recalled their descriptions. Chamber of Rebirth, single use, the ultimate healing device. So long as a living being is alive, with even a fragment of its soul intact, it will be completely reborn regardless of any injury it sustained. No curses, karma, bloodlines, cultivation, or anything else affiliated to the previous identity will be passed on, with memories being the sole exception. Whoever uses it will be completely reborn anew. Midnight Castle Blueprint, a blueprint that allows for the construction of the Midnight Castle. This castle can be built within the territory of the inn or outside, but only one can be built. The resources to build this castle are extremely rare, and the requisite skill to build the castle itself are impossibly high. Back then, when he got both of these rewards, he imagined a way in which he could use them. The Chamber of Rebirth was incredible and could allow him to recover from any wound. Its only limitation was that it had to be stored within in property. How coincidental, then, was it that he simultaneously got the blueprint for an building that could be built anywhere in the universe, even if it was outside the inn. Moreover, it required Lex to build it with his own two hands. But the fact that the construction of such a thing required mastery of laws, not to mention ingredients that he could not get his hands on, was one of the reasons he never thought about it again. But now things were coming together, if even just a bit. With his fairy clone, he could theoretically control laws. He also found a way to completely hide a place from detection, including by even the inn itself. At the same time, he found himself inside a realm with all the knowledge of where he could find ingredients he would otherwise never be able to find. So if, with his fairy clone, he found a place remote enough that he was convinced no one would connect with him, and he could hide in, set up the protection, build the Midnight Castle within, and then shift the Chamber of Rebirth there, he could then possibly store a single drop of soul blood there. If ever, for any reason, Lex faced a formidable opponent who killed him, or if ever he was discovered as someone who was actually weak and not as strong as the innkeeper portrayed, then he could recover using this setup. The greatest part was that even if he were attacked by a curse, or a law, or anything which could trace his destiny or karma, or anything along those lines, the attack would not make its way back to that single drop of soul blood. He had been thinking about his plan for a long time, and was one of the reasons why he didn't want any connection between his fairy clone and his main body. This way he could use his fairy clone to create his entire setup, all the while undetected and leaving behind no clues. Since this concerned his potential survival, he wanted to take no chances at all. Upon thinking so far, Lex checked his system interface. He had been distracted for a while, so it was completely possible that it had returned. And indeed it had. New notification. Ingredient Amber Chaos Resin consumed. System recovery boosted by 5%. Addition of new features unsuccessful due to insufficient energy. Use of the same ingredient in the future will result in severe loss of efficiency and diminishing returns. System functionality. 28%. Lex could not help himself from grinning. An entire 5% increase. That was greater than anything he had experienced before. Harash, who was watching Lex, assumed that he was extremely pleased with the information he had attained. I'm glad that you are satisfied with the results of this exchange, but be aware that I will not do the same in the future. To have me help you, whether it is through divination or the passing on of knowledge, is not something that can be sought for. Only through natural and unprompted occurrence on both our parts can it be achieved. Also, please, in the future, do not reveal the location of where I am staying to anyone. Worry not, Master Harash. My lips are sealed. Actually, that is true. Once you leave, Lynn and I both will go deposit the knowledge of what information you purchased in the Chamber of Secrets. Lex nodded gratefully. This was something he had thought of, but felt awkward asking for. It seemed like Master Harash was a master for a reason. Chapter 1062, Tell Me More. Chapter 1062, Tell Me More. Once he finished up with Master Harriash, Lex walked out to find Vera waiting for him. Originally, he was planning on giving her a drop of mountain milk as her payment, but it was only now that he had received the information did he realize that it was nowhere near enough. This put him in a bit of a pickle. Vera grinned as she saw Lex struggling to decide what to pay her with. This was something she had already foreseen and was looking forward to enjoying. Before I pay you, is there anything specific you need? Nope, I'm good, she said, and then flashed a bright smile. Lex groaned, then gave her the drop of mountain milk. This is your advance payment. Vera happily grabbed the vial that contained the drop and said, no worries. That reminded Lex that even he had not gotten around to absorbing a drop of this yet. Now, it might be a nice time, but he had a few things he wanted to think about first. He used an illusion to change his appearance and teleported over to the makeshift restaurant being run by Kenta. He wanted to see how good the food was while he considered some things, so he ordered some food and grabbed a table. He read his latest notifications once more. The resin could still be used, but it would not provide nearly as much of a boost as the first time. The fact that it would give diminishing returns was also somewhat of a concern. That meant that he had to possibly look for other items that the system might be able to absorb. It was not so easy to come up with those since the resin itself turned out to be a Tao-level ingredient. How many of those could there be in a new realm? He had no idea, but while he thought of alternatives, he needed to find the next piece of resin anyway. The reduced effectiveness might still be worth it. He then thought about setting up the Midnight Castle. The problem with that was that even its simplest and cheapest item used in its blueprint was extremely rare and precious. So much so that the Infinity Emporium did not even have them, and only put him on a contact list, meaning they would notify him if they got their hands on what he needed. Many such ingredients might be available in the Midnight Realm, so it might not be a bad idea for his fairy clone to set out on an adventure looking for such treasures. Whenever, eventually, it would be time for him to open the realm back up, it could leave and continue the hunt for treasures, as well as a hidden place where he could build the Midnight Castle. It would preferably in a place, or even a realm, where he had never been at all. As much as he enjoyed just going on a random adventure, adventuring with a direction sounded much better. Moreover, if he managed to improve his relations with the Shadow Talons, who was to say that he couldn't use their help to find his treasures, though he wondered who it was that they were fighting with. The mass information dump he got on the realm didn't mention them, but then again, it spent more time describing the area rather than the creatures, so it wasn't a complete surprise. A drama cat suddenly said, as it put down a couple of plates in front of him, heaven must have broken off pieces of itself and sent it down to the land, or else there could never be such heavenly food. Behold, this sustenance is beyond compare. With a gravely reluctant expression, the drama cat walked away from Lex, its eyes focused only on his food. It turned away with great difficulty, and after a few more steps, turned to look back, as if giving one last look to a lover, lost to the cruel machinations of fate. Then, unable to hold back its tears, the cat quickly scurried away, lest he be seen. Lex, of course, already knew that Kenta had hired the cats in his restaurant, and they were a hit. He paid them in food, so in a way he got himself a group he could consistently test his flavors with. They also attracted customers, and that was a very important plus point since sometimes his food was not the best, if put mildly. Lex looked at his food and saw what could only be a fantasy version of spaghetti and meatballs. It smelled great, though it could not elicit the same anticipation as the crab meat patty. To this day, Lex felt conflicted about his decision to let him be instead of recruiting him. Best not to think about it. He seemed content with his life. Lex took a bite, and though he did not get the explosion of flavors the burger delivered, he was surprised to see that it was actually good. The noodles were extremely fresh and soaked in flavor. Not to mention the smooth, slippery texture they had was very satisfying. The sauce and the meatballs only served to enhance that, complementing it while still having a strong, independent presence on the plate. It seemed like the lad had learned. He was not heir to a massive organization without reason. Still, good food was not the level Lex had hoped Kenna reached. He needed to ascend to a higher realm, so that the food could absolutely knock the sock off his customers. Based on the valuable ingredients he was using, such a thing was the only acceptable level. Lex removed his disguise and waved a hand, surprising Kenta. But he did not come over, nor had Lex called him. Right now, he had customers to see. Feeling somewhat good about things, Lex left after the meal. He retreated to his cultivation room to spend some time cultivating. Domination was too useful for him to ignore, so he planned on continuing to strengthen it. Once he was done, he took a few drops of blood and set it aside. He would give those to Vera, not that they would be enough. The problem with deciding on his own how valuable her help was, he didn't know if he had paid enough or not. It created a loop of doubt where he might just keep paying her. He also took some time to meet all the other workers, from Velma to Luther and Gerard. Running the inn now that the innkeeper was not going to be around was a massive responsibility, and so he wanted to make sure there were no issues. There is a group gathering outside the boundary wall towards the south, Gerard told Lex. It's not a matter for concern. They haven't done anything to show that they might be hostile, but the group is growing. In fact, signs seem to indicate that they're setting up to create a small town right outside the inn. I don't know what their intentions are, but I brought it up to Luther. He is worried they might be targeting any future guests coming from that direction. Lex asked, "No, not yet. Unless they do something that provokes the inn, we've decided to just let them be. After all, they're not on in territory. They're free to do as they please." "Seems like you have things handled," Lex said, and was about to head out when he noticed a look of hesitation on Gerard's face. He asked, concerned. Gerard was one of his most reliable workers. Anything that gave him pause was not something he could overlook. There's a small matter, but it's not related to the inn. It's a private matter. I don't know if I should waste your," Lex said, and suddenly summoned a couple of drinks, passing one to Gerard. "I know we don't spend much time with each other besides work, but we're basically family at this point. Well, you probably know, back in my early days, I was a chauffeur for the golf carts." "Naturally. Well, yesterday, I met someone on the racetrack near the village who was quite the driver. It was a close call. I barely beat her. But afterwards, she invited me out on a date. Usually, I politely reject such offers. But I don't know why. Yesterday, I just felt a strange feeling in my chest. As if summoned by some holy magic, Velma suddenly appeared beside them." Chapter 1063 Intentions. Chapter 1063 Intentions. 1063 Intentions. Lex was, for once, genuinely surprised by something that happened inside the inn. He had not sensed Velma's arrival at all. He was even more surprised when he realized that he had sensed a spatial ripple. "Did you just use teleportation?" he asked, unable to hold himself back. "Why, yes, I did. Many of the inn workers have a mild space affinity, so Z has been holding lessons on and off. I listened to a few here and there, though I wasn't too interested. Until about a few seconds ago. My gut was telling me something important was going on, and I reacted." The mature-looking worker didn't blush, but he did scratch his head out of embarrassment. "You have sharp instincts," Lex said admiringly. "But do not make Gerard conscious." "Of course," said Velma, as she pulled up a chair and grabbed a drink herself as well. "Of course he does. I'm all for it. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, he's already waited too long. But that's besides the point. Gerard, go on." The fellow did just that, and, after clearing his throat just a bit, he turned back towards Lex. "Like I was saying, I was enjoying the tracks on my off day. It's been a while since a good race, so I was enjoying just doing laps when she suddenly pulled up and challenged me to a race. Naturally, I was up for it. It was a good, thrilling race. Honestly, like I was saying, I was enjoying the tracks on my off day. It could have been anybody's win." "That seems great. You two share a hobby, and clearly you're interested in her. I don't see what you're struggling with," Lex commented. That's exactly where the issue came in. A silence filled the room as Lex waited for Gerard to elaborate on the situation, but the old worker just looked back at him. He turned to look at Velma, who was also blank-faced. "If you don't mind me asking, why did you think of me and not Velma for this?" "Oh yes, Velma has done a lot of research on this. But the thing about most of us in workers is that before working at the inn, we did not exist. We had no prior experiences. But workers like you have your own experiences outside the inn. You've done other things. You're also very competent. Lex nearly coughed out blood. It had been a while since someone did so much damage to him so easily. Yes, of course. I have been on dates before, Lex said as he blocked out all memories of his only former girlfriend. She was not a bad person, and they did not end their relationship on bad terms. But when he recalled all the cringe things that he said and did while pursuing her, Lex suddenly felt like visiting the Chamber of Secrets and purging all the shameful memories. So what you need is date ideas? That's perfect. We're supposed to meet in a few hours. You should dress casually. At least, that's what the instruction manual I found said. Wait, why do I need to get dressed? Indeed, I do. That's why when Lilith asked me out, I suggested I bring a friend. And so she said she'd bring a friend as well. Lex's jaw dropped. Did Gerard just set up a double date? Was he getting set up? On a blind date, no less. So that you can show us how it's done? Lilith also confessed that she's never been on a date either, since she never had the time before. Velma's eyes were gleaming. Clearly she understood the situation better than Gerard, but she said nothing to hint that the old worker had blundered. Instead, she gave Lex a knowing grin. Lex sighed. This was not how he imagined his first date in forever starting out. Or was the love at first sight? The saving the damsel from a suppressive family? The dragon that held her in a tower? Well then, Gerard, the first thing you need to know is that even in casual attire, you cannot be sloppy. Let's walk over to Jeeves while we talk. We probably don't have a lot of time, and there are many things I want to cover. He repeated, confused. Indeed, your intentions. You can't just drive up to a girl in your fancy golf cart and expect her to drop everything and join you in long circuit races. You have to take things at a reasonable pace. Maybe some backstreet racing or a short ride over the lawn to start things out. See how you both feel on different kinds of terrain. I see. Yes. Are you looking for a long-term racing partner or just someone to casually burn rubber with on the weekends? Your intentions. Chapter 1064, Planning a Date. Chapter 1064, Planning a Date. I will be honest, Lex, I hadn't thought about this, Gerard said as he brushed his goatee with his hands. Dating is a topic I never really gave much thought to at all. But at that moment when she asked me out, I felt like it was a good idea and agreed. There's nothing wrong with that, Lex said with a tone of confidence, as if he had thoroughly mastered the art of relationships. It's perfectly fine to not have all the answers at the moment. Right now, you are in the beginning stages, so all you really need to see is if you enjoy each other's company. Don't put too much pressure on yourself and act naturally. But if things go well and you guys decide to continue dating, then you definitely should mention it. This is important so that you two can identify if you both have the same thing in mind. What about you? Gerard asked, looking at Lex. He froze. What did he want? My situation is a little different. You caught me unaware. Usually, when you invite someone on a double date, they already know about it and are open to it. For now, all I want is to accompany you and make sure everything goes well. As for the long term, I'm not sure. I have too much work to do. The innkeeper has given me many tasks. I don't think I'll have time for a long, committed relationship. After all, I never know where I'm going to be from one day to the next. My cultivation realm is also rapidly rising as a result of all my work. It would be awkward if I start dating someone in the nascent realm and in 10 years become an immortal. Then, in another 100 years, I become a heavenly immortal, all the while she is still stuck as a nascent realm cultivator. You've thought a lot about this, it seems, Gerard commented. Well, I've not dated since I started to cultivate, so I'm not sure. But I imagine it creates a divide. You felt yourself the difference between realms of power. You must have perceived the world differently when you were weaker compared to when you were stronger. So similarly, I imagine if the cultivation gap is too large, then it becomes hard to understand one another. Of course, I bet people overcome such things all the time as well. If it's true love, then I'm sure both people will overlook any differences. But I think, for now, we're getting ahead of ourselves. For now, what we should focus on is only today's date. All right, well, ideally, a good date should have some activity or experience that you both can enjoy, as well as some time to enjoy and talk to one another and connect. The two bounced a few ideas off each other, right up until they reached the Midnight Tailor, discovering Velma already waiting for them there with a smile. Lex asked, right before a big event is no time to begin experimenting. I've already told what outfits to prepare. He's getting the materials ready. Lex suddenly shuddered as he remembered his weight the last time he gave his measurements. He was convinced that he would weigh even more now. Best not to think about it. When they walked in, to their surprise, it wasn't just Jeeves waiting for them. Z, Luther, Anita, Harry, and Sandra were sitting around chatting with one another, but froze when the two entered. Lex asked, suddenly staring at Velma. I thought everyone could give suggestions, she said innocently. Not bad, Gerard said with a nod. With more minds, we can think of better ideas. Lex was just suggesting we take the Silent Wanderer to a spot a little distance from here, where there is a wonderful natural dirt track we can use for a small race. That sounds too tame, Luther said seriously. Whatever you do, don't forget to style your hair first. Your attire won't count for much if your own hair is all over the place, said Harry. I agree with Luther. Back when Gawain was courting me, we used to go on conquests all the time and conquered many enemy nations. It really strengthened the bonds between us, said Anita, as she lovingly rubbed her slightly protruding belly. The Lich's charm was recently growing, taking on a motherly glow. I think one of you should play music for them, or maybe both, Z said shyly. From time to time, he would glance at Sandra, and everyone in the room besides the girl herself noticed his interest in her. Forget all of them. You need to go to the beach. She was pretending to know exactly what she was insinuating, but Lex's spirit sense could see the chit full of random pieces of advice she had hidden behind her back. It seemed like she had copied them from a magazine. Chapter 1065, You've Kept Me Waiting. Chapter 1065, You've Kept Me Waiting, Luther asked, looking at the group. There needs to be an element of danger and excitement. But we're going to avoid any conquests or hunting and somehow tie in racing. Yes, that's perfect, exclaimed Z, but we'll need modified golf carts for that. There are also icy caverns nearby. That could be a perfect spot for a nice meal afterwards, Velma added. Better yet if they have a meal waiting for them when they reach. She teleported away, making use of the ability she had only just recently learned. I'll go get the cards from Xion, Z said, and dashed away. I'll make sure to add a small surprise to the track. Keep the excitement up, said Luther, and walked away. I'll make sure there are no sentient trees or rocks nearby to spy on our date, Sandra said, before running away herself as well. I'll get you the new communication devices that the Midnight Portal has been giving out. This way you can message each other after the dates are over, commented Anita. But instead of going anywhere herself, she just commanded one of her undead servants to do the task. Over the past half hour, the entire group had reworked the date Lex had meticulously designed, and it was with great reluctance that he admitted their plan might actually be better, but only because it drew inspiration from his own plan idea. Regardless, they had more or less finalized their plan. Jeeves, who was also there the entire time, didn't contribute much to the conversation mainly because he was busy taking measurements. And when he wasn't doing that, he was grumbling about his suits that had come to life and walked away. He still believed the suits owed him payment for being made in the first place, but there was nothing he could do about it for now since none of them had any money yet. Lex and Gerard stuck around while Jeeves worked, since Velma had really done well with the selection. Gerard was outfitted with formal pants, a white shirt, and a suit vest, with the pants and vest being navy blue. While such an outfit still looked incredibly formal, accompanied by a stylish hat, it was the most informal Gerard had ever dressed in his entire life. He literally had dressed more formally than this when he was going to war. Lex, on the other hand, got beige cotton pants, a t-shirt with a picture of Little Blue on it, and a smart summer blazer. She also encouraged him to stop using the illusion that made him look tall, as it was not the politest thing to do when going on a date. The reminder of his current stature caused Lex to groan. As far as he could tell, his body was undergoing normal aging as if he was a baby, so he would have to wait years before he regained his height. That was also only considering if his aging process was not slowed down because of his cultivation, or else he might need to wait for decades. Once they were dressed, they accompanied Harry to his barber shop, where he pulled out all the stops to make them look good. Harry's skills had improved tremendously since Lex first got a haircut from him so many years ago, and after spending just 20 minutes styling their hair and augmenting their auras and souls, they were ready for their dates. Even though Lex knew that this technically wasn't a real date for him, he couldn't help but feel slightly nervous. Fortunately, he had a lot of experience hiding his emotions perfectly, Lex asked as he looked at himself in the mirror. He had to admit, he was looking very nice. Maybe he should stop by the barber shop more often. By the fishing well. I heard it was customary to give dates flowers, chocolates, or other gifts. That was surprisingly brilliant in its own way. Lex looked at Gerard, studying him deeply. Was this really his first date ever? Maybe the original person he had been cloned from was some kind of Casanova. They hopped in a golf cart, and Gerard drove them all the way to the well. This was the first time Lex spent some time having a casual conversation with a man, and discovered that he was really missing out. Talking to Gerard was like talking to an educated scholar, and because his bloodline allowed him unique ways to control energy through items, his perspective about energy was also quite different. As much as he enjoyed relaxing back in the sealed domain, maybe next time he wanted to relax, he should do it with his workers at the inn. There was no need to always spend time alone. Looks like they're waiting for us, Gerard said, as he drifted his golf cart across the lawn, coming to a stop in the perfect parking location. Lex followed Gerard's gaze and spotted another golf cart occupied by two devils. Upon spotting Gerard, one of them lit up and quickly stepped out, revealing her high heel, long leather boots. The hem of her high-waisted pants were tucked into her boots, and its black fabric looked extremely flattering as it tightly hugged her legs. She was wearing a white t-shirt, the base of which ended just as it met her pants, and she was wearing a leather jacket atop it, though she left the zip open. Her bright red hair was tied into a ponytail and matched perfectly with deep red lipstick. Gerard, she said softly, as if tasting the name on her tongue. Chapter 1066, Oozing Charisma. Chapter 1066, Oozing Charisma. Gerard, who moments ago had been struggling with the fact that he was not wearing a tie of a blazer, forgot his troubles at the sight of Lilith. My apologies for making you wait, he said, as he gave a light bow to show his sincerity. Lex's eyebrows shot up. So aggressive. Clearly this man had no shyness issue at all. So what did he need a wingman for? Shaking his head, Lex got off the cart as well and looked over to the other lady who was supposed to be his date. Unlike Lilith, who was dressed in black and had red hair, his date was wearing a long, red dress and had pitch black hair that had been tied up in a bun. Her fair skin was free of any blemishes, and she looked quite enchanting in her dress. More importantly, he could tell by the way she stood that she was strong. No, Lex, don't assess the battle capabilities of your date. It was something he had to remind himself. He would have tried to scan her, but his system was once again offline since he had absorbed the newfound system just a short while ago to continue the repairing process. Not that he needed it. He could have recalled any information he wished to if only he focused on it. But he chose not to do that. He stepped up beside Gerard, who had taken Lilith's hand and kissed it. My goodness, the man was oozing charisma. Ah, Lilith, allow me to introduce you. This is my friend, Lex. Do not let appearances fool you. He only became like this after being crushed by the void while rescuing me and a few others. Lex, it's a pleasure to meet you, Lilith said with an admiring smile. The pleasure is mine, Lex said, as he placed a hand on his heart and nodded. Considering that devils were the largest number of his repeated guests, he had learned quite a lot about them, including some of their customs and etiquettes. The greeting he had extended was a formal one, usually done by someone powerful or in a position of authority. Doing so was not showing off because then he would also be judged according to the position he had taken, and if he did not measure up, then it instead put him in a position of dishonor. Shall we go to the well? I have been looking forward to your welcoming gift. I think putting it in the hands of fate was a bold move, Lilith said, as she extended her elbow. Without any hesitation, as if he had done so countless times, Gerard put his arm in the opening she created, locking elbow with her. Tell me about these welcoming gifts. It was only an immense amount of self-control that stopped Lex from dropping his jaw as he saw the couple walk forward with arms locked. What about them looked like this was their first date? Fortunately, Cindy was similarly stunned and apparently had not been able to hold herself back the way Lex did. But she quickly caught herself and looked towards Lex apologetically. Before she could say anything, Lex extended his spirit sense to her. Clearly, you're just as interested in the two of them as I am. She was taken aback by how forward Lex was, but then nodded. Lilith has turned down many excellent devils before, of extremely noble stock. I really want to see what makes this Gerard so special. That's why I came, she admitted frankly. I'm also curious about who can catch the interest of Gerard. Cindy and Lex quickly caught up with the two lovebirds, who hadn't noticed that they had fallen back at all. A welcoming gift is the opening move in a courtship. It is supposed to be a symbolic representation of the relationship two will share if it comes to blood. Normally, great care is taken to address each aspect of it, as its insinuation can be extremely nuanced. But to leave such a thing in the hands of fate, it is incredibly bold. How exciting. Unfortunately, the fishing well is technically not working in its full capacity since everything in the inn is still getting used to the new realm. But in preparation for this, I had someone commission a replica of the well. Indeed, all the inn's services besides the rooms were not really working, so Gerard had requested John and Zeon to help him in this endeavor. They had created a well for him to use, though how well it worked was still to be seen. The fact that the services weren't working was also one of the reasons Lex hadn't been in a rush to ask Master Harash to go to the Chamber of Secrets. Gerard stepped forward, reluctantly pulling his hand from Lilith's, and grabbed the fishing rod that was placed beside it. He activated the well, and then, without an ounce of nervousness or hesitation, threw in the hook. I have a small confession, Lilith, Gerard said as he continued to roll open the reel, letting the hook sink lower into the well. This well might not be as random as I originally let on. Oh, well, I selected a few options. Which one comes out is still up to chance, he said, then suddenly yanked the line, pulling out the entire reel in one smooth motion. At the end of it, in the hook, were car keys. Chapter 1067, Tuk Tuk. Chapter 1067, Tuk Tuk. Lex watched with a troubled look as Gerard dramatically fished out the car keys. He wondered if it was such a good idea to let him do this. If the old fellow ever learned about the viscous power he wielded so easily, he may soon become the playboy of the Midnight Inn. It was always obvious to him that Gerard liked racing. From the looks of it, the same was true for Lilith. If Gerard had, with great foresight, arranged for the gift to be some kind of bike, like maybe a heavy bike or a chopper or something along those lines, then his instincts for this kind of stuff was absolutely lethal. Lex did not mean to stereotype, but Lilith looked like the kind of girl who enjoyed riding bikes, so he didn't imagine there would be any issue there. He could already visualize the old man riding across the inn, with Lilith hugging him from the back, holding him tightly as he drifted across all kinds of terrain. A part of Lex wanted to start taking lessons from Gerard. If he had been half as suave as Gerard, he'd already be married by now. Not that Lex wanted to get married or anything. He could see the excitement in Lilith's eyes as she saw the keys. Really well played. At this point, he wouldn't be surprised if Gerard even had the bike customized. Not that it was confirmed if it was a bike yet. Oh, my keys. How promising, Lilith asked as she ran up to Gerard. I got us a bike, Gerard said as he handed her the keys. One of our guests was talking to me about it. Apparently, back on Earth, this was one of the fastest and most dangerous bikes on the road. I had Zeon make it for me. Where is it? Oh no, all we need to do is... Gerard pressed a button on the key, and it began to transform. Lex was impressed for all of 1 second before he became stunned. For all his experience as the innkeeper and all the surprises he had been through in life, he was absolutely not ready for what Gerard's key turned into. In front of him, in all its three-wheel glory, was a tuk-tuk. Formerly known as an auto-rickshaw, these death vehicles were rampant on the streets of Thailand, and for what he understood, India as well. When he was young, he had the chance to sit in one, and he had to say they glided through the streets better than a jet could fly in the air. They had skills that would put the pilots from the best movies to shame, and a fearlessness that would thwart any racing movie franchise with 13 movies and a plot no one can follow. The light frame of the dreaded tuk-tuk made it easy to maneuver, and all it needed was a total disregard for one's life, since the only protection one could avail in one is an absolute faith in a higher being with a plan that did not involve them dying. Did he see boosters on that thing? Did he even need boosters? Well, I can't wait to ride in it, but first, I need to fish as well. I prepared a few things, but if you wish to add something, you can just toss it in the well. In that case, let me just... Lilith walked over to the well and dropped a few things into the well before grabbing the fishing pole and taking her turn. She ended up fishing out a thin, black notebook that reminded Lex of a very famous anime he'd seen that would allow killing someone just by writing their name in it. It's a personal journal, Lilith explained, quenching Lex's worry. Just because she was a devil didn't mean she was evil, he told himself. Once you bond with it, it will automatically make an entry every time you have an experience you find worth remembering. Lex paused. That actually sounded very nice. He made a mental note to get one for himself. He doubted he'd ever forget what it was like to swim through lava, but he might forget the feeling he got when he experienced something new for the first time. He didn't want all his good memories to be overshadowed by his traumas. This was something he really needed to get for himself. Gerard exclaimed as he took the notebook and bound it to himself immediately. Before he could even do anything, writing began to enter right in front of him, marking down the time Lilith gave him a wonderful gift. Since the book was open, everyone read it at the same time, and the memory was written in such cute words, it immediately created an adorable environment. Lex pulled Cindy aside to the well, giving the couple a moment of privacy. Allow me to fish something out for you as well, Lex said as he walked towards the well. I thought we were just going to observe the two, Cindy said, though she made no move to stop Lex. We are, but that doesn't mean we can't enjoy ourselves in the meantime. Besides, if I see any more than I'm seeing right now, I might need to put up a parental advisory, Lex said as he looked towards Gerard and Lilith. They were still reading something in the journal and whispering amongst themselves. He turned his sight back towards the well, then dropped a few items in as well. He grabbed the fishing rod. It was time to see how his luck was. Chapter 1068 right now. Chapter 1068 right now, Cindy exclaimed before throwing in some things. Despite her nonchalance, she truly seemed excited about this. Lex briefly wondered about devil dating culture. Even though he had read up about them, this was a topic he didn't particularly know much about. They were surprisingly relaxed about seeing a human, even though humans were considered to have lower potential than devils, because of the cosmic ascendant spectrum. But maybe Lilith and Cindy in particular didn't care about it. Not that he was on a real date with Cindy. They had agreed, they were just watching the other two. After Cindy moved away, Lex threw in the hook and let the line loosen. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to do anything else, so he waited for a few moments. It seemed that he didn't have to do anything else, because after a moment the line tightened, and he quickly fished out whatever he had hooked. Lex had to admit, there was a tinge of excitement and anticipation that filled him as he wondered what he caught. Wait, was that the appeal of fishing? Was he on the path to becoming a fisherman? Before he could find an answer, he managed to pull out the item. Hanging there tantalizingly was a pint of chocolate fudge brownie ice cream. Not bad at all, said Lex as he gave the pint to Cindy. It had been a while since he had ice cream. Isn't this breakup food? Cindy said as she grabbed the pint, unsure of what to feel. It seemed that fate was sending clear hints. But that was fine. They weren't on a date anyway. They were just having fun and passing the time. That was it. Cindy grabbed the fishing rod from Lex and repeated the process a little forcefully. It seemed that maybe she wasn't too satisfied with the gift she got. A few moments later, she caught something and pulled out a nondescript rectangle wooden box. At a glance, neither of them could tell what it was, so Cindy grabbed it to take a closer look. Oh hey, it opens up, she said as she lifted the top. Revealed within was the figure of a petite ballerina that began dancing once the lid was opened, with gentle music playing in the background. It looks like a children's toy, she said, but Lex did not comment because he was suddenly reminded of Giselle. She was the only cultivator ballerina he knew, and her skill in both dance and combat were remarkable. He could not help but wonder what she was doing right at that time. Cindy probed when she noticed his silence. Sorry, I got distracted. This is called a musical box. Well, don't take this as a comment on your size when I give it to you, she said, suppressing a chuckle. Lex snorted. This was definitely not a date. Blood. There was blood everywhere, and at this point, Giselle didn't know if it was hers or her enemies. She had suffered wounds. She knew that much. She didn't have the time to stop and consider how serious they were. Being surrounded by hundreds of Magarin flies did not give her the time. It didn't help that every time she killed one, it would explode, sending its blood and guts everywhere. No matter how nimble she was, it was hard to dodge an explosion. But finally, after hours and hours, she did it. For a while. But when she saw that there were no more enemies anywhere, she fell to her knees. Finally, she had done it. Congratulations, you have passed the test. When the champion's tourney begins, someone will come and get you, said a deep voice, even though there was no one around her. Giselle grit her teeth and stabbed her sword in the ground, pushing herself to stand. Her wounds began to heal at a visible rate. She had only just procured the attendance qualifications. Now she had to make sure she was strong enough to pass. 6 hiltless swords hovered around Alexander, drawing in spiritual energy and converting into something else before depositing it in his body. Now that he had finally reached the nascent realm, he could finally begin to show the real effects of his cultivation technique. His grandparents, before disappearing on their 39th honeymoon, had sent him a ticket that said Champions Tourney. He wasn't sure what it was, but he knew they wouldn't have sent it if it wasn't important. Raphael Carter Bravi, son of King Marlowe, opened his eyes with a stunned daze. It took him a few hours to regain awareness, and when he did, the first thing he did was check the date. I went back in time again, he muttered. No, wait. I probably saw the future again. Larry opened his eyes and found himself in a spaceship scrapyard. Countless metal rods were cutting through his body, though that was just his way of cultivating. It pained him to leave the Midnight Inn behind, but he had to take the chance. A bunch of oracles were visiting the Midnight Inn, and one of them predicted that his family was still actually alive, and the only way he could get them back was if he gained the attention of some important people in the Champions Tourney. He had no idea what that was, but he couldn't afford getting locked in the inn, so he left. Larry clenched his fists and recalled Jeffrey, the twisted freak who had his family kidnapped for no reason than to see him suffer. He'd spent a long time thinking about revenge. He would get it one way or another. In an unmapped part of the Origin realm, the being that had taken to calling itself Jeffrey formed a new body that looked a lot like an angel. In his hand was a ticket covered in blood. At his feet was a shriveled-up body that could no longer be identified. Chapter 1069, All's Fair in Love and War. Chapter 1069, All's Fair in Love and War. Typically, Lex had a lot of confidence in himself. He had proven his competence at every turn and achieved much in his short life. But he knew when to admit that he'd met someone better than him, and that is exactly what happened. Lilith had melted like butter in his hands, and she was practically inseparable from him. He didn't want to pry into their private matters, so he didn't check her age, but he was certain she wasn't exactly a teenager, so it was quite admirable how easily she had swooned. Of course, Lex also used his own sixth sense to judge if she was doing this just to get close to him. The Devils did not have a stellar reputation to begin with, and it wouldn't even be the first time they targeted the inn. But whether they were his instincts, which he could guide to target something much more easily now, his sixth sense, or his general ability to read his target, they all agreed that Lilith was being quite genuine in her appreciation of Gerard, though his instincts did give him a soft warning that she came with her own baggage. A devil with a past hiding out at the inn wasn't exactly news of the century, so he moved on. Fortunately, Cindy had completely lost interest in Lex after getting the pint of ice cream as her welcoming gift, though she did share the ice cream with him, so that was nice. But the lack of concern over the date put Lex in a unique opportunity to gather information about Lilith, if he so wished. After all, even if she didn't have ulterior motives, didn't mean she wouldn't be trouble. But after thinking about it for a while, Lex ultimately decided not to pry. If Gerard asked for his help, he'd look into her. But since he only asked for help in ensuring the date went well, that is what he focused on. The four of them squeezed into the tuk-tuk, while Lilith followed Gerard's instructions and led them to Cirque, who was waiting with the Silent Wanderer to take them to their next spot. Lex had to admit, without the fear of imminent death, it was quite an enjoyable ride. Cirque then flew them to the site for the next segment of their date, which was a hilly region occupied by a race of evolved worms called Warpal. They were not sentient, but they were incredibly strong as well as dangerous. They had to be, considering that the mountains and hills in the Midnight Realm were made mostly of giant spirit stones. Any worm that could bore through, that was far from simple. What made this site perfect for the continuation of their date was that they terraformed the spirit stone, turning it first into fine grains, which eventually clumped together to form some kind of soil. But the region was still being formed, and the soil made of spirit stone dust still contained a tremendous amount of energy, which meant that the slightest touch might actually cause the ground beneath you to explode. Of course, that was not an issue for Lex or any of the others, but for ordinary people this was quite a dangerous location. For them, though, it was just an interesting race course with unpredictable traps. That just added to the excitement of the racing. For this, the group of workers had golf carts that had been slightly modified with a temporary boost button. If any of them sensed that the ground underneath their carts was going to explode and they hit the button in time, it would dash forward and move out of the explosion range. The track had been clearly marked, so there was no danger of anyone getting lost or ending up elsewhere, and it ended at the mouth of a cave that everyone was just temporarily called the Icy Caverns. In truth, it was a cavern filled with a type of extremely clear spirit stone that looked like ice, and along with some local plant life, it made for quite a romantic spot. In fact, they had been planning on extending official and residences nearby once the innkeeper returned. They had prepared many such proposals while they explored the new lands, and tried to become familiar with it. Once the Silent Wanderer landed, Lex jumped out and was surprised when he sensed a pulse of energy traveling through the ground, responding to his footsteps. Each time he took a step, another pulse traveled through the ground, and he could tell that if he were a little forceful, that pulse might change into something a little more deadly. He could imagine how a single explosion here might set off a chain of explosions that would cause the entire region to explode. Were they racing or setting off a nuclear explosion? And why was he so excited by the idea? It suddenly occurred to him that if he were back on Earth, he could probably weather a nuclear explosion with his body unaffected. Well, maybe he'd be slightly harmed and burn a few hairs here and there, but he'd come out fine. After all, he was tempering himself to survive the ultimate volcanic eruption. Lex had to ask. Although he knew about the realm, that was only to a certain extent, and even then he found it difficult to access all the information. He was not kept up to date with the new changes taking place in the realm, such as this particular race course. We've already caused a few explosions while testing the spot out. There's a natural mechanism in place to prevent the explosion from affecting the rest of the soil, so there's no concern. They will, at most, harm the golf carts a little, answered Gerard. Since there is a race, there also has to be a prize, said Cindy, who also jumped out of the ship. Gerard hesitated, since he hadn't prepared anything, but since Lex was there to back him up, how could he let him look bad? He quickly accessed his knowledge of everything inside the Midnight Inn and searched for natural treasures nearby. Like the mountain milk, there were countless other resources born here that could directly benefit cultivators even at the immortal levels. Even though he had not spied on them, Lex had spent enough time around other cultivators to be able to judge their levels. Cindy and Lilith both were immortals. Since when were immortals so common? There was no point pondering over such a question, because it was in Lex's fate to continuously run into cultivators stronger than him. About 500 miles from here, there is a valley where a piece of a rainbow broke off and solidified, turning into small gems. The winner can take one of those gems for free. I believe you might have heard of them. Both Lilith and Cindy froze. Skittles were legendary natural treasures that had no fixed price in the outside world because they were never for sale. Not only did they taste amazing, but they also strengthened one's skin, improving the defensive capabilities of any who eats them by manyfold. As a result of skin being refined in such a way, it also naturally enhanced beauty and charm of whoever ate them. They also tasted great. Gerard, who had the Regalia Bloom bloodline, which had undergone multiple evolutions, was the personification of walking, talking charm. The bloodline made everything about him extremely appealing, which had been a source of great pain for him as he gained too many admirers as a result, which impeded him from doing his job. So it was suffice to say, he did not really care about that part of the gem's capability. But even he was tempted by that increase in defense, especially since it could even work on immortals. Lilith and Cindy, too, did not care about the beauty at all. Their eyes were completely not gleaming at the thought of getting their hands on Skittles, and a baleful aura did not immediately surround them. That was all in Lex's mind. None of it was real. "I think they like the prize," he said to Gerard, who only smiled. There was a competitiveness in his eyes that said he was not about to just let them win. Without any more banter, everyone quickly got in their respective carts. Lex tossed a rock in the air, and as soon as it touched the ground, everyone slammed their foot on the accelerator. The game was on, and it was no longer a playful experience. Lilith yelled over from her cart. "Yeah, just don't kill anyone." Lex responded jokingly, but the very serious nod she gave made him think that she might not have gotten his joke. The next moment, a massive meteor suddenly just appeared in the sky, and it was aiming for all of them. Chapter 1070 Welcome to the Family. Chapter 1070 Welcome to the Family. Lex screamed as he conjured a dozen arrays around his cart to boost the speed. He looked suspiciously towards Lilith, who had to be instructed not to kill someone, but discovered that she too was taken aback by the meteor hurling down towards them. That's when he recalled Luther wanting to set up a surprise. He looked up, and sure enough, the flames on that meteor seemed all too familiar. Luther had completely mastered the flames, making them even more powerful than the ones he encountered back in his test in the temple. He shook his head, hoping that meteors were the only surprise, when his cart suddenly jerked. A lasso made entirely of energy appeared around his cart without warning and pulled him backwards. The next second, Cindy zoomed past him. "Thanks for the boost," she said, dissipating the lasso. Lex chuckled. They were going to play games with him? Domination, glyphs, sword intent, and countless arrays all appeared around him at once as he tried to regain his spot in the lead. But his opponents were not pushovers either. Gerard had unleashed the power of his bloodline that had undergone 2 evolutions. Regalia Bloom allowed him to channel energy through other objects. In his case, he was treating his entire golf cart as the object and everything around him as the source of energy. He did not even dodge the flaming meteor and instead directly crashed into it. But instead of resulting in a devastating explosion, it only provided him with an enormous amount of energy, which he used to boost his cart ahead of the others. Lilith summoned black vapors that surrounded her, and painted everything they touched black, suddenly empowering them. The aura she started to exude was deep and powerful, and reminded Lex of a devil he met long ago. On instinct, he could not help but recall the information he read about Lilith. It was something he did. A small, subconscious part of him was constantly monitoring and recording information about his guests, or at least it did that when he still had the host attire. He recalled her full name, which nearly caused him to slam the brakes on his cart. Damn it, was he about to witness a live recreation of the light novels where a rich dad's daughter falls in love with a broke man? Gerard was not exactly without a background, and he was not broke either. But could he compare to Lilith Val Kilger? The last name sounded familiar because it was exactly the same as Loretta Penal Val Kilger, the daughter of a Dow Lord. Was Lilith her sister? No wonder the aura she exuded felt so similar. This brought a whole new meaning to when Cindy told him that Lilith had never dated anyone. Who would have the guts to date the daughter of a Dow Lord? Probably only the child of another Dow Lord. Lex felt like he was about to get a headache, as if he didn't have enough problems to deal with. But it should be fine, right? The Midnight and also supposedly had a Dow Lord, so they should be equal, right? He could not help but think back to the feedback his instincts had given him. Was being the daughter of a Dow Lord considered baggage? He felt like grumbling, but instead just focused on the race. He was already falling behind. Since he was already in dangerous territory, he might as well at least win a race. A part of him wondered if he should employ a no-dating guest policy. But considering that Harry had already married a guest, it was a little late to employ such tactics. Speaking of Harry, the fast winds and brutal shockwaves of countless explosions kept assaulting him, but not a single hair on his head had moved. That was some mighty fine hair gel the guy was using. The race continued, and Lex became even more ferocious in his attempts to win. He showed absolutely no mercy, but his foes were not ordinary either. While domination completely suppressed others, both Cindy and Lilith had a higher cultivation than him, and so were able to resist it easily. The glyphs, on the other hand, drew a strong reaction from them, as even they could not escape it unaffected, as expected from a means used by dragons. But the one person he never even managed to attempt to affect was Gerard. His racing skills had improved drastically since the Grand Prix, and his use of his bloodline was the perfect augmentation. Without his bloodline, he was an expert driver, but with it he was untouchable. No amount of meteors or attacks from others slowed him down at all, and even domination reached him, he would pit the others against Lex so that he would need to focus on them instead of him. In the end, Lex accepted defeat, mainly because he had no choice in the matter. Lex actually came in third, behind Lilith, which caused him to grumble a bit. He was enjoying being unchallenged in the Midnight Realm so much that he forgot that it was, in fact, his own, and that was filled with countless experts much more powerful than him. He should practice being humble. Yes, he was totally humble. Lex resisted the urge to glare at Gerard, and instead congratulated him on a well-earned win. But he hardly got a word in, because Lilith was exceptionally excited by Gerard's win, likely even more than if she had won herself. Lex could see a hint of obsession in her eyes, but he chose to ignore it for now. From the finish line, the entrance to the icy caverns was visible, and apparently a scrumptious meal was waiting for them inside, so the group slowly began to make their way inside. It was tough to get a word in between the two since Gerard and Lilith were practically stuck together, but Lex at least needed to probe Lilith's intentions. This was no longer about respecting their privacy, as he wanted to know if her father would have opinions about her dating Gerard. There was also the chance, however small, that she just shared a last name with Loretta and was in fact not related. Lex didn't believe it, but hypothetically speaking, it was possible. Finally, when they reached the heart of the cavern, surrounded by beautiful clear crystals wrapped in vines that pulsed with a giant, white light, Lex found an opportunity. The sight was mesmerizing, as if they were giants walking through a spiraling galaxy, and because of their higher realms, they could appreciate it much more than a mortal ever could. After they took the sight in for a moment, Gerard noticed that their table was set, but there was no food. He excused himself for a moment to go check what happened. Ordinarily, Lex would have told him to stay and gone to check himself, but this time he allowed him to go and stepped up beside Lilith. I'm a little late in saying this, but congratulations on coming second. It's not so simple to beat me in a race, Lex said, forgetting that he was supposed to be humble. Thank you. You put up quite a fight, though Gerard has mentioned you're quite adept at teleportation. Where's the fun in that? You have to earn your win, just like you. The aura on your black vapors reminded me of the time I met Loretta. Technically, Lex had no idea what Loretta's powers were, but that wasn't the point. The point was to mention that Lex was aware of her background. He looked at her and saw a frozen expression. Lilith clearly hadn't expected anyone to realize her background so easily. After all, she had not mentioned it to anyone, and Cindy wouldn't either. It was pure happenstance. Her father was meeting with the innkeeper, and she was at the inn, so I had the chance. Lex said nothing, and he was even smiling as he spoke, but the seriousness in his eyes was not easy to overlook. He was telling her clearly that he knew her background thoroughly. For a moment, she did not speak, as if gathering her thoughts. I have a big family. Even I've never had the chance to meet Loretta. As for my father, I've never even spoken to him, let alone had the opportunity to meet with him. I'm not really qualified to comment on anyone else's family. Mine is pretty strange as well. But the Midnight Inn is my family now. The last time a devil messed with Gerard and the rest, I tossed them into the void. Lilith turned her head sideways and looked at Lex with a smile. After a moment, she said, "Did you know that among some older devil families, it is customary for a guardian to threaten a new member of the family, especially if they're joining as a spouse?" Lex's fake smile froze. Did he just give her his blessing to marry Gerard? Chapter 1071 Exhausting. Chapter 1071 Exhausting. Before Lex could clarify the situation, Gerard came back, holding a picnic basket. It didn't matter. He'd said what he needed to say and somewhat understood her situation. But just because she thought that her father, who was a Tao Lord, did not pay attention to her, did not mean that was what the situation was. It still required some caution, but it was not like he was going to stop Gerard. After all, maybe this was a way for Tao Lord to build connections. Now that Lex had a better understanding of the power Tao Lords had, he knew that the distance between realms was no real gap to them, and it should be even more so when keeping track of their progeny. There was a chance that the Inn's destiny protection kept them from looking in on their kids, but considering that the system was barely functioning at the moment, that was hard to imagine. The dinner went nicely, and since they were all seated together, instead of only talking amongst themselves, Gerard and Lilith included the other two in the conversation as well. They were both so in sync that it felt like he and Cindy were being hosted by the couple. Afterwards, Gerard took out some smartphones from the picnic basket and gave everyone each. The phones were connected to the Midnight Inn's own portal, which was basically just like its own internet. As of right now, there wasn't much on it, but at least they could communicate with each other as long as they were in the inn. With time, more and more features would be added to it. Lex eventually planned on spreading this across the entire realm without disclosing its origin, and eventually launching various services through it. He once read a novel about a universal internet of sorts that could do everything from teleportation to mail delivery to selling goods and services across the entire universe. He did not expect for his portal to reach the level of a fantasy novel, but it would be pretty cool if everyone started using it. Then he too could be a proper capitalist and do evil things like steal user data. And no, he meant improve the user experience after reviewing usership logs. The group exchanged contact information and even created a group chat before finally heading back towards the Silent Wanderer. The date was both mentally and emotionally exhausting for Lex, so he was glad when it was finally over. He wanted to say something like kids grow up so fast, but he was for certain taking his time with his body growing up. But Lex had a rare break waiting for him now, since the system was absorbing the newborn system, and he still had to figure out his plan for getting the remaining resin before actually going to get them. He allowed himself a break. After all, as a baby, he was supposed to be getting regular sleep and eating 3 times a day, both of which he had been ignoring. So finally, after a long time, Lex took a steaming hot shower and threw himself into bed. By now, he had gained some level of control over his ability to divine in his dreams, but he wasn't in the mood to put in work while sleeping, so he used the technique and then went to sleep. What followed was a strange experience, because Lex was clearly asleep, but at the same time, Fairy Lex was awake. So, he was both asleep and awake at the same time. Should he synchronize when they both sleep to avoid the strange sensation? Even if he did that in the future, he couldn't right now, because Fairy Lex was undergoing the trial to gain the friendship for the Shadow Talents. It was actually quite straightforward. They brought him, through the Shadow Plane, to a spot in the actual Midnight Realm that was far away from where he actually entered. It looked like an island in the Chaos Sea, surrounded by the liquid that seemed to contain endless stars. But the island was fairly small, not even a mile across, and was completely bare. The only distinguishing feature of the entire island was a hole in the ground that looked particularly menacing. To pass the trial, all he had to do was go to the end of the hole, grab a pearl from one of the null clams, and bring it back. The fact that Lex could not specifically recall anything about this island or hole meant that it should not be too prominent. It didn't help that he had no idea where it was. But he went in. Of course, the hole was far from simple. It was not the dangerous monsters, traps, or pitfalls that gave Lex trouble, though. It was how strangely space was behaving in the hole. The hole had many twists and turns, and branches that split off and went in different directions, so it was fairly obvious that most of it was dark. Lex's fairy dust was not exactly helpful either, since the darkness here was strange and oppressive, but only towards light. Every grain of fairy dust he produced seemed to be smothered by the darkness, fizzling out just as it was born. Lex himself remained unharmed, and if he really tried to produce light, the darkness could not prevent it, but it did fight against the light. Since Lex didn't really need light to see, he continued on without it, as he got the sense that he was earning the whole's ire by summoning light on his own. But that's where the second issue came in. Moving in a straight line did not mean he actually traveled in a straight line, and there were times where he felt like he had been transported through space entirely, yet the whole always looked the same, so he couldn't tell. It was becoming an issue, because only once the other Lex went to sleep did Fairy Lex realize he had been in this hole for days. Chapter 1072 New Abilities. Chapter 1072 New Abilities, besides messing with his awareness of space, or perhaps moving him through space, it was also messing with his concept of time. He only felt like a few hours had passed, at most. Only when the strange feedback he got from being awake and asleep at the same time distracted him from his environment did he realize that, in fact, he had already spent days inside the hole. For others, Lex imagined that the difficulty of the hole would be the strange creatures that blended perfectly within the darkness, remaining completely undetected. It was a fair assumption, since they were also fairly powerful, almost reaching the golden core level, not to mention their fangs and claws all contained a powerful poison. But for himself, they weren't even worth considering. The first time he encountered them, he was surprised. He was not used to not being warned by his instincts, but his fairy body could not replicate them. He also wasn't so adept at fighting in this new body yet, nor did it have the incredible defense he normally boasted. But Lex had, after all, plenty of combat experience and sword intent. After he cut down the first of the creatures, which would then dissolve back into the darkness as if they had no real bodies at all, he employed his glyph that gave him a powerful presence. Since then, any shadow creatures, as he named them, that he encountered would immediately reveal themselves and prostrate themselves before him. At that point, he couldn't even bring himself to use them as target practice. It was just as hard to hit a shadow creature worshipping you as it was to hit a smiling face. All he could do after that was explore the hole. Since there was no real-time limit, he was not worried, but it wasn't like he wanted to spend all year here. After he paused, he came up with various methods he could use to try and overcome this hurdle, but there was one in particular that he was interested in trying. He cut out a platform for himself to sit on and place his glyph right above himself. Then he began to cultivate. Although fairies weren't supposed to have affinities, per se, he had discovered that fairies were really strange and defied common sense. In fact, Lex personally felt like the thing holding them back most was not the curse but their personalities. If they had more aggressive or more ambitious personalities, then with all the tools they had at their disposal, they would be practically unstoppable. That was also why he wanted to see what would happen if he cultivated in this dark region. Would he absorb its strange properties? There was only one way to find out. As he began his cultivation, alongside spirit energy, his body began to absorb the darkness as well. It was as if the darkness itself was energy of a specific nature. But alongside the darkness, the creatures began to turn into dust and got pulled alongside the darkness right into Lex's body. Lex himself felt nothing different and kept cultivating for hours, right up until baby Lex woke up. The sudden shift let him know that he once again spent a long time cultivating. So he slowly wrapped up. When he opened his eyes, Lex was surprised to find that the atmosphere in the hole had changed. The overbearing darkness had changed into normal darkness, and all the creatures were gone. He checked his body and was pleasantly surprised to find that he had broken through to the golden core with his fairy body. That was easy. More importantly, Lex felt a connection, not to any element, but to the shadow plane. Suddenly, a few things made sense to Lex, and he also realized he had gained a few abilities. Firstly, the reason he kept getting lost was because within this hole, for whatever reason, the shadow plane was leaking out and mixing with everything else. He was not moving through space. He was moving through shadows. He could not wrap his head around why that worked the way it did. Even with his spatial ability, his understanding of space was in its initial stages compared to the proper complexity of what space really constituted. The shadow plane made even less sense to him, but it was what it was. He didn't need to understand why it was happening to know that it was happening. Secondly, while his body did not gain any affinity, it did hard-code a specific affinity into his body, which when activated resulted in an ability. Oddly enough, the ability had nothing to do with shadows, but instead granted him stealth. Both he and his fairy dust would become visible and lose all aura and presence. Thirdly, the last ability he gained was to do with navigation. He would be able to channel laws related to the shadow plane, which meant that he wouldn't get lost in it at least. With his problem solved, Lex once again started traveling through the tunnels, this time without the glyph. He wanted to see if his stealth worked on the shadow creatures. Soon he returned to a portion of the tunnel containing the more malevolent darkness filled with nightmares that had taken to worshipping Lex, and it felt like home. He could see through not only the darkness, but the folds of the planes in the hole, and saw them as shortcuts, if used correctly. He also remained completely undetected to all creatures. Even when he reached the end of the hole and found the null clams, they did not respond to him. When he opened them up and grabbed their pearls, they only became confused, but did not realize someone had come in. 15 minutes later, Lex had made his way out. He had also thought of the perfect name for his second clone to go by, especially since he had a ship he planned on keeping with him. From now on, he would be, if you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 1073, Nearly a Month. Chapter 1073, Nearly a Month. There were only a few shadow talons outside the hole when Lex exited, and they were taken aback at the sight of him. I'm almost offended by how shocked you look, Lex joked. Let's head back, shall we? The shadow talons immediately escorted him back, and Lex was pleased to learn that although he still could not make sense of why everything was a shadow in this plane, he could navigate much more easily. When he was finally brought before the Shadow Talon who had promised him freedom from being chased, he too was surprised to find Lex back. He asked, disbelief evident in his voice. Naturally, Lex said, producing the pearl, I hope with this you can finish the misunderstandings between us. No, proud though we may be, the Shadow Talons honor tradition and legacy above all else. Since you have proven yourself, you are now a friend to all of us. Lex nodded. He was actually looking forward to announcing his new name. At first, he had thought of taking on the name Jack Eagle, after a very famous pirate from back on Earth. But Lex did not want anyone to accuse him of plagiarism. Besides, he was perfectly capable of coming up with a completely original, and in no way associated with anything on Earth. It was not like he had to make a reference with his name. So, he decided that since his clone was supposed to be low-key and hidden, he would go for a mundane name that would not attract any attention. That is why Lex felt pretty good about himself as he carved his name up on the monument of recognition, Jack Daniels. Yup, his completely original name that was in no way connected to anything from Earth was meant to be a sign and an omen of how under the radar and low-key he planned on being with this identity. With such a common name, he did not expect to attract any attention whatsoever. Just calm waters from here on out. As it happens, began the elder Shadow Talo, we are throwing a celebratory party for a great victory we have won against our enemies. Please, just call me Jack, he said, feeling the name out. It was not so bad. He could really get used to it. There was something very grounding about being called Jack. It's been a while since I went to a party I didn't throw. Excellent. Ollie has been looking forward to seeing you again, Jack asked, as he accompanied the owls to their party. By the way, I never got to ask, the elder said, with absolute venom in his tone. We have a life and death feud against them. Neither of our races can rest while the other exists. Yes, so much fluffiness. Sounds terrible, Jack said, not giving the matter much thought. Whether it was the owls or the bunnies, he had no stakes with either. He was just looking forward to being able to hide his ship in his shadow. Back at the inn, Lex finished taking a shower and cultivated for a while atop the dragon, trying to focus on the immense protective power of their scales and absorbing them into himself. After all, he was determined to be able to fight immortals long before he became an immortal. He also took some time to teleport over to the Skittles, grab some for himself, and one each for Gerard, Lilith, and Cindy, as well as Vera. Most likely he would be paying her off for a while. As it turned out, when he visited Vera, she mentioned that the number of oracles who were waiting for him to help them remove shards of tribulation lightning from their souls was very high, and asked when he might be able to do it. That was something he had completely forgotten about, but didn't mind doing because he found a great use for those lightning shards now. Sandra, the in-worker who could control lightning, was experimenting on new types of lightning so he could give her those shards to help her out. He spent a few hours helping them out, and then on his way out ran into Charles, who was working with John and helping him come up with a recovery as well as new cultivation plan. By the lake, the kids were playing on the evolved magic carpets, calling them sea peacocks. But as it turned out, a rival gang of kids had somehow tamed the sentient 20-feet-tall butterflies and began calling them sky peacocks, though that didn't make sense since peacocks themselves could fly, especially after their recent upgrades. But that was the wonderful thing about kids. They didn't care if it made sense or not. Regardless, that had resulted in conflicts between the kids and the Council of Heroes, a council made up of teenagers who considered themselves leaders of the other kids, had to intervene. It was all quite dramatic, especially since the Council of Heroes had taken to working with the drama cats. The book club at the inn was also growing in presence, and they were reading a new novel which involved using magic through cards. How absurd! All in all, the inn was doing well. Fenrir and Little Blue had grown more powerful, especially Little Blue, and so their adventures were now beginning to move further away from the greenhouse, which left the sovereign turtle with more time to actually garden. With everything going so well, Lex found no reason to delay his plans and began to draw a map of Minara from memory and began to pinpoint the location of the resin as best as he could. There was no point in waiting till the system completed repairs. He might as well have the next resin ready by then. There were about 4 more pieces of resin left on this continent, and all of them were extraordinarily far from him, so it would probably take much longer to find them as well. He jotted down all the relevant information he could recall, and once everything was ready, teleported away. His teleportation was a very useful tool, and obviously it could take him very far, but going long distances while trying to be precise was not easy. Over the next few days, Lex continued to explore the continent as he tried to find the location of the resin, and as a result, came in contact with more and more of the locals. They were pleasant, for the most part, if a bit large. He also eventually ran into the strawberries, which was not nearly as cute as he would have imagined. They were not red because of their natural color, but because they were bathing in the blood of their enemies. It was quite gruesome. They even attacked him, which got them nowhere. It would take more than a few fruits to harm him. But that confidence did not last him long, because soon after, he teleported himself in a lake of concentrated acid which did, in fact, harm him quite badly. Or at least it hurt his ego, because he once again became bald. Fortunately, he had a contingency, which is that he learned a healing technique through which he could regrow hair. Besides that, he encountered a few volcanoes, though they were all dormant. He almost felt a little disappointed. Like that, the days went by, and eventually Lex encountered the region where the resin was. Although there was no sealed domain here, the resin remained protected as a result of another strange occurrence, which is that this entire portion of the continent had turned into a crystal that even Lex could not harm. It was green and purple in color, and everything from the trees to the grass to the dirt and rocks had turned into that crystal. Though, it needed to be mentioned that all the plant life was still alive, even in crystal form. Regardless, he could neither crack the crystal no matter how he struck it, nor could he travel through it as a soul. It presented him with a new challenge, and together with the help of Pell, he spent the next few weeks trying to solve it. It took him nearly an entire month before he found a way through. Chapter 1074 Not Possible. Chapter 1074 Not Possible absorbing the new system gave him a 1% boost, which brought the total system repair percentage to 29%. He was just 6% away from his goal, and with a little over 10 months left to somehow complete it. He was feeling good about his odds, but that would depend on how much the resin still contributed. The strange crystal had halted his tracks for a while, to the point where Lex even considered taking Jack Daniels' help. But when Jack asked the Shadow Talons if they knew about the crystal and could reach within it, they told him that while their plane encompassed the crystal as well, there was no way for them to exit the plane anywhere inside of it. Not that they would want anyway. The crystal was one of the 3 great disasters of Minara, since no one knew anything about it, and it continuously grew. Eventually, there would come a time it could encompass the entire continent, or even more. It was a threat to all life. But fortunately, its rate of spread was slow, giving everyone time to come up with ideas of how to stop it. Even Pell himself was unable to identify the crystal, at least with the limited memories he had of his previous life. As useful as he was, Lex wasn't yet ready to enhance him even more, lest he encounter some unexpected trouble. If his time as a cultivator had taught him anything, it was that just because things were supposed to go a certain way, didn't mean they would definitely go that way. Thus, it took him nearly a month to strengthen his domination to the level where he could use a glyph strong enough to let him pass through the crystal. The glyph was technically supposed to target precious stones like diamonds and rubies, but if his crystal fell into that category, who was he to argue? As long as it worked, he was happy. The resin was somewhere near the origin of the crystal, unsurprisingly, and Lex absorbed it promptly, this time without eliciting some major reaction from his body. In the meantime, since he was there, he went to investigate what was causing the crystal to grow. As it turned out, the source of everything was an egg. The egg was pretty small, only slightly larger than a chicken's, and had a tiny crack on it which was leaking a strange energy which was converting everything into that crystal. Lex felt intrigued, but did not touch the egg. His instincts were warning him it was not such a good idea, so he left. Now, he was off to find the remaining 3 pieces of resin. A few days after Lex left, Jack showed up on his ship, and after deploying the same glyph, traveled through the crystal and reached the egg. He did not try touching the egg either, but he flew over it and began showering it in fairy dust that contained an affinity for laws relating to repairing. About a week later, the crack on the egg healed. At that point, Jack picked up the egg, put on his ship, and left. That is how Captain Jack Daniels saved the continent of Minara, all without anyone finding out. For Lex, this week was spent looking for the other resin. It was not so easy to find either, and when he did, Lex faced another obstacle. This time, the reason the resin remained undiscovered was because it was within a region of Minara where the laws of reality were incomprehensibly different. A prominent line divided the normal continent and the region where everything suddenly turned into 2D. Lex had no other way to describe it. He stood at the line and looked within, but the light being emitted from the place was so strange it gave him nausea. When he finally got used to it, he saw everything inside was 2D. Unwilling to risk his life, despite the absence of any warning from his instincts, he threw a random animal inside and observed the changes it underwent. Besides suddenly turning 2D, there was nothing else. He pulled the animal out, and it was still fine. So, without any further hesitation, he stepped in and discovered that he was no longer looking at the world from his eyes. Instead, he saw himself in the third person, while he himself was a 2D character. Fantastically, when he tried to speak, speech bubbles would appear atop his head. It was amazing. His abilities also looked much more impressive as well, only because of the vibrant colors they took on. Lex almost felt like he was inside a TV being watched by some universal deity. Whatever the reason for this strange phenomenon was, it clearly served as the best possible seal for containing all aura and energy signatures, since they would not spread beyond the domain of the 2D realm. It was just as he was marveling at the changes when he got his notification from the system that the repairs were complete. When he checked, his mood suddenly dropped. Previously, the resin had restored 5% of the system. This time, it restored 1%. The drop was drastic, and though he was now at a total of 30%, if the resin continued to reduce its efficiency at the same rate, then he would never be able to bring it from 30% to 35% using the resin. His leisurely mood dropped, and he focused once more on finding the piece of resin. But just because he had discovered its region did not mean it would be easy to find a resin. It took him several days of non-stop scouring and overcoming unexpected obstacles to find the resin, and he immediately absorbed it as well. He tried teleporting out, but discovered that he could not teleport out of the 2D region, so he had to teleport to the border and exit manually. Fortunately, there were no issues. A part of him still hoped that the resin would just continue to give 1% progress, but about a week later, while he was searching for the third resin, he got a notification that he had been dreading. 2% repair progress. He stopped. Although he was already close to finding the resin, Lex stopped. The resin would no longer help him. Even if there were more pieces of resin on other continents, there wouldn't be enough to help him complete his quest. Faced with this conundrum, Lex immediately returned to the Midnight Inn and locked himself in his meditation room. He had to carefully go over the endless sea of knowledge he had gained to look for other valuable items that may approach the resin in value. If he could find even one item, it would solve his problems. But he did not think it would be so simple. He was not sure how common Tao-level ingredients were, but he felt fortunate that there was even one in his realm. If he could not find something of equal value, he might start looking for something else of at least similar value. After all, it was not necessary that only Tao-level ingredients could help the system. Unwilling to waste any more time, Lex began to peruse his memories, and the days slowly passed him by, until another month passed. Only a little more than 9 months remained of his deadline. On one particular day, while Lex himself still had not come out, a group appeared on the horizon, visible from the walls surrounding the inn. At first, their tiny outline remained undetected, but as they approached closer, someone finally spotted them. A number of figures were quickly approaching the inn from the air. The workers on the wall naturally sent the information back, but themselves continued their patrol. An hour later, several large flying, leathery creatures could be seen, carrying a massive tube on their backs. The creatures soon arrived and stopped near the town that had begun to develop on the border of the inn. From the tubes, a number of other races began to descend, and the so far quiet town suddenly became crowded and rowdy. Activity could be seen even from the inn walls. A day passed, and at first it seemed like the new residents had just come to occupy the town. But eventually, they formed a caravan and began to approach the gates on the boundary wall in a slow, ceremonial fashion. Great beasts of burden carried platforms in which many of the arriving caravan members sat, and drums beat to mark each step taken by the beasts. Other, smaller races danced and played music on the sides of the caravan, and birds dropped flower petals on the road ahead of them. With great fanfare, the caravan approached the inn and then stopped right at the gates, even though the doors were open. A particularly small creature, similar to an imp, climbed off one of the beasts and walked through the gate holding a large scroll and approached the inn workers. Chapter 1075, Sir Kanye. Chapter 1075, Sir Kanye Jace was on wall patrol duty. Not that he minded. He was just glad he didn't need to use his earth abilities to build any more walls or forts. It was draining to an entirely other level, though to be fair, when his life was on the line, and so was everyone else's, exhaustion was a small price to pay for security. Still, he was savoring this opportunity to rest and raise his cultivation at the same time. So while patrol duty might have sounded boring to anyone else, the contrast of doing patrol with the knowledge that something out there wasn't actively hunting him and everyone else made the experience much more enjoyable. The air was clear, the sunlight refreshing, the views great, the company even better. What more could a guy ask for? But even if he asked for nothing, he got a parade to look at. Or at least, that's what he imagined a parade would look like. But it was obvious that their target was the inn, so Jace and the other workers positioned themselves near the gate. They would not exit the gate, but if the guests entered, they would welcome them. Moreover, if they stopped at the boundary and just asked questions, they could answer. Although most of the inn settlements were far from the gate, there was a high-speed bullet train that had been installed here by the innkeeper before he left to welcome any guests. In case they didn't fit in the train, there were other options as well. In the distance, behind them, a rumbling sound came. They were used to it. The massive spaceship which had suddenly come to life and gained a fear of heights was undergoing therapy not far from here. Just last week, the ship had actually managed to fly almost 50 feet, 15 meters, in the air before crashing down. Based on the sounds today, it still had not managed to return all the way to 50 feet yet. Jace's daydreams came to an abrupt halt when he realized that an imp walked through the gates of the inn while everyone else waited outside. The imp approached them and, after giving them a scan, locked his eyes with Jace. As if determining that Jace was the leader, the imp turned towards him and opened the scroll, blocking the view of half his body, and began reading. "Attention, esteemed denizens of the illustrious Midnight Inn, purveyors of hospitality and moderate renown. It is with the utmost reverence and boundless elation that I, Sir Kanye Goldblum, announce an event of monumental significance, a moment that shall undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history. From the resplendent and hallowed realms of the venerable Tree of Heaven, there has arrived a diplomatic emissary of unparalleled distinction, accompanied by his retinue of equally eminent and esteemed companions. The august arrival of this exalted delegation heralds a time of unparalleled honor and celestial favor for your inn. No doubt, you are profoundly humbled and eternally grateful for the opportunity to host such distinguished personages. We are also pleased to elevate this establishment with our presence, and you are fortunate indeed to have the opportunity to host such exalted figures. Let it be known to all who dwell within these hallowed walls, and to those who shall hear of this momentous occasion, that the Midnight Inn now stands as a temporary beacon of honor, graced by the threads of destiny that we have chosen to weave here. With hearts full of benevolence and spirits alight with the brilliance of our grandeur, we extend our measured appreciation for your hospitality and anticipate the unforgettable splendor of our stay." Jace, who was smiling throughout the frankly verbose speech, could not help but twitch. Were they allowed to reject guests? He actually thought about it for a moment. But, unless the guest had broken some rules, they could not be turned away. Unfortunately, being obnoxious was not against any rule. "Welcome, Sir Kanye Goldblum. The Midnight Inn offers refuge and sanctuary to all who follow their rules." Kanye rolled up the scroll and gave Jace a haughty look. "A figure of sufficient stature and station must come, and welcome the emissary personally, or else it shall be treated as an affront. Owing to the emissary's magnanimity, as well as the short notice, he will wait no more than 8 hours." Without waiting for a response, the imp tucked the scroll under his arm and returned. Surprisingly, Jace actually felt great relief upon hearing Kanye's request. Soon, this group would be someone else's problem. Just as he was about to send someone to bring word to Gerard, he paused. For what he recalled, Gerard was on a date. In that case, he sent word to Luther. He was one of the highest-ranked members of the inn. Although, deep inside his heart, Jace could not help but admit he was looking forward to seeing the imp talk to Luther the way he had talked to him. He snickered, and then quickly used his new mobile phone to send Luther a text. This new midnight portal was great. Not only did it make communication easier, it even had a bunch of cool features. For example, he entered a group chat and started to share what he just encountered with a group of other workers, and they started a betting pool guessing how long it would take for Luther to beat up with the guests. Chapter 1076, Emissary. Chapter 1076, Emissary Luther was standing in the cockpit of the Silent Wanderer, looking at an active lava site. It was actually quite far from the main settlements, and was discovered by one of the groups exploring the inn's lands to better understand and map them. Once the AI running the Midnight Portal figures out how to launch satellites and keep them running and working in this environment, taking in consideration safety from any avian beasts, they would have a live map of the region. But until then, they would have to manually map everything out. This particular lava pit was contained within a mountain range, fed by several different underground lava channels as far as he could tell. The reasons he, in particular, had come to observe this place were quite simple. First of all, such a place would definitely help with his training of his fire abilities. Secondly, this looked like a particularly nice spot for a prison. Even the innkeeper had agreed to a prison, so now if he could just design one around this lava pit, or maybe even inside of it. The sound of his phone ringing woke Luther from his daydreams. He checked and was surprised at the notification. He was needed to welcome some guests? That had never happened before. Then he read Jace's explanation and took a deep breath, calming himself down preemptively. As unfortunate as it was, they'd all had some experience with difficult guests. Mark this area down as important and let's head to the gate, Luther said to Cirque. The journey to the gate was swift, but it gave Luther just enough time to enter into the right mindset. The silent wanderer did not land. Instead, it just opened up a latch and allowed Luther to drop from the air, landing calmly atop the boundary wall, facing the caravan. Being overly friendly was not his thing. Though he remained completely respectful and innocent, he blasted his golden core out at the caravan, bringing the dancing to a grinding halt. My name is Luther Nightshade, here to welcome the emissary from the Tree of Heaven. Welcome to the Midnight Inn. Once he finished his greeting, he withdrew his aura, finally allowing them to relax. To be fair, it was not his best effort at being congenial, but he got the feeling that these were people who only respect strength. Luther jumped down from the wall to the ground as the whole caravan once again started to move forward, this time entering through the gate. There were well over 1,000 porters, dancers, laborers, and general helpers of the caravan, but the actual members of it seemed not to be even 100. For particularly large beasts that looked a lot like gorillas walked up to Luther, carrying a majestic palanquin on their shoulders. The palanquin was at least 10 feet in height and nearly 24 feet long, so when the door opened and revealed a very tall figure, Luther was not surprised. A treant, with a set of countless roots in the form of tentacles that pulled it out, stepped out, and revealed that it had actually been crouched the entire time. It had no identifiable face, though within its top branches Luther spotted a patch of oddly colored leaves which he decided to treat as its one eye. Salutations, Luther Nightshade. The treant spoke, its entire body vibrating to create the sound, as it seemed to lack a mouth. I am Count Pinafida Salvatia, an emissary from the Tree of Heaven, and hopefully a future ambassador to the Midnight Inn. The words of your innkeeper reached even us, and the Tree of Heaven deigned it fit to acknowledge your inn. Luther nodded, keeping his expression as neutral as he could. The Midnight Inn welcomes you, Pinafida. We have vast lands and many services we can offer, and all are welcome to them. If you follow me, I can lead you and your retinue to the main settlements where you can explore all the inn has to offer. Of course, if you wish to explore the inn on your own, you are free to do so, but in that case, I have to warn you that only the settlements and public transportation are truly safe. As for your wish to meet the innkeeper, it will temporarily have to be delayed. The treant did not respond immediately, and it was hard to guess what it was thinking, since it literally had no facial expressions. Maybe an expert would be able to read the movements of its leaves to determine its moods or thoughts, but Luther was not counted among them. Very well, let us first make headway towards these settlements you have mentioned and get everyone housed. Then we can contemplate upon how to proceed. I take it that you have the authority to represent the Midnight in all legal matters. In the absence of the innkeeper, there's a council that can make decisions, but whether they will need to be disturbed remains to be seen. The treant had been, this entire time, letting its aura passively leak, and it too was a golden core cultivator. In fact, it was quite strong among them within that realm, as far as Luther could tell. But how could he ever be intimidated by someone in the same realm, let alone by someone flammable? It was a joke. As for the Tree of Heaven, he did not take it seriously at all. Chapter 1077, what's that? Chapter 1077, what's that? The treant seemed slightly disgruntled that he would not be able to meet the innkeeper, but did not show it too overtly as it was used to doing. Luther was, admittedly, much stronger than Pinafida had anticipated. Few forces could boast golden core cultivators, and fewer still had golden cultivators who could actually match their might with those of the races living in the shadow of the Tree of Heaven. But then again, this much should be expected by a force which so boldly claimed itself to belong to the creator of the whole world. Now, that was an absurd claim if Pinafida ever heard one. He would not be surprised if the Midnight Inn had even more golden core cultivators, and perhaps even a few nascent realm cultivators. That much was at the very least expected. One of the reasons Pinafida was here, besides creating ties, was to scout out the strength of this force. What would be done with that information was none of Panoptia's concern, as the higher-ups would be the ones to decide, but one could easily guess. After all, although the Tree of Life had given orders to make contact, it had not elaborated beyond that. Besides, the lands of Minara had long been ruled solely by the various races under the shadow of the tree. For an upstart to just appear and make such bold claims. Once again, it was none of Pinafida's business. But he could very well imagine that some might not take to it as kindly as others have. He watched as his servants unloaded his and his retinue's belongings and transferred them to the train. It was an absurd notion to ride in some metal container rather than atop a mighty beast, but some places had strange cultures. It would suffice for the more mundane members of his escort, but not for him. Besides, he was too large to fit in it anyway. But Luther had a solution to that as well, as he summoned some of the local peacocks who had reached the foundation level. Upon request, they stopped suppressing the size of their bodies, and quickly grew large enough not only to carry Pinafida, but many others alongside him as well. But considering how he had behaved so far, Luther got the feeling that he might not be the biggest fan of sharing. "Why don't we go on ahead? The other workers will bring the rest of your team. I can give you a tour along the way as well," said Luther, doing his best to extend his hospitality. He was succeeding in doing so with everything other than his voice and facial expressions. The Treant merely nodded, agreeing to the arrangements of his host. Pinafida had to admit that the mounts that had been arranged were quite impressive. They did not cower or tremble as he approached, and even as his roots slithered over the back of the peacock and pulled him up, it did not resist in any way. In fact, it made the mounting process much easier. Very well trained, he could not help but comment as Luther climbed the second peacock. Once they were both seated, the peacocks took to the air, not flapping their wings, but using a special bloodline technique that manipulated the air beneath their wings. They did not immediately set off, as Luther circled around the region a couple of times to observe the caravan, and so that Pinafida could get a good view of their surroundings. Then they set off. The Treant was naturally much more attuned with nature and the environment, so he could feel that there was something in the air that somehow made this place better for plant life than the rest of Minara, but it could not understand what. Most of what it observed as they flew was nothing special, as a majority of the lands were undeveloped, and so were just like the rest of the continent. Then it saw a massive shape in the distance. One could almost assume it was a mountain, if not for its odd shape. The Treant asked, "It branches pointing toward a figure in the distance." "That is Ming Jie, one of our guests at the Midnight Inn," Luther said. Pinafida asked, shocked by the size of it. Although Minara housed many large species, such as the Leopolds, but even then, they hardly reached the size of actual mountains. Before it could get over the shock of the guest, it sensed something else beneath it. The ground seemed to be moving on its own. No, wait, it was not the ground. It was a vast metallic body that was just very close to the ground. It asked again, and pointed towards the ground. "It's a ship. It flies through the air normally, but right now it's just hugging the ground," Luther answered, just as impassively. The ship, as Luther called it, was absolutely massive. It was hundreds of miles long and just as wide, and Pinafida could feel that it was extremely dangerous. Before the poor Treant could get over the shock he had already received, a massive pushchair being pulled by countless, beautiful undead with wings flew through the air. The baby Cthulhu was sucking on a pacifier as it looked around and tried to jump out of its chair whenever it saw something exciting. Behind it, Anita and Kawain were casually strolling through the air, a small hint of their aura surrounding the pushchair, keeping the baby in place lest it fall out. Pinafida tried to point once more, but the dread caused by the aura of immortals caused its brain to shut down momentarily, leaving him stuttering as he tried to comprehend a level of power their world could not technically support. What? He kept repeating, right up until the pushchair flew out of sight. Luther resisted the urge to scoff. "Trees. The only things they were good for was bonfires. Chapter 1078, Quaint Charm. Chapter 1078, Quaint Charm. Those are just some of the inn-workers enjoying their holidays, Luther explained, anticipating the question Pinafida wanted to ask. Workers? The Treant asked in disbelief. Although he himself was only in the Golden Core realm, he had spent a lot of time under the guidance of nascent-level beings. Not to mention he had personally received the blessing of the Tree of Heaven when he came to life. He knew what their auras were like, and they were nothing compared to those two. Pinafida shuddered and caught itself. It must not doubt the Tree of Heaven. That was absolute blasphemy. He was sure there was some kind of devilish trickery at play, fooling his senses. There was no realm above the nascent realm, because even the tree was only in that realm. This must be an elaborate ploy by the inn to fool him. It must. As soon as it gathered itself, the Treant saw a massive city made of glass floating through the air. He asked, looking at it with intrigue, "No, that's just one of the spots guests can go and enjoy." No need, no need. Indeed, Luther said, and looked forward. Beneath them were the untouched lands of the inn that were relatively close to the settlements. They had been cleared of most dangerous beasts and animals, though there was still a chance of risk. Pinafida looked down with interest at the few guests who would show up from time to time. Since devils maintained their humanoid appearance most of the time, it was not so easy to differentiate them from humans from a distance. So the Treant did not feel at all impressed by most of the guests he saw. He was familiar with the human race. It was a defeated one, not worth his attention most of the time. Luther was different, though. Just as it was musing, it saw someone enter a minor realm and disappear. The Treant could not help asking again. It was familiar with teleportation, but what it had sensed was not mere teleportation. It was teleportation to some unknown realm. Oh, nothing much. We have a few 100,000 minor realms across the inn. They're like small worlds in a different space, each filled with different things. Our guests can go explore them if they wish. Although in the case of injury, while exploring untamed minor realms, the inn does not take any responsibility. It's more for those adventurous types of guests. Small worlds? Pinafida could not wrap his head around such an idea, though he was not to blame. How could minor realms form in a realm that in itself was still forming? All of space was being stretched outwards, so there was no place for natural wrinkles or loops to form, which might give birth to minor realms. How interesting, he said as he tried to compose himself. As an emissary and potential ambassador, he had already embarrassed himself by losing composure once. He must not do it again. Luther gave him the side eye, and then continued to look forward. This is why he preferred to let others deal with guests. In its own modest way, the Midnight Inn possesses a certain quaint charm. I suppose, he said, feeling magnanimous, but Luther only rolled his eyes. The Treant was waiting for Luther to acknowledge his praise somehow, maybe even thank him for it. But when Luther didn't, he felt a little disgruntled. He was just about to complain when a certain melodious sound distracted him. It sounded like a choir. He looked down and found a small patch of trees singing a song called Young MacDonald. A certain vine had emerged from the ground and was acting as the maestro for their performance. He exclaimed in complete shock, but then he realized that no, they weren't Treants. They were actual trees that were alive. Before he could even consider asking Luther what that was about, a gust of wind rolled by and circled them a few times. "You look busy, Luther, but whenever you're free, find me. I have a great idea, and I call it the hot air balloon. Together, we can make it work," said the gust of wind, before flying away quickly. A voice called from a distance, and Luther turned to see a kaleidoscope of giant butterflies chasing the gust of wind angrily. Behind them, a single sky lantern was following, though it seemed extremely exhausted trying to keep up. Little Blue, who was not too strong but had developed an extremely intimidating aura since its wings grew, suddenly flew by as well, with little Fenrir riding on its back. They glanced at the Treant before continuing on their way. They had the same aura as... The Treant began to say, but could not. Although it had no lungs, technically its voice was strained as if it was wheezing. Before it could recover, they finally approached the village, one of the main settlements. It was filled with hustle and bustle, not to mention countless immortals who did not bother restraining their aura, since the inn would protect everyone else from harm. The Trant, who was doing what Luther could not guess was a tree version of hyperventilating, was barely holding on at this point, but then it sensed the divine aura of the boulder shrine and could take it no longer. It fainted, though that only made it look like a tree strapped onto the back of a flying peacock, which, admittedly, was a pretty normal sight for the Midnight Inn. "Quaint charm, my arse," Luther muttered as he guided the peacock down. Even if the recovery rooms were no longer working, he should show the Trant to a doctor. Or wait, should he show it to a gardener? Chapter 1079 ends history. Chapter 1079 ends history. The arrival of a little over 1,000 new guests didn't go unnoticed, especially since everyone was quite interested in the inhabitants of the new realm. If someone said that all was perfectly well in the inn then, that wouldn't exactly be true. As months passed, many of the guests began to realize that they might be stuck in this realm for a very long time. Most did not mind, either because of their long lives or because the cultivation environment here was great, not to mention the opportunities of a newborn realm were unimaginable. A majority of the cultivators in the immortal realm who weren't in closed-door cultivation had already left the settlements to go explore the as-of-yet untouched lands of the inn. The same was true for most nascent soul and golden core, as well as a good number of foundation realm cultivators as well. Those who were not out exploring were taking advantage of the fact that the spirit energy here was exceptionally pure. If they had to pay to stay in the inn, they would never be able to stay this long, at least for the lower-leveled cultivators. So in a way, this was the ultimate opportunity for them to cultivate and grow their realm in a safe environment. But at the same time, there were many guests who were discontent as well. This was akin to kidnapping and was keeping them away from commitments and people who they wished to meet. Disappearing without notice and being unable to even send back word was not something easy to come to terms with. These guests had many fights with the workers already, though they were only verbal fights so far. But there was nothing that could be done. There were also a few guests who did not mind taking all the benefits the inn offered, but had not a shred of gratitude in their hearts. In fact, they felt that everything they got was what they justly deserved, and had resorted to threatening the workers with what they would do many times if they weren't allowed to leave. But it was all for naught. None of them could leave. So when there was a sudden surge of new guests, it was a welcome distraction, but at the same time, not everyone was in a very welcoming mood. One such guest, who was troubled about not being able to return home, though not to the point of being bitter against the inn, was John Fake Kennedy. The crabman was sitting with his feet dipped in a lazy river, looking out forlornly into the distance. He saw a whole large group of new guests coming in, but he just could not gather the energy of getting up to investigate. The only thing he could think of was all the harm that was being done to his beloved country in his absence. Now that he had finally gained the strength to go and face those who wanted him assassinated, he was stuck here, with no one to stop them. Who knew what harm they would do? Hours passed by, and he didn't move, nor did he notice when a curious imp came by, sitting in an inflatable donut in the lazy river. "You there, crustacean-looking fellow. Are you one of the inn workers?" "Good attendant. It appears that circumstances have conspired against me, for I find myself in a predicament most unbecoming. As one unaccustomed to the art of swimming, I must, with considerable reluctance, request your immediate assistance in extricating myself from this watery conveyance." "What? No, I'm not." "Never mind. I'll help," said Kennedy as he jumped in the pool and pulled the donut to the side, allowing Kanye to jump off. "What a dastardly contraption." "Most heinous," Kanye muttered, then looked towards Kennedy. "Well, I am part of a diplomatic envoy. Why are you not profusely apologizing for exhibiting me to that dreadful watery death trap?" Kennedy looked at the imp, then looked left and right. Seeing that they were alone, it would be a lie if he didn't say that he for a moment felt like putting the imp back in the donut and throwing it in the lazy river, but resisted the urge. "Ask not what the inn can do for you, but what you can do for the inn," he muttered to himself before looking at the imp. "I am not one of the inn's workers. I'm a guest here as well. I just helped you out because you look like you needed it." The imp exclaimed, then looked Kennedy up and down. "My good fellow, I am here as a patron myself, and am most curious about the history of this and where we take refuge. Would you, perchance, have a moment to spare to enlighten me with anything you know?" Kennedy was a shrewd crabman, and easily saw that the imp had ulterior motives, but it was not like the history of the inn was secret. His curiosity, however, was piqued by the sudden promise of intrigue. After all, since he couldn't go back home, he needed to distract himself with something. He might as well learn more about the countries outside the border of the inn. But while Kennedy saw through the poorly orchestrated subterfuge, not everyone was as simple to see through as the imp, and not all guests had the good of the inn at heart. Slowly the crowds started to mingle, and an unbelievable story of how the guests all saw the birth of the realm began to spread. Chapter 1080 Intimidation. Chapter 1080 Intimidation. By the time Lex exited his retreat, only 7 months remained to complete his quest. Considering that he had narrowed down a list of items that could possibly help the system, and all he needed to do was go find them, that was both a very long and very short time. It was long because teleportation would cut his travel time down by a lot. At the same time, it was short because there was no guarantee that they would help the system. In the back of his mind, he had come up with a contingency plan, which is something he would only use in the worst-case scenario. It required the help of the Rhino Centaurs who had access to the group chat. But he didn't want to wait until the last possible minute to look for them. He decided that he would approach them first and get them to think of a way they could locate systems within the Origin Realm. Then he would just need to come up with a way to forcibly teleport from this realm back there, and then find the systems. It was an absolutely terrible plan with many problems that could occur, which is why he kept it as the very last resort. Ultimately, he had to at least consider that there may not be enough items that could repair the system in his own realm, although a part of him suspected that should not be the case. No matter what, the system had never given him a completely impossible quest. 25 light years large. Lex asked as he stepped out, feeling refreshed. Considering the monumental task ahead of him, Lex took the time to rest and recover to his peak state before coming out. After all, if he had spent so much time searching his memories, then a few hours spent recovering wouldn't matter. "There have been no major problems," she said, appearing in front of him in a suit. It was rare for her to look so serious, as she usually preferred cosplaying in more eccentric clothes. "There are a few minor issues that have cropped up, though. Tell me anyway. I don't know how much you can do without appearing as the innkeeper. There are about 800 guests who have gathered up and are extremely upset about not being able to return. They're saying that they've been kidnapped. Although they haven't done anything drastic yet, they're very vocal in their demands to return. Also, a few weeks ago, we welcomed the first of many diplomatic envoys. Since then, a number of countries and empires from all over Minara have sent diplomatic groups to better understand the inn. There was one incident where a particular group demanded the inn swear fealty to their lord, but after Luther had a polite conversation with them, they decided not to cause any more problems. The diplomatic envoys, though, they're clearly trouble. They haven't done anything untoward as of yet, but it's apparent that they're scouting out the strengths and weaknesses of the inn, and they're not subtle about it all. There was almost an incident where one of them tried to probe the actual strength of Anita by appearing to threaten her baby. Well, fortunately, Charles is very well versed in medicine for various races, so we were able to bring him out of the coma the Cthulhu put him in. Well, don't worry about it. It's obvious that they won't easily accept the claims of some voice that told them that it created their whole world. Sooner or later, one of them will probe the inn. The rest probably just don't want to be the first to do it. It's important to maintain good relations with them, since the inn is a hospitality business after all. But other than that, it's also important to let them know their place. Mary nodded and disappeared. Lex didn't exactly like the fact that others were being so obvious about their ulterior motives. Although they had to be hospitable, he was not a subscriber of the customer is always right mindset. Mistreating his workers was not acceptable. Perhaps it was time to meet some of the ambassadors himself. Lex summoned Fenrir and sat on top of him, noticing that the pup's fur had become even softer since the last time they met. He had also begun to radiate a special kind of aura that was mostly suppressed by the inn. It reminded him of the mythical beings he met in the crystal realm, the primogenitors of the Frio and soul birds. But Fenrir was definitely not a mythical being. The only thing he could think of was that its bloodline was displaying more of its prowess. After all, he did have 100% pure bloodline. All right, buddy, you remember what I said about scaring your prey? Well, now I'm going to teach you about intimidation. The pup turned and looked at him with a special gleam in his eyes. No, it's not going to work on the turtle, so don't even think about it. Lex scoffed and then put on his notorious anonymity mask before teleporting them both away. They reappeared in front of the Midnight Manor, which was more crowded than it had been in a while, and everybody immediately turned to look at them. Both Fenrir and Lex gave off an aura that could not be ignored. Chapter 1081 Beacon of Handsomeness. Chapter 1081 Beacon of Handsomeness. In actuality, Lex's mask, which contained divinity and was not a technique, was called the Invincible Tyrant Mask. The divinity it contained had a lot to do with intimidation and fear, since the divinity was born from the fear and worshipped the devils he faced felt. Compared to notorious anonymity, which just looked devilish and hid his identity, not only was it much stronger, but also served the additional purpose of spreading fear on those around him, though he might not always want that. But at this moment, when his inn was filled with those who were so blatantly planning against it, he wanted exactly that. He knew that this wouldn't end until someone actually attacked the inn and were made an example of. That was the sad truth of things. But maybe the intimidation tactic could work, who knew? His target specifically were the locals. Although his guests who were upset at being forced to stay here were not exactly conducive to the environment he was trying to create, ultimately they were stuck here. Sure, they had gained many benefits, but they were also paying for it by being forced to stay here. If he was not able to fix the system in time, who knew if they would ever be able to return? So although they were annoying, he sympathized with them. Yet when he and Fenrir appeared, everyone looked towards them. Although their auras could not harm anyone, since the system would prevent that, it was rare for someone inside the inn to have such a threatening and dangerous aura. The older guests just felt a touch of curiosity. They knew they were safe, not to mention they recognized Fenrir immediately. The newer guests, though, the ones who had accompanied the ambassadors or had come with various envoys, they all felt absolute dread. They felt like death had become incarnate in front of their eyes and revealed itself before them. It was the face of all their nightmares, and it had the power that should belong only to deities. It was also right in front of them. While many, including the workers, recognized Fenrir, very few recognized Lex's mask. Only the few workers who had seen him training in the temple knew that it was actually Lex underneath. Of course, he was using an illusion to make his body seem larger as well. Nobody exactly found babies intimidating, unless it was 3 a.m. and it was the baby's parents who suddenly smelled something funny. Lex observed the countless faces looking at him, and was easily able to pick out the new faces, not only just because they were from many unfamiliar races, but because he knew all the old guests by heart. A strange tension began to build in the air, as no one knew the purpose of his mystery masked man, and his aura did not exactly foretell a friendly visit. Finally, Lex's vision locked onto a particularly large black bear who was radiating an aura at the Golden Core realm. Strangely enough, he looked exactly like a normal bear from Earth, if a bit larger. There were no strange fangs or horns or wings, but as an apex predator in its given form, it didn't need them. As if to prove that exact point, the bear was one of the few who looked at Lex without being intimidated by him. Forgive my sudden arrival. I heard news of ambassadors from far-off lands, and I became excited. I am also an ambassador of sorts. The Midnight Inn usually sends me out to resolve delicate issues. Lex jumped off Fenrir's back. To begin with, he only used Fenrir for dramatic effect. Its newly developed aura was quite powerful, so riding on its back sent a powerful message. Countless thoughts passed through the guests' minds. Older guests, who had come from the Origin realm, and knew that the inn had been attacked a few times previously, suddenly imagined an entire force of similarly masked men sent to eliminate the powers that dare defend the inn. Newer guests could not help but compare the strength of Lex's aura with that of their leaders. How was it that no matter which powerful person they came across in the inn only seemed to be a worker? How powerful exactly was the innkeeper? But at a certain point, people had also begun to question if this was a mere facade being put up by the inn. After all, faking aura was tough, but not impossible. Were they actually so powerful? Many wanted to find out, but didn't want to be the ones testing it out. But though Lex had spoken in a jovial tone, no one responded to him. They all kept looking at him in silence. Lex snickered. By the way, there wouldn't happen to be any representative from one of the countries on the western border of Minara, would there? I don't know the name of the place, but I'll be heading to the archipelago on the western side in a bit. A squeaky voice suddenly asked, as a bipedal creature that looked like it was made entirely of dried leaves stepped forward. Is that what they're called? The leak person said, with recognition and alarm in its voice. May I ask, why are you going there? Maybe I can be of help. Oh, in that case, come friend, let's talk while we get a drink. My closest friends call me Tyrant, but you can call me Ty. The more friendly Lex tried to be, the more fearful the squeaky-voiced leaf person became. It couldn't be helped. With a mask, every word he spoke and every gesture he made became completely menacing. That, combined with the thought of someone who was called a tyrant by his friends, did not really do well dissuade worry in his heart, or whatever heart equivalent organ it had. I am Oak, a professor of zoology. Where are you going to the island for, Ty, if I might ask? I can probably recommend better places. I'm going for the sights, Professor Oak, the sights. I've heard good things. I've also heard you have frequent monsters attacking from the sea itself. Before Oak could respond, someone else spoke in. The Knotnet Islands are very conservative. You're not exactly going to be welcome there. Not everyone is like the inn, excepting anyone who happens to pass by, said a spider that was about 3 feet large. Lex frowned and was very evident of his displeasure at the comment. The spider had just insinuated that the inn had no standards and would pick up every stray that came along. The room suddenly seemed to turn darker, though the inn protected the spider from feeling any kind of threat or danger from Lex's aura. No, the islands are very friendly, Mr. Oak suddenly insisted. They're very friendly indeed. You just, well, I hope you don't mind. I mean, if you want to take in the sights and explore the culture, maybe you could, if you really want and had the time. It's fine, Professor Oak. You can tell me. I'm a friendly guy. I obey the rules. If the islands have some rules, I will follow them. Well, like you said, there are monsters that come from the seas, and some people have actually tamed those monsters. 8 island leaders, to be exact. If you go and have a friendly fight, a very friendly fight, Mr. Tyrant, nobody needs to die, then you can get badges if you win. Really? The monsters have been tamed? How interested. Lex Sane then paused to look at the spider. I wonder how exactly they were tamed. He maintained eye contact with all of the spider's eyes while he spoke, and his meaning was quite clear to everyone. Just as Lex was about to continue, Gerard and Lilith walked into the room, hand in hand, talking to each other, completely oblivious of their surroundings. The carefully orchestrated, high-tension mood Lex had created was instantly destroyed by the giggles of a devil as Gerard, a beacon of handsomeness, flirted with her. Lex sighed. Chapter 1082, Treasure Hunt. Chapter 1082, Treasure Hunt. Gerard and Lilith did not even know how they thoroughly destroyed the carefully orchestrated tension Lex and built up. They only had eyes for each other. They walked over to the grand piano sitting in the corner of the room, and Gerard made himself comfortable and began showing Lilith how to play. Considering her cultivation level, she was a quick learner, and in only moments there was a soft, romantic duet being played in the bar. Lex sighed, though Oak mistook his expression as irritation. Mr. Tyrant, that's Mr. Gerard, one of your colleagues. Lex raised an eyebrow. This Professor Oak was very averse to confrontation, wasn't he? He was trying to stop Lex from getting into fights at every turn. Do not worry, Professor. I'm naturally familiar with Gerard. I was just sighing at how relaxed he is. It is good that he is enjoying himself. After all, that's what the inn is for. Also, you may have some misconceptions about me. I'm not going to the Knotnet Islands to fight anyone, and even if I do, it's not like I'm going to go about randomly killing people. I'm a nice guy, really. Okay, sure, I sometimes have to be a little rough, but that's only against people who harm the inn in some way first. Other than that, I'm very friendly. Honest. I've only destroyed one planet. Lex wondered if he could really take credit for the destruction of the planet where the Midnight Battalion had been trapped. Technically speaking, it had nothing to do with him. The space around them just spontaneously tore. But it was not like anyone would come to dispute him. For the locals of the Midnight Realm, the statement of him destroying just one world was abstract, but for the older guests, it definitely wasn't. They eyed him, though covertly, as they didn't want to get caught. Haha, of course, Mr. Tyrant. You're a very friendly guy. I believe you. We're having drinks, aren't we? We're friends. So in that case, would you mind sharing why you want to go to the islands? Truth be told, I'm searching for a treasure. Suddenly, a large number of people in the bar turned to look at him, and their expressions were very serious. Many quickly looked away, considering Lex's aura was not weak at all, but many still continued to look. I feel like there's a story here, Lex said slowly as he looked around. Gerard and Lily were literally the only ones who hadn't noticed the sudden return of the tension in the room. They just kept playing music that definitely did not suit the mood. Professor Oak laughed, even more nervously. Old stories. In fact, old children's stories. There's no truth to them at all. Countless people have come to the islands searching for the Chaos Crystal, but have never found it. Every few thousand years, someone claims to have discovered new clues about it, and that brings a whole new round of treasure hunters. Lex smiled in an amused manner. He knew for sure that there definitely was a treasure, and in fact, it really was a crystal. It was one of the few things he discovered that might match the resonant quality. The only thing that made him curious was how everyone else knew of it. After all, he had knowledge of the entire realm, which is how he discovered it. But what did everyone else rely on? Oh, do you mind sharing some of these stories with me? Professor Oak smiled weakly and chugged the apple juice he had in front of him before beginning. It said at the dawn of time, when even the tree of heaven was just a sapling, an 8-legged horse came running from the horizon, chasing a shooting star. When it reached Minara, and just as it was about to catch the shooting star, a giant monster erupted from the Chaos Sea. The horse and the sea monster fought, destroying much of the land, and leaving what little remained in the form of the archipelago. In fact, even a hole that descends into the underworld is considered to have originated from that fight. But once the fight was over, the horse had lost sight of the shooting star, and so could only return where it came from. Many think that the shooting star shot into the continent somewhere, but most think that it is buried somewhere on the islands. Countless have tried searching for it, including the races from the Shadowed Lands, but none have ever discovered it. By now, one would think that the rumors would fade, but they never do. Oh, that's really interesting, Lex commented, and took a sip of his drink. The professor froze, and so did the others. It seemed none of them had an answer to the question. The thing Lex was searching for could, indeed, be considered a chaos crystal, because in essence it was just the liquid that formed the Chaos Sea, but frozen solid for some reason. But he was curious about how the story originated, and how they came up with the name. It seemed much too coincidental to believe that it was mere happenstance. Someone had to know about the crystal, but then why would they spread the story? Why wouldn't they take it for themselves? Maybe they couldn't find it. One of the bar's patrons asked. It was a treant, though it looked significantly different from Pinafida. Oh, here and there. Why are you so surprised? Asked the treant again, this time standing up and walking up to Lex. Maybe, Lex asked, not bothering to suppress his smile since he was wearing a mask. He was hoping for a volunteer he could beat. No, a volunteer he could spar with so that the rest understood not to mess with the inn. It would serve as a small deterrent until a big one was needed. The Tree of Heaven has sent 7 expeditions after the Chaos Crystal. If it were not real, they would not have happened, the trance said, finally reaching Lex, his figure towering above him. Wow, that almost sounded like an order, Lex said before taking another sip. It was remarkable how the mask did not stop the glass from passing through, but would stop anything else. Very multifunctional. All living beings are subject to the will of the tree, the trance said, as if that explained everything. Ah, so it was an order, he said as he stood up. You want to take this outside? Lex didn't bother waiting and walked out of the manor. For whatever reason, wherever there were cultivators, there were fights, so even close to the manor there were a few stages and platforms built where guests could spar one another without breaking the rules. Of course, both participants had to accept, and the spar had to be monitored by a worker, but they were still popular. Lex walked up to one such platform, then turned to look at the Treant who was following. In fact, it seemed like the whole bar, excluding two certain individuals, had followed them. "Why don't you convince me to share the hint with you?" Lex said, as he crossed his arms and stood there. "I guarantee this is going to be your last chance, because after this, there won't be any more treasure hunts. I'll definitely find the crystal." The Treant, instead of responding, directly attacked, revealing his cultivation level at the peak of the golden core. Lex did not bother moving, and instead started to plan out his next set of actions. After the crystal, he would go visit the other two continents. They were much larger and contained more treasures for him to find. Hopefully, they would be useful. Chapter 1083, Sapling. Chapter 1083, Sapling. Everyone watched as the Treant attacked with all his might, with clear intention to do as much harm as possible. Yet the masked tyrant remained unmoved the entire time. No matter how he attacked or what move he used, it made no difference. The Treant went from feeling severe wrath and anger to surprise, caution, and slowly, hopelessness. Everyone could tell that the man had already started to daydream amidst the attacks, because he would sometimes mutter to himself and other times move his hands as if he was doing something. But the less he paid attention to the Treant's attacks, the more dreadful he seemed. After a few minutes, he finally stopped daydreaming and looked at the Treant who was mid-attack. "Enough," he said, and the oneness off the stage did not feel anything, but the Treant felt as if he had experienced the command of an unparalleled being. He lost control of his body as it froze in its stance. Even his attack stopped mid-air, unmoving under his command. Lex, for one, hadn't done anything particular. He had not used any glyphs, nor did he use domination. Instead, it was as if, under the control of his mask, he could naturally imbue bits of everything with his voice, giving it power. The Treant only heard his word, but Lex was able to see his words vibrate in a strange way, forming a strange symbol. He just discovered another character that could be used in his arrays. Moreover, this character somehow seemed much more powerful than all the other characters he ever used. It was as if the meaning within this character was deeper and more nuanced. "Kneel, and for the next 10 days, remain kneeling," Lex said, somehow knowing that his words were enough to command the Treant. It was actually a little scary to think about, since he was beginning to realize how weak he had been up until now. It would have been so easy for someone stronger to crush him. A word alone would have been enough to end his life. He could see the same fear and understanding in the Treant's eyes. It was realizing how futile it had been to try and face Lex. The difference between them was just too vast. Understand this, and understand it well. No one, not your tree of heaven or your fabled 8-legged horse or anyone else, can command me or anyone from the inn. We obey only the innkeeper. Do not mistake hospitality for weakness. Lex turned to look at all those who surrounded the stage and saw them shy away from his gaze. It seemed his work here was done. He teleported away. It was time to find the Knot-Knit Islands. After the tyrant disappeared, many came to help the Treant, but discovered that any who tried to help him up suddenly started to kneel themselves. Before the 10 days were over, it was impossible for him to get up, and any who helped fell under the same constraints. A certain dread had captured the hearts of many. At the same time, many felt a rage begin to light up in their hearts. Pinafida was also watching from a distance, and upon seeing its brethren forced to kneel at the command of another, it could take no more. Silently, it left not just the manor, but the inn as well. To make sure no one knew of his departure, not only did he take no transport, but he also exited the inn by vaulting over a part of the wall where there were no patrols. As soon as he exited, however, he proceeded no further. He manipulated the wood that constituted his body and revealed a single acorn hidden with himself. He planted the seed in the soil and watered it with its own blood to the point where he fell to his knees. Yet he did not stop until a small sapling sprouted. Pinafida was weakened, but still determined. He planted his own roots in the ground right there and manipulated them so that they touched the roots on the new sapling. Forgive me for invoking the seed before schedule, O heavenly tree. The situation here is more dire than we assumed. I have discovered two beings, forgive my blasphemy, but I have discovered two beings who share an aura similar to yours, and many whose power is beyond my understanding. Today, finally, I heard from the mouth of one of the inns that he is beholden to none save the innkeeper, not even you. They are planting the roots of rebellion. The roots of the sapling began to wrap around Pinafidus' own, and then began to feed off of the Treant's life force. Slowly, the Treant turned from a sentient tree to a dead one. That is when the sapling moved and entered the Treant's body, slowly changing it. A few moments later, it seemed like Pinafida came back to life, but found its form inconvenient. The wood that made up its body began to morph and shrink until the Treant became much smaller and humanoid. Its eyes began to glow in an eerie yellow, and the vegetation around him began to die. The innkeeper is busy, the Treant said, then turned back to the inn and jumped up over the wall. As it continued to walk through the inn, returning to the settlements, it began to drop more acorns along the way. The acorns seemed to contain a magical ability and buried themselves in the dirt. Nothing else happened for now, but the surrounding vegetation seemed to lose a bit of their vibrancy, but it was too minor a change to notice. If Lex had the host attire, he might have caught on, but he neither had the suit, nor was he in the inn. In fact, he had already made his way to the islands. Chapter 1084 No Time for Adventures. Chapter 1084 No Time for Adventures exploring the Midnight Realm was a lot of fun and offered many new adventures and experiences, so it was a little sad that Lex had to forego them. When he reached the Knotnet Islands, he saw countless communities and various interesting races. The islands seemed to be mainly occupied by beasts and sentient plants who learned how to move around. They formed an interesting dynamic between them, which resulted in a rich history and diverse culture, not to mention some strange customs. Lex wanted nothing more than to jump in between them, get to know the locals, have a run-in with the territory's bullies, and slap a few faces. Even challenging the island leaders seemed like an interesting experience, as they somehow managed to capture and train monsters that could live in the Chaos Sea. But he did not have time for any of that. He immediately turned on his treasure-hunting glyph, jumped through the hole that led to the underground continent that was much larger than any of the 3 continents above ground, and began to search for the crystal. He eventually discovered the reason it could not be found was because the crystal was held as a holy item by a secret race that had been hiding in the so-called underworld for a long time, and had abilities that could manipulate memories and cast illusions. Many thousands of years ago, their ancestors had made a promise to a young monster trainer to forever keep the crystal safe. Lex really felt like he was missing out a lot, like he was playing a video game without watching the cutscenes, something he'd never done. But he just didn't have time. Eventually, he found a crystal, took it, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the system could absorb it, though it was only a heavenly immortal level ingredient. With that done, he said farewell to all the mysteries of this place, and promised to come back when he had time, but deep inside he knew it was unlikely. It was like promising to replay a game he enjoyed a lot, with the aspiration to play in a different style and unlock a different story tree. The idea was there, but for whatever reason, he never came back to those games. Maybe if he lived a long life, like the dragons, he'd eventually get around to playing all the games and exploring all the places he wanted. Then he began to teleport across the sea, trying to find the other continents. Jack, on the other hand, was also treasure hunting, though he stayed on Minara. Although originally he wanted to leave the Shadow Talons behind, and he did for a while, their ability to traverse the entire realms so easily was an enviable quality, so he ended up going back to them. After all, they had been able to easily get into and out of the sealed domain, not to mention other places. Their help was a huge help in treasure hunting, but instead of having one of their elders with him, he preferred Ollie. After all, the elders were too big for his ship. But the treasures he was hunting were not the ones that could be used by the system. After all, he wanted his clone to never have contact with the system at all. This was especially so now that he had confirmed that he neither had access to the system interface, nor could he talk to Mary with his fairy body. It made sense. After all, the system was an item inside his soul, but not merged with his soul. That meant it was only in contact with his main body, not his clone. No, the treasures he was searching for were those that could either help him build the Midnight Castle or help him cultivate. It might seem like it was slightly redundant for him to try and avoid the system, then make a system building. But he now had access to a blueprint for a protection barrier that could even hide from the Midnight Inn. If he set that up first, then built the castle, then he should technically maintain the state of not getting in contact with the system. Currently, Jack found himself overlooking a battlefield covered in corpses. It somehow reminded him of the one he saw where he encountered the centipedal monster. But that was so long ago, and Lex already defeated him. Yet this battlefield looked recent. Jack asked, unwilling to bring his ship lower. This is the third battlefield we've found like this. So much open warfare is uncommon. But why is it that every battlefield is near a Baratheon gold mine? This is too much of a coincidence. Not to mention, whenever we go to the mine, it's been stripped clean. I know no use of it that other metals can't do better. It will need investigation to be sure. No, I can't rely on the Talons for everything. We must investigate this ourselves. Let's see if we can find someone living on this accursed battlefield. But there was no one alive. Eventually, Jack was able to locate one of the countries at war and discovered that it was a country of mutated insects who had become much larger. They'd also moved towards a unified colony, where various insects shared one single colony that supported all of them. Using his newfound stealth abilities, Jack began to investigate the country. He was totally not doing this because his main body was missing out on adventures. That is when he accidentally discovered, for the first time, signs of a deity in the Midnight Realm. Chapter 1085 Anxiety. Chapter 1085 Anxiety. Jack found a corpse. Or, to be more specific, he found the remains of a ravaged corpse, radiating a divine aura. It looked mostly like the exoskeleton, but there were enough leftover bits of the rest of its body to conclude that this was not the result of molting, but rather what was left of a deity after facing defeat and possibly having been devoured by another. The length of it suggested that its original shape was very similar to the centipedal monster Lex had faced. The corpse was in an underground excavation site that was heavily restricted and guarded by some of the most powerful insects in the colony. Lex could tell by the scurrying insects that surrounded the corpse that they had been studying it and possibly been trying to make use of it to enhance themselves. The overpowered, evil creatures that formed as a result were probably failed experiments, or maybe even successful experiments, based on what the objective was. Jack was not too concerned with the evil experiments of a nation of insects, though Ollie was properly terrified. No, Jack was instead more interested in what exactly ate this deity to begin with. He still had to be careful, as he was not as adept at using this body and its specialties, but eventually he made his way to the corpse and tried to see if he could find any clues. But whether it was through checking the corpse manually or using various techniques, it yielded no results. It was as if all clues had been specifically wiped by the culprit. Regardless, it was an interesting find. Lex had no idea that deities had already been born in this realm, since technically speaking, mythical beings didn't necessarily have to be deities. They were just extremely powerful, and that usually resulted in them being worshipped. Eventually, they moved on, since Jack was in search of wars. Ollie did insist on returning to the Shadow Plane briefly to report what it found, but it did not delay them long. Back at the Midnight Inn, the Tree of Life, which had inhabited Pinoffida's corpse, was suddenly faced with an unexpected prompt. It was told to pay for its stay if it wanted to stay longer by its personally assigned AI projection. It had not been expecting this, since no one had been able to detect anything amiss with Pinoffida besides the change in appearance. But that hardly mattered. Its aura remained identical, and so did its behavior. There was no external indication that anything was amiss at all, Yet the inn knew that it hadn't paid to stay. Technically speaking, Pinafida had paid for a very long stay, so no one should have asked him to pay again. Yet now it was happening. From the day it was born, the tree had never paid for anything other than through its desire for it to be accomplished. It was currency enough, but the inn required a more tangible form of payment, causing it to have to pay up for the first time in its long life. Despite how mundane the incident was, it only served to further nurture the discontent the tree was beginning to feel towards the inn, but would not act yet. No, first it would prepare thoroughly, and when it acted, the inn would have no chance to respond. Lex, meanwhile, was still blindly teleporting towards the other continents. Surprisingly, finding the gigantic masses of land was considerably difficult. Regardless of which of the two continents he found first, it did not matter. He had targets identified on both. The largest continent, which he had named Nether because of the number of spirits living there, had many strange biomes which gave birth to valuable treasures. The second largest continent, which he had named Jabalia, was much more normal, besides being extremely mountainous, but it too had some valuable treasures just due to its size. Compared to the two, the sea actually lacked valuable treasures, which was surprising considering it took up the most space. 5% to the repair percentage. It was disappointingly little, but it was already better than using resin again. If he could continuously find more ingredients at the heavenly, immortal level, or perhaps even at the celestial level, he might just complete this quest with time to spare. It took Lex an entire week of teleporting before he found one of the continents, and he could immediately tell he had found Nether. Its aura was very similar to the region of the inn he had designed for spirits, which was not necessarily a bad thing. Strange environments gave birth to strange treasures, but before he could figure out where on the continent he stumbled onto a war. It was between armies of griffins and massive praying mantis. Lex's adventure senses were tingling, but unfortunately he had to ignore them and continue exploring the continent. Distractions were aplenty, but eventually Lex figured out where he was, and then began teleporting once more in search of the nearest potential ingredient. Unfortunately, 10 days later, when he finally found his first treasure, the system did not recognize it as an ingredient. Lex could not dwell on the disappointment, as he had no time to waste. He started to target another treasure he had shortlisted and began to look for it. Incidentally, by accident, he came across a small, green plant no larger than a blade of grass. There was nothing special about the plant as far as he could tell, and he had no information about it from the dump of knowledge he had about the inn. But apparently it was a celestial-level ingredient. It didn't even show up under his glyph, but if the system recognized it, who was he to complain? The issue with that, though, was that he could not replicate this incident at all. 1.5 months passed as he continued to search, and during this time, he only found one more heavenly immortal-level ingredient. 2%. Lex felt a level of excitement at being so close, but at the same time, he could feel an anxiety growing. No matter how he searched, he could not find more ingredients, even when he went through almost all the items he listed on Nether. There were still more, but he had already checked the most probable ones, so he could not help but feel like looking for Jabalia. Since he had found Nether once, teleporting back to it would be easy, so he then began his journey to find the final continent. This time, he planned it better and made sure he was teleporting in the correct direction as he set off from Nether, which is why it only took him 2 days to reach it. Theoretically speaking, all he had to do was teleport to it, so it shouldn't have taken much time. But he was always afraid of teleporting too far and somehow skipping the continent entirely, which is why he had to settle for relatively smaller distances between each teleportation. But that was the end of the good news for a long time. Once Lex found Jabalia, he began to search for ingredients, but 2 more months passed by, and yet he could not find a single one. The anxiety he was feeling in his heart began to increase as he wondered if he should return to the inn and ask the Rhino Centaurs if they had found any systems. But that was a bad plan, and even he knew it. The small celestial ingredient he found as a blade of grass gave him hope of encountering more ingredients. But how could he find something he had no way of tracking? Back at the Midnight Inn, While Lex was desperately looking for ingredients, a strange tension had begun to build in the air. None of the workers, or even the old guests, could identify why it was there, but the source was clear. The new guests became more and more silent as the days went by, and began to avoid contact with the workers altogether. Many of them even left the inn, which was completely normal, save for the fact that they left as if they were escaping some kind of calamity. Gerard, though love-stricken, was not so blind as to ignore such a change, and so ordered all the guards to begin searching the inn in case there was some conspiracy afoot. But they found nothing. Even so, Luther stopped his training in the lava pits he had nearly turned into his home, and the others raised their guards as well. Even if no one said it, they could tell that something significant was about to happen. Then, one day, without warning, the ground erupted. Chapter 1086 Currency of its Will. Chapter 1086 Currency of its Will. Long ago, when Lex was concerned about the safety of his inn, he added something called delinquent vines underneath the inn. They extended throughout the length of the inn at that time and could be remotely controlled to react to any incident happening at any time, anywhere. Later, the remnant soul of one of Lex's old tenants who had actually died fused with the vines, which is how young MacDonald came to be. He had since worked diligently for the inn, though these days he had less to do with security than managing the underground of the inn. Some guests preferred to burrow underground, but then catering to them was not exactly convenient, which is where he came in. Though, as the inn grew, so did young MacDonald, which is why he was not exactly weak. That is why, when suddenly hundreds of vines burst from the ground, screaming in agony, it actually came as a surprise to many. But what followed that was even worse. Massive, woody roots burst from the ground like pillars rising from the sky, ripping the vines to shreds in many places. Dirt, rock, and torn vines rained from the sky as a result of the numerous explosions. But young MacDonald was far from the only one who was injured. Most old guests, by now at least, were strong enough to at least survive the initial attack, but the children weren't. Jimmy, the serving captain of the Peacock Warriors, did not quite understand what was happening. Something had hit him on the head, and he blacked out for a few seconds. When he recovered, his body felt oddly weightless, and there seemed to be a pleasant breeze. But the world seemed red. He rubbed his eyes, and that didn't make the color go away, but when he looked at his hand, he saw blood, as well as a broken tooth. "Oh, I start losing my milk teeth," the concussed child muttered to himself, still unable to grasp what was happening. It saw a peacock flying in the air, and out of habit, he grabbed it. He was one of many children who had suffered from the initial explosion of the earth, and was launched into the air as a result. It was fortunate that the bunnies and peacocks were always around the kids, like attendants, so they instantly took to the air to rescue them and prevent more damage. But the chaos had only just begun. Thousands of roots erupted from the ground across each of the settlements, and the ground began to oddly bulge, like something was trapped underneath. Then the earth split, and massive trees started to grow. Simultaneously, the vines began to whip everything around them, whether it was guests, buildings, or even other plants. A pulse of energy, originating from the tip of each root, spread across the inn, reaching the places that the vines could not, and hitting those who had escaped the initial eruption. Divine might, mixed in with some odd, green energy, spread across the inn and tore through the few buildings that had been spared. Guests whose senses were sharp enough to avoid the eruption were still hit by the pulse. While some of the stronger ones resisted using only their bodies, the spirits who were residing in the inn, as well as the weaker guests, suffered the worst of it. Bones broke, skin was punctured, blood burst out of bodies as if water balloons full of blood had just popped, and the spirits faded till they were nearly invisible. Neither the impact nor the sound of the initial explosion had ended, not to mention the devastating pulse when the trees began to glow. All the blood in the region was pulled towards the nearest tree like a magnet attracting metal. At the same time, as if through perfect coordination, the new guests, who had come as a part of various delegations, all attacked. Not all of them did. For example, the imp Kanye was taking up more of a supporting role, but most were vicious in their attacks. They had the intent to kill, and their attacks showed it. They targeted specifically the workers, who they had divided across the inn by calling them on various errands. Whether it was through wood or stone, through claws or fangs, divinity or damnation, they attacked with all they had, intending to spare not a single one. The coordination was perfect, and many workers were unable to retaliate and were taken by surprise. Although most of them managed to defend or evade the attacks entirely, they were too caught up dealing with the sudden change to do much other than barely survive. That was the plan all along. The first blow was devastating, and that was only just the beginning. The trees would grow larger and give birth to a terrifying formation that had destroyed countless nations before this. The corpses of their enemies would become the fuel for the tree of heaven's might, and the midnight and would be a name forgotten to history. The first 5 seconds passed, and the opening gambit was made, but the tree had no intention of waiting for a response. During its planning phase, it had admitted that the inn was the strongest foe it had ever faced, and it could not give them time to respond at all. They had to be crushed in one go, leaving them unable to retaliate at all. The poison was the strongest, most lethal necrotic poison the tree could conjure, and could kill other nascent cultivators in less than a second. This attack alone would kill most living beings in the inn, leaving behind only the strongest and most resilient. The tree of heaven paid with the currency of its will, and so its will shall be done. Chapter 1087, The Unholy Queen. Chapter 1087, The Unholy Queen Anita was not having the best day. This day her pregnancy was particularly difficult, causing her to feel all sorts of muscle spasms and cramps in her undead body, not to mention the bouts of nausea that were suddenly coming. This was common, since she was not getting close. Only a little over 4 more decades, and she'd give birth, meaning she was in the final stage of her pregnancy, so it was to be expected. Even so, she did not give up her duties as a mother, and through great effort and resilience, put her other baby to sleep. Finally, she could get some rest. Then the ground exploded beneath her, and she froze in fear and shock. Her eyes locked onto her baby's crib, now destroyed, and she saw the most devastating sight a mother could see. Her baby, who had just gone to sleep, had woken back up. She was in denial. She refused to accept what she was seeing, and for a few seconds, as carnage erupted all around them, her baby stared back at her. Then 5 seconds passed, and the baby started to cry. Kawain, being a dutiful father, immediately appeared and took the baby. "I've got this, Anita. It's okay. It's okay. I'll put it back to sleep. There's no reason to be upset. In fact, don't the explosions remind you of our honeymoon when he did not get to finish because Anita grabbed her hair, pulled, and screamed. That was when the ever-bright sky of the midnight night realm, across the entire realm, turned black. Lex asked, all the way on the other continent as a premonition struck him, but he did not need a reply because the shriek of an exhausted Anita roared across the entire realm. Luther, who had summoned his flames and was about to cause havoc, the countless devils who were rightfully about to retaliate out of anger, Gerard, who had summoned his cart because his date was interrupted, Velma, who was about to go berserk because the latest romance novel she was reading was ripped to shreds, and everyone else who was about to fight back against the tree were hit by a premonition that this was an enemy they should not steal from Anita. They were right. The beautiful Lich, whose more drastic tendencies had been softened by the approaching grace of motherhood, completely drowned in anger. She roared and grabbed the nearest emerging tree, blaring her power as an earthen immortal in full. Using naught but sheer might, she ripped the tree, its entire root network, and every single other plant it was connected to, right out of the ground as her body began to fly. In her dainty little hands was a mass of wood so large it practically formed a mountain as she pulled it out. The tree resisted. The roots tried to wrap around her, and pulses of energy tried to attack her. But they were like gusts of wind trying to fight a hurricane. It was just not possible, she said through gritted teeth, completely unaware that the baby Cthulhu was now staring at her and clapping its hand and laughing. All she could recall was that moment of anguish when all her hard work was for naught. Green flames, filled with endless rancor, appeared in her eyes, and then spread from her into the skies, turning into flaming arrows. At first there were 100 arrows, then 1,000, then 1,000,000, and then beyond count as the sky itself was blotted out, and they all pointed at the mass of wood. Then they shot with such devastating might that a ripple traveled through the space of the entire realm. Lex, who had just teleported back to the inn, arrived just in time to watch as the incarnation of evil unleashed its wrath upon the tree, burning not its body, but its soul. New notification. The realm is destabilizing due to excessive energy that it cannot tolerate. New emergency quest. Stop the energy leaking out to the realm before the realm is destroyed. Quest time limit, 1 hour. Reward. Keeping the damn realm is the reward. Quest failure punishment. The system is incredibly fragile at the moment. The destruction of the realm will result in the destruction of the system. By the time Lex read the notifications, an ear-piercing wail shot out from the mass of wood. Anita's flames burned souls, but did not harm them. How could she bear to do that? As a lich, she had many uses for the souls of her enemies, so it would be best if she got them whole and undamaged. The wood did not burn, but Anita squeezed it into itself so that it went from a giant mass into a more easily handled container. She was using the tree's own body to imprison its soul as she punished it. Lex looked at Anita, then the state of the inn, and then at his quest. He had an entire hour, so it was best not to disturb Anita prematurely. "Honey, don't forget about its underlings," Gawain reminded her. And suddenly her gaze turned from the mass of wood down to the inn, where the guests who had attacked all the inn workers stood frozen in abject fear. It would have been easier for them to accept that their world was on the verge of destruction than to believe their tree was so effortlessly thwarted. And yet, both of those things were happening before their eyes, though they only knew of one. Green arrows formed once again, this time pointing at the ground. All the attackers finally remembered to run, but their efforts were for naught. Countless undead had appeared all around them and held them down where they stood. Even the undead knew not to steal from their unholy queen. She said once more, and let the rain of green, flaming arrows fall. Chapitre 1088 Faux pas. Chapter 1088 Faux pas. The entire attack lasted less than 10 seconds. The Tree of Heaven had been planning this assault for weeks and prepared thoroughly for it. The mass of wood that Anita pulled out from the ground weighed hundreds of tons and was more than strong enough to destroy entire nations. In fact, it had actually destroyed countless nations over the course of its many years with much fewer preparations. It couldn't be helped, since the Midnight Inn had countless members who were at the nascent realm, or at least pretended to be, but did not believe they were as strong as they were portraying. Even among nascent soul cultivators, there were levels, and the tree had never found an equal in its entire age. It was unparalleled. It was the master of heaven and earth. It was the savior and executioner of races. For his arrogance, the innkeeper would pay. It was with that mindset it began to make extensive preparations, even going as far as tolerating disrespect and biding its time. Everything was set. The accursed residents of the inn were to meet their fate. The tree had willed it so. So then, why was everything going wrong? The Tree of Heaven was the first living being, the most ancient, the most powerful. So then why? Why was the two-legged she-abomination so easily able to yank out its entire clone body and play with it like a toy? Did she not know her blasphemy by acting against it? It was her duty to lower her gaze and revel in the knowledge that the tree had decided to kill it. The tree's thoughts stopped there, for when Anita's soul flames tortured him, it had no energy to spare for any more thoughts. Instantly, it wanted to sever the connection it had to this clone, for the pain of the soul could be felt by its entire being. Control over its clone, including the piece of its soul inside of it. For the first time in its existence, the Tree of Heaven knew true, unyielding pain. While its clone was twisted and squeezed into a ball, completely outside the control of itself, its real body was free to writhe in agony, and it did. Tremors shook all of Minara as its roots, which had reached the farthest corners of the continent, twisted and turned within the ground. To the residents of the continent, it seemed like the end of the world had arrived. For once, they did not know how close they were to the truth. But once Anita had pulled up the bodies of all those who had dared attack the inn and hung them in the air to be whipped by her green flames, Lex finally decided it was time to get a word in. "I don't want to disturb you," he began politely, but the Lich could not hear his words at all, too focused on properly marinating the souls of her enemies in endless pain, ripening them for when she would pluck them from their mortal containers for an eternity of servitude. "She can't hear you right now," Gawain said, as he showed up next to Lex. "If it's something important, I suggest you really speak up, but be ready to face the backlash. She hasn't had one of her mood swings in a while, but when she first got pregnant..." Lex frowned, but did not hesitate to add a hint of domination to his voice. "Lady Anita, you need to control your power," he said, his voice reverberating through the inn and finally reaching Anita. For a moment, instead of waking her, the voice only attracted her ire, and she turned to Lex ready to lash out at him. But just as she was about to make her move, her instincts sensed a hint of danger, waking her up. Anita's pupils dilated, because she realized the source of danger was this little human in front of her. Attacking him would actually cause her to face the possibility of danger. Of course, she was not timid and danger did not deter her, but her motherly instincts told her not to face any unnecessary danger for now. Moreover, once she woke up from her anger-driven stupor, she recalled that Lex was her ally, not enemy. There was no reason to attack him. "Lady Anita, the Midnight Realm is a newborn realm. It cannot take your power." Anita blushed and suddenly withdrew her powers. The darkness withdrew from the realm, and Lex received the familiar ting of a notification informing him he had completed his quest. "Excuse me, I might have lost control for a bit," she said as she covered her face with her hands. She had committed a faux pas. "It's okay, no harm done," Lex said, then turned his gaze towards the ball of wood in her hands. "If you're able, can you also question all your prisoners about who was involved in this attack?" Anita, who was blushing one moment, suddenly remembered what caused this whole incident, and her gaze turned cold. "I'll have a whole list ready. In fact, do you mind if I come with you? The seriousness of this travesty cannot go unanswered." Lex raised an eyebrow, and then looked back at the inn. He wasn't sure she was talking about the damage to the inn anymore. He'd never seen her get so riled up over an attack on the inn. But, whatever the case, her timely intervention had prevented more damage, so he wasn't going to complain. "Sure, you can come. In fact, I'll bring a few others as well. But just remember to keep your powers in check. This is still just a new realm." Chapter 1089 Setting Out. Chapter 1089, Setting Out the Damage from the Attack, was extensive, but fortunately there were no casualties, which was nearly a miracle. Nearly, because all the old guests of the inn, whether young or old, strong or weak, had undergone various power-ups and evolutions upon coming to the inn. Even the kids had become much more powerful, and though they may have not started to cultivate on their own yet, their bodies might as well be that of a cultivator. But while there were no casualties, many had been injured. The lack of recovery pods made the situation a lot more critical, and Dr. Charles Best was doing his best to ensure that the situation did not deteriorate further. The fairies who had just recently joined the inn proved their worth at this time, using their fairy dust to heal all the wounded, or at least keep them from getting worse. At the same time, many of them could not help but look up at the beautiful Lich who was torturing the souls of her enemies up in the air. They recalled what Lex had said about everyone needing to behave while at the inn. They suddenly did not doubt him anymore. Everyone had to behave, or else who knows what that lady would do. Once Lex was done talking to Anita, the first thing he did was come back down, take a single drop of blood, mix it with a lot of water, and then use it to treat all the wounded. He could easily do 1 drop per person, but even if he diluted his blood, the effectiveness of it was good enough. Moreover, he felt a little strange going around dropping his blood on people. He really needed to come up with an alternative to that. Besides the people, many buildings were also damaged, and without the host attire, repairing them would have to be a manual job. Lex did not anticipate too much trouble, considering that they were all cultivators and had techniques that could aid in reconstruction. But it was safe to say that it was going to be a hassle, keeping all the guests who were already fed up of being at the Implacated now. For the most part, the guests just treated this incident as an entertaining interlude in their stay at the inn. At most, they were just interested to see how the locals would react after this incident was fully over. But some of them found it interesting that such an attack happened in the first place. One would think that the innkeeper would easily be able to predict this attack and prevent it from happening. So then why did he allow it to happen? Was it true that he was so occupied that he could not spare the inn any attention at all? Was this the repercussion of creating a new realm? There was no answer, and they would get none either. After Lex addressed all the immediate concerns at the inn, he summoned Leonidas and the new Midnight Battalion. Although this battalion was only 300 strong, they were meant to be the Midnight Inn's fighting force in the future, and now it was time for their first excursion. Of course, besides them, a few other members of the inn requested to come along, and Lex refused none of them. About 15 minutes after the attack was over, the inn's retaliatory force was ready. So Lex brought them all to Anita, who had paused her torture session to glare at Coyne. Something told Lex that they were having a private conversation. Anita looked very displeased, but Lex was not about to get involved in a lover's spat. I have prepared a list of all involved parties. Lex felt somewhat relieved that she wasn't going, and silently accepted the list. He recognized none of the names on it, but that would be solved soon enough. Regardless, his first target was going to be the Tree of Heaven itself. Although Anita had very easily disposed of its clone, Lex expected the real body to put up a bigger fight. Even though it was limited to the nascent realm, it had absorbed countless pieces of resin, and so Lex would not be surprised if it could fight above its level. That was adding upon the fact that it was likely a mythical being. It was a very unique. Lex froze. The Tree of Heaven was a mythical being which had absorbed not one, but countless pieces of resin. He wondered if the corpse of the tree could count as an ingredient to fix the system. If it did, would it be the same as the resin, or would it count as a different one? This invasion could not have come at a better time. Ordinarily, Lex would not do something like killing a mythical being just to use it as a corpse. But since he was about to make an example of one anyway, worry not, Lady Anita. I will make sure that the Tree of Heavens feels the full force of your wrath. Lex spread his energy and encompassed the battalion, as well as everyone else who was coming along, and teleported them out. It might be difficult to find other things on this continent, but the tree was visible from nearly everywhere. Its size was genuinely astronomical, and even if Anita overpowered it, Lex did not think it would be so easy even for her to take it down. Heck, if Lex started burning it down, it would probably take months of continuous burning for the fire to spread across its entire body, let alone actually burning through it. Lex might as well be facing off against a small moon. But he was not worried, because he had prepared something special just for it. Chapter 1090 Burn Everything. Chapter 1090 Burn Everything. Lex teleported only a few times before he came close enough that he could estimate the location of the massive tree that he could see even from a distance. But before teleporting over to it directly, Lex turned around and addressed the battalion. For most of you, this is the first time you're heading out to fight. This is also the first time you'll be striking any enemy in revenge. So I should make clear how exactly we will do this. The Tree of Heaven will be much more powerful than any of you, so you will not be fighting the tree. Instead, that will be my job. You all, instead, will be attacking the direct subordinates of the tree and its most faithful, zealous followers, the Treants. But we are not here to commit genocide, so we won't be ripping every single tree from the ground. Civilians are not to be targeted. Instead, we will be targeting all the commanders, military personnel, and zealots. Of course, if someone attacks you first, then feel free to retaliate. Everyone nodded and mentally prepared themselves for the battle ahead. All of the battalion members were naturally wearing their suits from the tailor's shop, so honestly speaking, Lex did not expect them to take on any injuries at all. After all, their suits served as better armor than most actual armors. Lex spread his spirit sense to cover everyone, fixed his gaze on the Tree of Heaven, then teleported over. Just 20 minutes after the attack in the inn, they were retaliating. Even if the tree expected a response, it was unlikely that it was expecting it to be so quick. Most importantly, a part of the tree's soul was still being tortured by Anita, and it was clearly still not taking it well, as was evident by the tremors rocking the entire continent. Chances were their attack on the tree would affect all of Minara, but Lex would try to make this as quick as possible. The moment they reappeared, Lex directly attacked the trunk of the tree. With a sword in hand, Lex used a new move from the Inferno Blade series, Waking Dream. Cassandra had clearly told him he needed to master this technique before he became an immortal, or it would limit him. Lex had spent a long time pondering over why his increased comprehension wasn't allowing him to learn these last 3 moves. The conclusion he came to was that his mind was too rigid, and his conception of what was and wasn't possible was too well defined because of his life as a mortal on Earth. As a result, he would not think flexibly. But over the past few months, as a result of being exposed to the sealed domain, the shadow plane, and so many other things that defied common sense and his basic understanding of reality, he had finally become flexible enough to accommodate some principles that at first eluded him. Inferno Blade. Waking Dream was a strike that used the heat of vengeance to burn the souls of its targets. The moment he saw Anita burning the tree, Lex had an epiphany, and he could suddenly understand how something esoteric and intangible like emotions could have real and tangible temperature. This attack was already targeting the soul to begin with, and Lex further empowered it by entering his soul state, so the sword passed through the tree's physical body and cut right into its soul. Lex had held nothing back in his attack, using all of his might and available resources, which is why he was not surprised when he could sense that the tree's soul was nearly cut in two. The entire body of the tree, which was billions of times greater than Lex, if not more, trembled as the tree was struck with agony it could never have even imagined. But while Lex was formidable, the tree was a genuine mythical being, and one that had absorbed countless resin pieces as well. It was not weak, and in an instant its soul was reattached. It had not healed, and was only forcibly being held in place, but it at least reduced the pain. It also activated all of its own power, rebuffing Lex and pushing him back, even if it couldn't truly harm him. In all his previous cultivation sessions, Lex had once again been focusing on improving his defense, so he was not surprised at being unharmed. But Lex was not here to exchange moves with the tree in a long, drawn-out fight that would test their mettle. He was here to extinguish the tree's soul and use its body as an ingredient. Lex took out his most formidable weapon, the divine butter knife. This was not the one the system gave him, but the one that he made himself, which could grow by absorbing divinity. As it happened, the tree contained an immense amount of divinity, rivaling that of a real deity, which was easy to understand since the tree had been worshipped its entire life. Then, using the divine butter knife, Lex used Waking Dream once more. The tree launched its own attack, new branches suddenly erupting from its body and launching towards Lex. Even though Lex was in his soul state, the tree was in the nascent realm as well, and so could also interact with souls, so it could still fight him off. But when the two clashed, it was still the tree that came out worse for wear. Insolent trash. I will dash. Lex didn't bother listening to the tree's dying monologue. Waking Dream, a powerful move, yes, but it would have been even more powerful if his sword intent was stronger. Since it was not at its peak, it could not be used to overwhelmingly cut through all of the tree's defenses and its soul, but at least it served to gauge how strong the tree actually was. He had one more thing prepared to take it down quickly. Lex blinked to the tree's body and used a glyph. A massive, deep scarlet glyph appeared in front of Lex's face, radiating lethal danger. The Tree of Heaven, despite the mind-crippling pain it was in from having its soul constantly severed, suddenly snapped its attention to Lex as it for the second time that day encountered a sensation it had never felt before. It felt the threat of death closing in, on the verge of clasping its cold hands around it. Without thought or hesitation, the tree unleashed all its power at once. A tsunami of divinity erupted from its body, encasing its massive trunk in a radiant beam. Its roots, which had long become one with the continent, buried deep into the very core of the realm, suddenly erupted from the ground, and then were pulled back in its supersonic sounds. Its leaves became razors that could cut through the fabric of reality, uncaring for what barriers stood in their way. A billion trants across the land suddenly withered and died as all of their energy was suddenly absorbed by the Tree of Life, activating an ancient ability it had never needed to use. An illusory shield made of the densest bark formed around the tree, radiating an aura that subtly transcended the nascent realm. The true might of this ability could not be displayed in the fledgling nascent realm, but even this was enough to block out any conceivable attack a nascent-level enemy could throw at it. The size of the tree began to shrink as it used all its abilities in a split second. Beyond just the shield of bark, it used countless abilities both to attack and defend. Not to mention, it even used an incredibly desperate ability that would let it retain a hint of life even against overbearing odds. All this happened in a split second, and if it was afforded more time, no doubt the tree would unveil the true extent of its massive repertoire it had accumulated in its long life. But more time it did not have, because Lex used the glyph that represented a dragon's strongest attack, Dragon Breath. A jet of crimson and orange flames shot out of the glyph in front of Lex's mouth, sparing nothing that dared obstruct its path, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon's roar. The Midnight Realm, which was still setting its foundation, and was still setting the laws that would govern the realm over the course of its existence, experienced a subtle change. A hint of the dragon's aura that was released alongside the flames was absorbed directly by the realm itself, and the laws it was forming underwent a minor change. But neither Lex nor anyone else noticed, for the devastation of the flames far surpassed anything Lex could have imagined. He had remained in the soul state, since he wanted the flames to attack the tree's soul and not its body. But dragon's flames could not be suppressed. They burned everything. Chapter 1091 Dragon Fire. Chapter 1091 Dragon Fire. There were countless races in the universe, more than Lex could ever know. Of them, there were surely many who were monstrously powerful, perhaps even more so than dragons. The celestial race was one such example. If looked at only using face value, then dragons were born as earth immortals, but celestials were born in the celestial immortal level. By that comparison, they were much more powerful, and indeed their influence was unquestionable. Lex knew this because the small bits of information the Rhinocentaurs provided often mentioned them and their celestial court. But while they were incredibly powerful, Lex knew no distinguishing features about them save that they looked very similar to humans. Similarly, the other powerful races he knew all had incredible powers, such as the Devil's unquestionable control over demons. But no race seemed to be as well known as the dragons, who did not know about their insatiable greed, who did not know about their unquestionable strength, who did not cower when they brought their might to bear. Similar to all those things, the fame of Dragon's Breath was also unsurpassed. It was their most powerful attack, and thus it was incomparable and could not be suppressed. Even though Lex was merely using a glyph and was recreating the weakest version of Dragon Fire, and could barely be considered a training aid for actual dragons. Within the nascent realm, even this contained devastating destructive capabilities. Not only did every single one of the tree's defenses vaporize upon coming into contact with the crimson flames, even the energy used to create those techniques became chaotic and berserk, breaking free of the tree's control and causing it to suffer a minor cultivation deviation. But before it could even feel the effects of such a thing, or rather, before it would even register that something had gone amiss with its cultivation, the tree came into contact with the flames. The damage was not limited to its soul at all, as its entire body burst into flames so suddenly. It was as if someone used a flamethrower to light a tanker of crude oil on fire. The resulting explosion was so massive that Lex's instincts finally tingled a sense of danger, and he immediately teleported the battalion away. Lex, however, remained since he had to ensure that the tree did not escape. Not to mention he was confident in his own defense. Yet the wisdom of such a decision came into question almost immediately. The tree of heaven, its entire body which rose up into the heavens and beyond, was bathed in yellow and golden flames, but those were not dragon fire. No, that was just the consequence of the heat of dragon fire. The atmosphere itself, alongside the tree, and spontaneously combusted when it came into contact with that crimson torrent due to its immense heat. When the dragon fire finally reached the tree, it was as if all that it touched was kindling, and that too soaked in highly combustible liquid. The tree exploded. There was a flash of white light so bright that, for a brief moment, it erased all other colors. In the entire realm, there was nothing else save for the white light. Then came the blast. Even though Lex had teleported all the workers away, he knew immediately that the resulting devastation of the dragon fire would reach them no matter where they were. Let alone them. The sanctity of the entire continent was at risk. Actually, that was incorrect. There was no risk. It was certain that the entire continent was about to be wiped from existence. Perhaps Lex had underestimated the might of dragon fire, or the tree of heaven just made for excellent firewood. Regardless, as soon as the flash of white hit him, Lex's mind went into overdrive, and he knew that if he didn't do something to contain this blast, the consequences would be dire. Time seemed to slow down for Lex as all the knowledge he had accumulated since he began his cultivation journey came together and turned into something more. Under the white light of annihilation, Lex recalled his earliest days. Marlowe had said the best defense was offense. Kill the enemy before they could harm you. Regal Embrace said the best defense was being so ridiculously tough that nothing could scratch him. Just stand there and watch them struggle to scratch your skin. Experience told him that no matter how high his defense was, there were too many enemies who existed far beyond his level, so he could not just rely on it. Even if he was the toughest foundation cultivator in all existence, an Earth immortal could squish him like a big. Arrays used the energy of the universe to sustain themselves. Spiritual techniques used the energy of the cultivator to give birth to astonishing phenomena. Formations used items and treasures in specific arrangements to bring about certain effects in a specific region. All of them were incredible, but none of them created something new. They were just replicating things that already existed in the universe. All existence, then, was dictated by their associated laws. Talk to the hand was one of the techniques he learned, and it created a barrier in front of his hand. Evisceration was one of his favorite attacks, but it used the eyes. What was the difference between using hands and using eyes to bring about an external result? He had many states of mind which allowed him to think in various ways, such as flow, overdrive, and berserk, but at the end of the way, it was still his mind doing all that thinking, so why did he need so many techniques? Impervious hands was a technique he originally learned because its defense was ridiculously high, but practically he kept using it because it offered so many other benefits. He learned Inferno Blade because he wanted new attacks and to train his sword intent, but in actuality, he was now using it to gauge whether he was ready to become an immortal or not. Nothing was ever straightforward. Everything had obvious benefits, but more than that, they had hidden benefits that only those smart or lucky enough to realize them could unlock. All these thoughts and millions more ran through Lex's mind in a fraction of a second, and he used all of them to, for the first time ever, create his own technique. Chapter 1092 Dawn and Dusk. Chapter 1092 Dawn and Dusk. There was no time. Everything happened too quickly. Lex and the tree were fighting, and the tree was losing, but not fast enough. Lex decided to use a stronger technique to speed things up. Somehow, that had brought about an apocalyptic event that threatened to eradicate an entire continent. If blame had to be assigned, Lex thoroughly allocated it on the tree. Why was it fighting so hard? If it had just sat there and let Lex win, none of this would have happened. But a debate on why some people were just unreasonable was pointless, so it was best not to dwell on it. Lex did not understand how techniques worked, or at least, he did not understand why making them in certain ways within one's body brought about certain effects. Some people created techniques without understanding the why. As long as they could understand the effects, that's all that mattered. But such a mentality left room for unknown flaws. And so Lex did not subscribe to such a method. Instead, he focused not on the manipulation of spiritual energy, but of laws instead. For some reason, it was a lot easier for him to do that. Wasn't he essentially just manipulating the effects of laws when he created laws anyway? Once he began creating the technique, inspiration just kept coming, and he realized that what was before him was not a calamity, but an amazing opportunity. Lex moved and activated his newly created technique, which he immediately named Heaven's Furnace. An invisible barrier formed around the tree, coating it like a second skin, just in time for the bright light to end. Then the explosion happened. But instead of shock wave shooting through the realm, the explosion was contained perfectly within the barrier Lex had created. The strength of the initial explosion was such that nothing Lex had ever created before could block it, even for a fraction of a second. Yet Heaven's Furnace stayed strong. It had to, after all, since a furnace's sole purpose was to contain heat and pressure. But while the barrier remained strong, without a single blemish, Lex did not look so great. He had become pale and his eyes reddened. That was because, much like impervious hands, the defense of this barrier was based on the toughness of Lex's own body. While that did not mean that Lex was exposed to the devastation of the explosion in place of the barrier, it did mean that the pressure he faced was directly proportional to what he was blocking. Yet this was only the beginning. Since the explosion was not allowed to spread, all its energy remained trapped within the barrier, alongside the remnants of the dragon fire as well. That in turn continued to result in subsequent explosions. The countless nations formed under the shadow of the tree watched in horrifying awe as the tree was replaced by a chaotic maze of fire, light, and things they could not completely understand. But this was not enough. A furnace was not designed to just hold heat. No, it was designed to melt and purify. Lex had employed every relevant law he could think of in designing this technique, because he was not satisfied with just containing the explosion. No, he wanted to refine the tree into a much smaller, much purer, and more compact material that he intended to use as an ingredient for his system. His mistake was in thinking that only natural ingredients could be absorbed by the system, but no one had ever stipulated that. If he could refine the remains of an unbelievably powerful mythical being, which had its potential repeatedly enhanced under the influence of amber chaos resin, then why couldn't that be used as an ingredient? The law of power, of defense, of control, of fire, and many more were used to create this technique. For the laws that he lacked an affinity in, he made use of array characters to tap into their underlying laws. It might not be the best way to create a technique, but it was working damn well. Lex raised his trembling hands and pressed his fingers as if he was squeezing something, and the barrier began to shrink in size. Yet there was still a raging inferno within, and it resisted his every effort. It wanted nothing more than to break free. It wanted nothing more. A black, burnt root suddenly slammed the barrier. Somehow, surrounded by endless fire, exploded by dragon fire, and squeezed by the immeasurable pressure with the Heaven's Furnace, the tree of heaven had still not died. Perhaps such a thing was to be expected. How could the influence of not one, but several Tao-level ingredients be limited to solely potential? But no matter how the tree bashed against the barrier, it did not budge. Considering that the barrier was the original size of the tree, and yet now the tree was lost within the flames, banging against the barrier for release, it was evident how much of the tree had already burned away. Cracks began to form on Lex's skin as he struggled to maintain the technique and keep the size of the barrier shrinking. Blood started to seep out of his nose and ears. Even with his great self-control, he could not keep himself from grunting and groaning each time the tree smashed the barrier. But the barrier itself never once wavered. Besides light, the barrier allowed nothing else to escape. The ground did not so much as tremble when the explosions happened, and no one felt the tree's dying throes. There was just the visage of a tree-shaped explosion, growing smaller slowly, forming a breathtakingly beautiful sight. It was as if a tree made entirely of swirling flames and replaced the tree of heaven. For a time, Minara bathed in the glow of the burning tree, replicating the lights and colors of a beautiful dawn, and eventually, a breathtaking dusk. For 2 whole months, Lex kept the barrier in place, slowly shrinking it. Finally, when it reached just 2 feet in size, the pressure finished. What remained was a flame, still swirling and filled with all the colors of the sky, and fixed in the final shape of the tree of heaven. Lex let the barrier collapse, finally, and approached the small tree made entirely of fire. He was hesitant at first, but from the tree he felt no danger, no heat. All he felt was a welcoming warmth. He touched it, and it was barely lukewarm in temperature. But much more warning than that was the sound of a notification he heard. Lex read it, and despite his horrendous state, smiled. Chapter 1093, Good Day. Chapter 1093, Good Day, New Notification. Unique grade ingredient, heavenly tree of dragonfire detected. Absorb ingredient to repair the system. It was a very simple notification, yet at the same time, it was immensely informative. Previously, the ingredients he found were either heavenly, celestial, or Tao-level ingredients. But the heavenly tree of dragonfire was rated as unique. He did not know where on the scale that fell, but he was hoping that it would be enough. He only needed 3% more, and his quest would be complete. It was both very close and very far. Lex accepted the prompt, and the tree of fire disappeared, absorbed into the system. Over the past couple of months, Lex had been completely occupied using Heaven's furnace, to the point where he could not be distracted at all. He had thoroughly underestimated the vitality of the tree, as it stayed alive right up until the very end, despite being trapped inside such a deadly inferno. He felt that while his estimate of the tree's combat strength was accurate, he had underestimated how difficult it would be to kill. It only made sense. Leonidas asked, walking up to Lex. Over the past couple of months, the battalion had made its way back to Lex and protected him the entire time in case he was attacked. It would have hardly mattered as his defense was incredible, but it would not have been a pleasant experience, which is why Lex was grateful for their help. They'd also used this time to finish their own objectives as well. Being teleported away mid-battle had been surprising, but when they saw what state the tree had been brought to, they were quite understanding. But their job was quite a bit easier than they expected, because most zealots of the tree or the most devoted worshippers died on their own, leaving behind only shriveled bodies, as if they had been sucked dry of everything. After that, all the forces of the various countries under the shade of the tree were crippled on their own, leaving the battalion with nothing to do. While it was clear to many that those who had died had their energies absorbed by the tree in a bid for survival, others blamed the battalion, so it wasn't like protecting Lex was a walk in the park. But they suffered no casualties, which was all that mattered. "Yes, it's over," Lex said, then turned to look around him. The tree was truly massive, and as it had suddenly disappeared, an enormous hole had been left in the place where it once stood. But that was far from the extent of the repercussions of its sudden departure. Lex could feel that the tree's absence would affect everything from tectonic movements to weather, the development of the entire continent civilizations, as well as the spiritual energy. Rather than decreasing, the concentration of spiritual energy on the continent was actually increasing, and quite noticeably. It seemed that the tree had been monopolizing all that energy, but since it couldn't cultivate further, Lex had no idea what else it was doing with that energy. But at the same time, he didn't care. To be more specific, as long as the tree was truly dead and hadn't left behind any clones or means or revival, he didn't care. He tapped into his instincts, trying to determine if he could still feel the existence of the tree, but they were silent. It was time to return, but first, let the word spread. Lex's voice echoed out over the countries that had once taken refuge with the tree. He didn't really need to elaborate. He was sure that by now everyone knew exactly what was going on. But considering the distance from the tree and the inn, there was quite a decent chance that many didn't know what was actually happening. Misinformation was also a dangerous thing, and he didn't want the reputation of the inn to become that they would attack people unprovoked. So he left a few final words, before encompassing everyone with his spirit sense and teleporting them all back to the inn. It had been a long few months, and Lex was extremely tired. In fact, his body ached to do nothing more than sleep, but Lex resisted the urge for a moment. He dragged his weary self out to the now-repaired Midnight Manor and sat himself down at the bar. The number of people in the bar was strangely few, but Lex didn't mind right now. He was not in the most presentable condition anyway, so maybe it was for the best. "Give me something that will keep me awake for a little longer, something with a kick," Lex said without looking up. He closed his eyes and let himself rest. It was a little premature, but he genuinely felt like his quest would be complete now. It wasn't something his instincts were telling him, rather, just his own feeling. If it proved to be true, then finally they would be past the teething problems of the inn. That would officially mark the end of their move from the Origin Realm and the start of their time in the Midnight Realm. He could begin to work out ways to send his guests back. He could train himself and the others. He could do many things. It was a beginning and an ending, for only now did he feel like he was letting go of his dependence of the Origin Realm. "Here, try this." Lex was surprised at the familiar voice. He opened his eyes and saw Gerard in his waistcoat, standing behind the bar. Lex asked. It had been a long time since Gerard had to fill a position such as bartender. It was only in the early days of the inn that he had filled such a role. "I was just feeling a little nostalgic today." He nodded his head, and Lex turned and found that Z had huddled up in a corner of the bar, put on his headphones, and was watching anime. Velma was sitting at the grand piano, playing a soft, romantic melody. Vera and her mother were sitting at a table nearby, playing cards of all things. Harry and his wife were in another corner, talking to a group of friends. Of all things, John was even here, though he was sitting alone and scribbling something on a notebook. There were a few other new and old faces, but Lex was suddenly taken back to the first few days of the inn. It had all been so hectic back then, yet looking back for all the stress he had endured back then, they were good times. Lex smiled and took a sip of his coffee, taking in its rich, aromatic flavors. "This is pretty good," Lex said. Gerard only nodded and went to serve someone else. Lex didn't talk much. He didn't go and join any other conversations. He just sat there and enjoyed the pleasant environment. Who knew what the future held, but at least the present was pretty good. Lex thought back to some of his old guests. It had been a while since he had seen Old Man Will or Helen or that lazy sloth that had given him so much trouble back then. He wondered how they were all doing. There was also little Tiffany who had grown up. As the chosen one of a planet, her life was probably very hectic, right? Everyone else probably also had a lot of things keeping them busy, maybe stressing them out. But it was only with such a busy, hectic life that one could appreciate the charm of the Midnight Inn. It allowed them to take a small pause from the troubles of their life, take a small break, recover, and then move on. Lex suddenly had an impulsive whim to open the inn back up to everyone. Keeping the inn closed was a real disservice to everyone who needed a vacation. But it was just an impulsive thought. He couldn't actually do it. He had to strengthen himself first, at least till he was ready to become an immortal. Lex took another sip and looked around the room. Everything was so peaceful. It was quite nice, but he couldn't help but miss Marlowe. Sometimes a little crazy energy was also quite rejuvenating. "I'm too young to be feeling so nostalgic," Lex murmured to himself and took another sip of the coffee. Why was it so damn good? How had he never thought of trying this before? But after another hour, even the coffee began to fail Lex, and he was forced to bid farewell to the relaxing environment of the bar and retire to his bedroom. After a quick shower, he threw himself to bed. Chapter 1094 Barrage of Notifications. Chapter 1094 Barrage of Notifications the next week should have been very relaxing for Lex, considering he just had to wait for the system to finish absorbing the heavenly tree of Dragonfire, but that was far from what actually happened. Once he recovered from his exhaustion, Lex spent a little time relaxing and cultivating, but that had its limits, so he returned to the inn to see if there were things that required his attention. For the most part, the inn had completely recovered from the attack. All was well, or at least, that's how it appeared on the surface. But the fluctuations that the realm experienced hadn't gone unnoticed by the various guests. Knowledgeable and experienced as they were, many guests immediately realized what had happened. The realm was too weak to contain the strength of an Earth immortal. Unfortunately, that led to a lot of speculation. The various guests who wanted to leave began to secretly meet and discuss if the weakness of the realm was the real reason the innkeeper had disappeared. If that was the case, this presented a few opportunities. Some were beginning to consider if they could return to where they came from if they destabilized the realm enough, while others began to consider the potential gains of monopolizing an entire new realm. The only risk was that sooner or later, the innkeeper would find a way to get revenge, even if he could not enter the realm. Not to mention, they had no real confirmation if that was the case to begin with. The threat of the innkeeper was the only thing keeping them from taking action, but that didn't change the fact that they were still whispering about it. The only reason Lex discovered this to begin with was the increased potency of his instincts. The Midnight Inn was supposed to have a malicious intent detection system, though Lex did not think it was working properly. It hardly ever detected anyone who actually had the means to do harm to the inn, just some low-level miscreants. But now, his instincts were displaying similar characteristics. Even though they were not specifically targeting Lex in their considerations, the inn was closely related to Lex, and so he picked up on it. After that, well, all he had to do was spy on the thoughts of some of them to discover what was going on. He made sure to only target those weaker than himself so he wouldn't get caught, and then kept an eye on them. Although initially he felt some sympathy for these guests who had been sort of kidnapped, that was no longer the case. Now, Lex was just patiently waiting for the system to return to functionality so he could kick them out and ban them. That didn't change the fact that there were countless immortals teetering on the edge of turning against him. That is why his week was spent monitoring the rebellious group and noting down their names. There was a chance that this was not everyone, and that some were even more cautious about it, but Lex could do nothing about that for now. But on the 8th day, Lex heard the one sound he had been waiting for, and immediately checked his notification. A wide grin appeared on his face as he read it. New notification. Heavenly Tree of Dragon Fire absorbed. System repaired 8%. 2%. Quest complete. System failure detected. Quest reward. Return of normal system functions. Remarks. Why were you taking mini vacations while I was struggling to keep the system running? New notification. Teleportation functions back online. All normal day-to-day. Services back online. New notification. Due to the system regaining 40% functionality, new features have been unlocked. New features. 1. Guest satisfaction rating 2. Host attire upgrade 3. Realm law replication 4. Branch management functionality tavern 5. In level division, new notification. Due to improvement of system functionality, various quality of life upgrades have been performed. New notification. Due to improvement of system functionality, various operational bugs have been addressed. New notification. Host authority raised. Authority level 5. New quest. Insufficiency in. Midnight services has been detected. Provide materials to strengthen space and laws within the territory of the inn to facilitate realm tribulations. 1. 0/1000 lightning tribulation shards 2. 0 out of 1,000 fire tribulation embers 3. 0 out of 1,000 space crystals quest time limit. 5 years. Quest reward. Subject to performance. Quest failure punishment. 100-year cultivation lock remarks. I told you the consequences of getting answers would come in the form of quests. New quest. Sometimes guests find an inn, but sometimes the inn finds its guests. Change the destiny of 100 guests. Quest time limit. 5 years. Quest reward. Subject to performance. Quest failure punishment. Destiny level formation will be suspended for 100 years. Remarks. Buddy, the next time you need my help, I'm going to go to a bar and get a drink. New quest. Sometimes the inn guests come to the inn, and other times the inn must go to the guests. Bring a branch of the inn to an event significantly affecting a specific cultivation realm. 1. 0/1 mortal realm event 2. 0 to 1 body tempering event 3. 0/1 chi training event 4. 0 to 1 foundation realm event 5. 0/1 golden core event 6. 0 out of 1 nascent soul event quest reward. Midnight Inn branch upgrade, tavern. Remarks. I heard you need your employees' help to get a date. No wonder you drink every time you see a bar. New notification. Absorbing systems below rank B- will no longer upgrade system functionality. Oh boy, there was a lot to unpack here. New features, interesting new upgrades, quality of life improvements, new quests that honestly did not seem to be as difficult as he was expecting, and much more. He even missed the system's attitude. But before doing any of that, Lex equipped the newly upgraded host attire and searched for all the guests who wanted to leave the inn, as well as those who were considering monopolizing the realm for themselves. If nothing else, the malicious intent function was working a lot better because he could easily identify everyone who was planning on taking advantage of the innkeeper's absence. With a wave of his hand, he kicked them all out and banned them from ever coming back. Then, with another wave of his hand, everyone who wanted to leave the inn was also sent back. At the same time, all the buildings that had been repaired by the workers, but were left with tiny or barely noticeable imperfections, were all fixed. The terrain, the ground, the roads, and public transport were all immediately repaired as well. At the same time, every single personal assistant for every guest was upgraded, so that they would inform the guest that the teleportation function was temporarily back online. If anyone wanted to leave now, they could do so. In fact, they were encouraged to do so because the teleportation services were going to be shut down in a few days once again, and this time they might be closed for years. If anyone wanted to stay back, not only did they need to pay for a deposit for their long stay, they also had to agree to the fact that they would not cause any issues until teleportation functions were turned back on. If they decided to stay, but then caused issues later on, they would be permanently banned from the inn. Everyone was surprised by the sudden changes, and for a moment thought that the innkeeper had returned. But Lex did not reappear as the innkeeper and remained hidden. After all, he wanted to focus on all the new notifications he got and take his time understanding the new features one by one. Like an excited little boy about to unwrap his Christmas presents, Lex rubbed his hands together and pulled up the interface and began going through everything. With the return of the teleportation function, new guests were able to come to the inn from outside again, but he intended to use a token to seal the inn soon, so that was the least of his concerns. He began going through the new features for now. First off was the guest satisfaction rating. From now on, the experience of each guest would be recorded and automatically tabulated. Lex could check individual as well as cumulative satisfaction ratings. If his satisfaction rating fell, Lex froze. This was not so much an upgrade as it was a sort of setback. If his cumulative guest satisfaction fell below a certain rating, it would affect his ability to use MP and MT. Basically, it added a condition to his use of money. Maybe this was something that should have existed from the get-go, but since Lex never needed to worry about this before, its sudden arrival was a huge downer. Especially since right now, he had just kicked out thousands of unsatisfied guests. The fact that they were unsatisfied and the fact that he had kicked them out both contributed to lowering the cumulative results. He was currently only at 62%. Chapter 1095 New Features. Chapter 1095 New Features. Lex groaned. Of course, nothing was ever easy. He focused on the details to learn more. The lower his guest satisfaction rating, the more expensive things would be to by using MP. It was a very straightforward relationship, and yet extremely effective. What's the point of this? It wasn't as if I was not looking after my guests' experiences, he lamented, but there was no one to give him an answer. Well, he'd just kick out and ban a bunch of guests because they irritated him. But in his defense, they were planning on acting against the inn. Just for a comparison, he checked the price of a regular room. Ordinarily, it cost him 500 MP to buy it, but with his current satisfaction rating, it cost 806 MP. It was not too bad, but he could see how, when applied across hundreds or thousands of purchases, even a price increase of 1 MP could cost him an immense amount. This added a new hurdle to manage, but it wasn't so bad. He was confident he could quickly raise the satisfaction rating. Not to mention that if the cumulative satisfaction rating was about 95%, he would gain access to special perks. Next, he turned his attention to the upgrades to the host attire. For one, it no longer needed to be an entire ensemble, but rather a single clothing item. That did not seem like much of an upgrade, until Lex saw that the attire now had an active and passive mode. In active mode, the attire would take on its normal appearance, and Lex would look like the innkeeper to any who saw him. But in the inactive mode, Lex would still look like Lex, but with the added benefit that he could still completely and thoroughly control the inn, like he could while wearing the attire. This included when he was not actually inside the inn, but outside the inn, the attire would only remain in its inactive mode, and so Lex could not pretend to be the innkeeper. It was a nice upgrade considering that it would keep him connected to the inn basically all the time now. Mostly, it was just a replacement for the fact that the system was supposed to fuse with his soul by now. Much more interesting than the first two was the third new feature, which was realm law replication. Basically, just like how the inn had various different biomes to support various different guests, such as lake for aquatic guests, temples for divine guests, and so on, the realm could now replicate the laws of certain realms to accommodate guests who could only survive in very specific conditions. One example of unusual laws was the place Lex visited just a few months ago, where he turned into a 2D character. Although it was technically still this realm, the laws within that small region were completely different. One of the primary reasons for that was that the Midnight Realm itself was brand new and far from stabilizing, so the laws that governed the realm had not been fully established. That meant there was a certain possibility that the laws that turned the world 2D might actually take over the realm. Although, more realistically, chances were high that those laws would slowly be corrected. But the system could not replicate those laws out of nothing. Just as he had to spend a certain amount of time on planets to connect them to the system, he had to spend a certain amount of time in realms with special laws for the system to be able to replicate them. This was extremely interesting. Lex hadn't experienced going to any realms with unique laws yet. But then again, how many realms had he even been to? According to what he understood, even the Origin Realm, which was the largest and strongest realm he had ever been to, was not a completely mature realm, let alone the Crystal Realm or Midnight Realm. But he had no doubt that sooner or later he would get a chance to visit some of these realms. If that was the case, being able to replicate their unique laws not only enabled him to host more guests, it provided new attractions for guests as well. He could totally see a family taking a vacation and heading into a 2D world for a while. Who knew what other strange realms are out there? He would definitely try to capture the laws of that 2D place before it disappeared, if it was possible. Since they weren't the laws of an entire realm, he wasn't sure if it would work. The next was the branch management functionality. To an extent, it already existed. After all, he had established the tavern long ago. But Lex felt like the appearance of the tavern hadn't been so much because he taunted the system, but because it was a pre-existing feature that was released since he theoretically had full authority at the time and asked for it. The branch management functionality refined some of the features he already had access to, such as the rumor room, which was something he only had in the tavern, but more importantly, it brought one new, incredibly amazing feature to the tavern. No longer was the tavern fixed in one location. He could teleport it to any realm or planet connected to the inn, and if he bought special tickets, he could even teleport it to unconnected planets. More importantly, even while he kept the inn sealed, he could continue to operate the tavern, which meant he could technically complete all his quests while keeping the inn sealed. Much like the system said, instead of waiting for guests to come to him, it was time to take his tavern to various guests. The notion was actually quite exciting. He could already imagine all the various adventures he could have in the traveling inn. This is his reward from holding himself back from adventuring when he was looking for ingredients. The next feature, the inn level division, was actually one that made a lot of sense and he had been wondering about for a while. At the moment, the spiritual energy concentration in the inn was quite pure and high, which was beneficial to everyone. But that was also because everyone here were either locals or suitably powerful. Such a high energy concentration would actually be quite dangerous for weaker guests. That is where the level division would come in. It was great that he got a lot more land, because now he would need to develop more of the inn. Starting from level 0, which basically had the same amount of spirit energy as Earth, if only a little purer, all the way to level 5, which matches authority level, then would be divided into various levels. The spiritual energy in each level would be different, but at the same time, so it would be the cost of living there. For example, 1 MP is equal to $1,000 from back on Earth, which effectively meant that most humans on Earth would never be able to actually afford living here. But now, on level 1, the price would be drastically reduced so that normal guests could also afford it. Of course, guests who had high cultivation levels but were on a budget could also choose to reside in a lower level. Basically, the inn was now accommodating all price ranges, which meant a lot more guests could actually come here. These were just the newest features that have been added. Various existing services have been improved, though he did not know the details, and some of the loopholes he depended on have been fixed. This included the issue with teleportation. Previously, many guests would sneak into the inn from places they weren't supposed to be in, and then teleport back when they needed to do something devious. Many robberies had been committed like this, not to mention assassinations and other crimes. Being complicit to such criminal activities was not really the best for the inn's image. So let's address the issue, but it was far from ideal. Now the system fixed it on its own. Anyone could teleport to the inn from anywhere. That was still true. So technically criminals could still use it to escape. But if guests tried to teleport back, they would not be sent exactly back to the same location, unless they had permission or were supposed to be there. If they did not have permission to return to the place they teleported from originally, they would just be sent to a public spot nearby. That was still similar to the change that Lex made, but what was different was that guests could now purchase a permanent teleportation point. That meant that they could choose to return to that permanent spot instead of where they arrived from. This was not a perfect solution and actually made it easier for criminals to get away, but Lex guessed the system wasn't thinking about that when it added the feature. Chapter 1096 Easy. Chapter 1096 Easy. The upgrade to the features was nice. It also indicated that as the system's functionality was being repaired, its performance was also increasing. Even this was only at 40% functionality. Lex could not even imagine what would happen if the system reached 50% or even 100%. On top of everything, Lex's system authority had also increased to level 5. That was incredibly useful, as he could now purchase even more things from the system directly. More powerful and diverse formations, get more detailed answers from Mary, as well as exercise his control over more aspects of the inn. Although the notification about his authority increase was the simplest, it was perhaps the most useful. That only left behind the 3 quests he had been given altogether. But even if he had been given 3 quests at once, Lex did not feel pressured or alarmed by them. Instead, not only did they seem pretty easy to accomplish, they also seemed very interesting. They also seemed designed especially for the latest application of his tavern. The first quest was to provide materials that could strengthen the laws within the inn's territory. Lex had a strong suspicion that the system could easily get them if it wished, but was delegating the task to Lex to make him suffer. But the thing was, both lightning tribulation shards and space crystals were things he could easily get. In fact, Vera had only recently reminded him that there were countless oracles still within the inn who were requesting his service to remove lightning shards from their souls. Each person had dozens to hundreds of such shards in their soul, depending on their level. Gathering these would be the easiest, and he would actually get paid to do so. The space crystals should have, theoretically, been the hardest to find. They were formed as a crystallization of space, which is something that did not happen naturally. Under normal circumstances, Lex would have had to go to a place where space had been shattered and was rebuilding, or find fragments of space that had become trapped within the void, or go to places where the space laws had suffered some abnormal mutation and resulted in space crystals. But as it happened, since the Midnight Realm was a developing realm, and its space was ever expanding and growing, even though its laws had not completely settled yet, the entire realm was riddled with space crystals. He didn't even need to leave the territory of the inn, and he'd be able to find an entire mine for it. So getting a mere 1,000 crystals was maybe worth 5 minutes of effort if he was slow about it. Fire tribulation embers then became the difficult thing to collect. It was not something that could be found within the Midnight Realm, and getting his hands on it might have taken some effort if circumstances were different. But due to Lex's deep history with lava and volcanoes, he had been thoroughly researching them lately, and discovered a specific region within the Origin Realm. It was a particular star that, for reasons no one knew, was made up entirely of fire, tribulation fire. It had been that way for thousands of years, and was a very famous spot used by many to train for their fire tribulations. That did not mean it would be easy to get his hands of fire embers from there, but with his history with the Infinity Emporium, he was sure he could hire them to get some embers, if they didn't have some saved up already. So basically, the one quest that had the most dangerous punishment could be easily resolved. With the teleportation function operational, Lex could even go and give the Infinity Emporium the commission right now. In fact, that was one of the first things he planned on doing. Now that a bunch of guests had been sent out of the inn, the news that the inn had an entirely new realm all to itself would spread. That would, inevitably, attract some kind of trouble. That was one of the reasons why he wanted to close the inn as quickly as possible. But having it open for a short time offered many advantages that he wanted to avail. In short, the first quest was not nearly as difficult as it was made out to be. He even intended to complete it as quickly as possible to get the best possible reward. Then came the second quest. It was hard to determine how easy or difficult this would be. Theoretically, it should be pretty easy. He just needed to find some guests on the verge of dying and save them, or maybe lend weak guests a cultivation technique or something along those lines. With the tavern traveling from place to place, within 5 years, it shouldn't be difficult to change the destiny of just 100 people. That finally left the third quest, which was to attend 6 events, each specifically focused on a different cultivation level. This again did not seem hard. With access to countless worlds, finding 6 measly events over the course of 5 years should not be hard at all. The only thing that Lex was slightly curious about was whether those 5 years were in the Midnight Realm or outside. Since time flowed 3 times faster in the Midnight Realm than in the Origin Realm, if he only had 5 years here, then that would equate to a little more than a year in the Origin Realm. Whereas if it were 5 years in the Origin Realm, it would be equal to 15 years here. Considering he intended to use the tavern to complete the quests, he hoped it followed the timeline of the Origin Realm, but he had a feeling that was too much to ask for. Lastly, there was the restriction on the grade of systems he could absorb. It was a predictable issue, considering what happened with the resin, but it wasn't urgent, so he'd deal with it in the future. Chapter 1097 Favorite Kind of Troubles. Chapter 1097 Favorite Kind of Troubles. Speaking of 5 years, there was another matter as well. Vera had given him a prophecy and told him that he needed to visit a specific planet in exactly 5 years. Those 5 years, he was sure, referred to Origin Realm years, so that was something he needed to keep in mind. With various different time flows to deal with now, keeping track of time in each realm would be something that required conscious effort. At last, there was one final thing he needed to consider and decide before once again sealing the inn. Should he send his clone out into the Origin Realm, or keep it here within the Midnight Realm? There were benefits to both, which is why this was something he had been unable to instantly decide. He could only deliberate it over the next few days. With all his decisions made, Lex began to act. Time was of the essence. He wanted to minimize his time as much as possible, but how long that was depended on how quickly the Infinity Emporium provided him with the embers. Lex teleported back to X-142 and was about to head into the Emporium when he paused and itched his nose. After spending so much time in the Midnight Realm, coming back to the Origin Realm made him feel slightly nauseous. Considering the fact that he was in the nascent realm, making him feel anything was a considerable task. But this nausea was not random. It was only now that he had returned to the Origin Realm that he realized how impure its spirit energy felt. It was not something he had noticed before. But why was that the case? He had never noticed anything wrong with the spiritual energy here before, nor had he heard anyone complain. Sure, there were some places with higher and lower energy concentrations, but that was normal. But his instincts told him that this was a matter he should pay attention to, but it wasn't dangerous. Normal. The nausea faded, but he could not forget that it had been there to begin with. Lex walked into the Emporium and could not help but notice that the energy here was much purer. "Lex, my friend, I was wondering when I'd see you again," said Powell excitedly. "I have some great news." He, Did you know someone captured videos of the Silent Wanderer in one of the Fugan war zones? Rumor has it that the owner of the ship even dared threaten Earth immortals right inside the command center and survived unharmed. That news, alongside a lot of clever marketing, has caused the Havalier Industries to become even more famous. They approached the Emporium, wondering if they could connect to the owner of the Wanderer for future marketing cooperation. Lex was stunned. This was unexpected. Powell laughed, seeing Lex's expression, and seemed even happier. "Come quickly. I've been waiting for you to come for so long." Powell practically dragged Lex to the back of the shop and brought him to a hangar. There were a number of ships parked, but none of them contained the same elegance as the Silent Wanderer, though the reason for that was quickly explained. Much like the Silent Wanderer, Silent Dream could be stored in a special spatial container. Powell activated the container that looked like an armband, and a massive ship appeared in front of him. If the Silent Wanderer had been a Corvette-class ship, then this one was a frigate. It was much larger, so it could contain not only hundreds if not thousands of people as well as a lot of cargo, but it was also greatly armored and had visible weapon components on its exterior. Frigate-class ships, while mainly designed for scouting and patrols purposes, could also take on offensive and defensive roles. Sure, it lacked the stealth and speed of the Silent Wanderer, but the Silent Dream's purpose was also different. This was more suited for long voyages through space or for exploratory purposes. Lex turned to look at Powell, whose eyes were sparkling as he looked up at the ship. He asked, Yes. Actually, there are going to be more, but for that you would need to actively participate in marketing. With just 2, you have no obligation to do anything. This is excellent." Powell was stunned and looked at Lex in shock. No, this is yours. How could I? Yes, it's mine, and I'm giving you one as a gift for helping me get such a good deal. I guess, Powell said, trying to hide his own excitement. He was clearly a little awkward about this, but the fact that he liked the gift was enough for Lex. The Emporium had been integral in his journey, so building better relations with Powell was not a bad idea. Moreover, it didn't cost him anything either. "Now, Powell, I'd like to stay and chat with you here about this, but I'm afraid I'm in a bit of a time crunch, as I usually am. The list of items I need this time are not easy, but I've brought an advance payment." Powell was startled, and then his eyes gleamed. How could he ever forget why he loved Lex so much? He was always a big spender. "First, I need all the information you have on fairies. Secondly, I just came back from another realm, and I can't help but notice that the energy in this realm seems polluted for some reason. If you have any information about that, I'd like to purchase all related information. I need 1,000 fire tribulation embers. Oh, also, I need a comprehensive instruction manual about treasure manufacturing, formations, pill refinement." The list of things Lex needed this time was extremely extensive, which was really troubling. But Powell wished he would face these kinds of troubles every day. Chapter 1098, Finally Meeting. Chapter 1098, Finally Meeting, Lex repeated as he thought about the deadline. That was a lot longer than Lex was hoping to keep the inn open. What if by then a Hinali wanted to visit his new realm? "It can't be helped," Powell said, feeling embarrassed. "The other items you've listed, while numerous, will take only a few days. But the fire tribulation embers need to be collected freshly and stored in a special container. Besides the fire tribulation embers, Lex had also asked for books and resources comprehensively explaining various cultivation concepts. This was not actually expensive because Lex had a perpetual deal ongoing with the Emporium, who were still providing him with golden core techniques. Frankly, there probably weren't enough golden core techniques in existence to compensate Lex for the amount he was owed, so he just switched them from golden core techniques to a much larger list of subjects. Since he planned on shutting down the inn for a long time, he wanted all possible knowledge he could need so that he wouldn't be left in need, but without means. Personally, he could rely on Pell, but he didn't want to place all his eggs in one basket. Moreover, this would help the rest of his workers, not to mention that the Midnight Library still seemed incredibly bare, so it would help to fill that. "Well, do what you can. I'll pay more if you can hurry up the delivery." Powell looked like he was struggling, but Lex didn't mind him. He had too many other things to do. Since there were, give or take, 10 days that the inn would be open, He immediately sent as many of his workers as he could to the Temple of Fasting to make best use of this time. Meanwhile, Lex returned to the inn and went over the document Powell had handed him regarding the spiritual energy purity. It seemed like this was common knowledge. Spiritual energy purity was a double-edged sword. As it turned out, it was functionally impossible to maintain an extremely high energy purity. That did not mean that it could not be done, but that the costs outweigh the benefits of such a task. Moreover, having a high spiritual energy came with drawbacks as well. For example, all the beings born in the Midnight Realm at the moment were naturally stronger than their peers from a more mature realm, such as the Origin Realm. But consequently, it was that much harder for them to grow to a higher level. This was exactly why, though mythical beings were usually identified as the strongest beings in a realm, very few of them survived till the realm matured. This was because there would come a time they would lose the natural advantage they'd have as mythical beings, because their progress would slow down considerably when they reached the heavenly immortal realm. It was actually quite common that the first to reach the celestial realm in a maturing realm was not a mythical being, but a much more recently born being. At that point, even though a mythical being maintained superiority within their realm, they would become disadvantaged against a superior enemy. Moreover, heading towards some degree of impurity was the natural direction followed by the entire universe itself. Even the spiritual energy that Lex identified as exceptionally pure was actually just a result of chaos energy becoming so impure it degraded in quality. Acclimating to a slightly impure energy might be beneficial for cultivators, or else they would have a similar or even stronger reaction than Lex did upon returning to the Origin Realm. Lex frowned as he continued to read the document. This document just discussed the commonly known knowledge that the Emporium shared with Lex. He intended to do some more research on it, as he felt like it might be worth looking into this. For example, if chaos energy was the superior form of spiritual energy, then considering his cultivation technique, Lex could adapt to even absorbing that. Would that make him stronger than cultivators who trained with spiritual energy? He wanted to gather more information on this topic from the Emporium, as well as consult Pell and possibly even Cassandra and anyone else he could ask. He felt like there might be more to this matter than it appeared. Moreover, with a system available to him, he did not think it would be difficult to maintain the energy purity levels at all. He could even ask Mary. Now that his authority was much higher, there was a good chance she could answer many of his questions. Just as he was about to call on his ever-helpful holographic assistant, Mary appeared in front of him on her own, this time wearing a NASCAR driver costume. "There are some guests here who want to talk to you," she said, as she summoned a projection of an F1 car for her to lean against. "The innkeeper hasn't officially returned yet." "I'm not seeing anyone," Lex said. "They're not here to see the innkeeper. They're here to see you." Lex Williams. Maybe I shouldn't start with that. Your ancestors are here to see you. Considering that your ancestor looks just like you, and a lot of people have started to recognize you, they've more or less confirmed that you're here somewhere. On instinct, Lex was about to dismiss them. He did not care much for the William family. But then he paused. His family issue was not one that was going to disappear overnight, and ignoring it wouldn't do anything either. Not to mention that he was much stronger now, and had more self-confidence. Of course, it was not to the level of facing his ancestor, who was apparently a heavenly immortal. But at the risk of decreasing his satisfaction rating a little more, he could always just eject the guy from the inn and ban him. It seemed like there wasn't any danger in facing him anymore, so he might as well just do it. "All right, tell him I'll meet with them." It was a redundant question. He already knew the answer. Since the moment he paid attention to them, he found out everything. Chapter 1099, Bubbling Anger. Chapter 1099, Bubbling Anger. Lex really thought that he'd have felt a lot of emotions when he finally confronted his family members. But to be honest, he did not. The only thing he felt was a mild irritation and a desire to get it over with. Keeping that in mind, Lex directly teleported over to them. He did not prepare specially for the meeting. He did not don his suit. In fact, he didn't even maintain the illusion that kept his appearance from seeming older. As nothing but a toddler wearing shorts and a t-shirt, Lex teleported over to the Emperor as well as his ancestor. They were at the Midnight Manor, reading the guest registry, which had only just restarted working. A lot of names had been shuffled, but Lex's name remained right at the top. Lex's sudden appearance was, of course, not unnoticed by the two, but for a moment they failed to realize that this was the person who they were looking for. But, besides his physique, Lex was not trying to hide anything, so, through blood resonance, they immediately identified Lex. "I hear you're looking for me," Lex said, his tone bland. Normally, Lex would be warm and enthusiastic, regardless of what the meeting was for, but at the moment he was really not in the mood. "Are you?" William asked, hesitantly. "I hold no responsibility for your imagination," Lex answered simply. Okay, so maybe he was slightly enjoying being bitter and unreasonable. Lex blamed his baby hormones for it entirely. "Your bone age and soul age are different," Jotun commented insightfully. "Have you suffered some grave injury recently? Is that why you shifted to a new body?" "But no, the bloodline of this body is the same." "Did you recreate your body?" Lex resisted the urge to sigh. Normally, he would find some clever way to explain how he had become a meat patty and then healed back in a human form. But as previously stated, he was not in a chatty mood. But he had to admit that Jotun seemed very knowledgeable, which only made sense considering he was the emperor to such a massive empire. Lex asked, instead of answering the question, "I'm quite busy and have many things to do. I like to get this over with as quickly as possible." It would not take a genius to identify that Lex was not exactly eager to talk to them, which was not exactly a great start. "There are actually a few things we want to talk to you about," William asked, and Lex just nodded, letting them lead him to a room they had booked. Then an awkward silence fell in between them, though Lex wasn't the one feeling awkward. Finally, William was the one who broke the silence. "We have not been properly introduced, so allow me to change that. My name is William, and this is my brother, Jotun." "I'm Lex, but I guess you already knew that." "Clearly," William responded, ignoring the hint to speed up their conversation. "Well, I can venture a guess. Is it because you think being related to me gives you some kind of connection or leverage over me? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but quite frankly, that does not mean much to me." "You're quite moody," Jotun commented once more. William could not help but chuckle, while Lex only scoffed. "Look, I didn't come to you. You came to me. If you want something, get to the point. If not, I'm leaving." Hey. We're getting to the point," Jotun said, waving his hand telling Lex to calm down. "Isn't it common to discuss a few random topics in any conversation? But forget it, I'll cut to the chase. We want to establish a relationship with you. What can you even offer me? And what can you possibly even hope to gain from me? I've told you, you'll get no extra in benefits from me." Jotun glanced at William, who nodded and took over the conversation. "Well, actually there are many things we can help each other with, even within our own private capacity. To start with, it seems like you have some misunderstandings with your immediate family. Perhaps we can." "Misunderstandings?" That's one way of phrasing being lied to my whole life as. I realize that I don't even know if anything those people told me is the truth at all. Did I even have sisters? Are those even my real parents? No, William, I have no interest in listening to explanations, especially from someone else. If Leon and Serene wish to clarify things, they had many years to do so. I'm not interested in someone else coming and giving justifications on their behalf. If there's something else, you should mention it now." The ever-calm Lex was no longer calm, as he let his anger get the better of him. An image of a sword reappeared in his eye after a long time, fueling his emotions even more, which was immediately spotted by Jotun and William both. "I see," Jotun said carefully. "Well, there are still other things we can offer you. I will leave this here for you to check in your own time." Jotun placed an envelope on the table in front of Lex, and then stood up alongside William. "We won't bother you more right now, though we hope that the next time we come, you can indulge us with one more meeting. Also, you might want to get that sword looked at." Lex's anger, which was bubbling out of control, suddenly cooled down as he forced himself into the flow state. It had been a while since he lost control of his emotions and let the sword take over. He had almost forgotten about it. Jotun's reminder immediately calmed him down, but perhaps their departure was for the best. Lex only nodded and put the envelope away before teleporting back to his meditation room. Understandably, his emotions were a mess. Slowly, he let go of his flow state and began to meditate. Back in the Midnight Manor, Jotun and William began discussing their plans among themselves. If Lex really had the bloodline mutation they suspected, then they had to build a good relationship with him. This was best taken slowly, lest they mess up. Fortunately, William had anticipated the possibility that Lex might not be very receptive to them considering the unusual circumstances with his family, so this was not a real setback. That envelope was just one of many plans he had made to build a good relationship between them. Chapter 1100 once again. Chapter 1100 once again, it took several hours for Lex to regain his calm, and once he finished his meditation, Lex could not help but frown. It had been a long time since he lost control and had the sword show up. But this was a reminder that just because a problem stopped appearing for a while did not mean it had gone away. He needed to work on his sword intent and make this sword go away. But much more than that, Lex was disappointed in himself. Was this all it took to get under his skin? It was understandable if he got angry when his inn was attacked, or his workers, but just a random mention of his parents was enough to set him off. It didn't feel good to have such a glaring weakness. He had no interest in going looking for people who had essentially abandoned him. At least originally he didn't. But today his anger had even spilled over to his sisters. This showed that this was not something he had been ignoring because he was over it, but rather because he was hiding from it. He didn't want to face it. But now that he realized that he didn't want to face it, that left him with no choice but to face it head on. After all, that's what Lex did with all his weaknesses. It was the reason he kept looking for volcanoes, and the reason he kept pushing himself to face adventures and dangerous situations. If he had a weak mentality, he would have stopped exploring new worlds right after nearly getting killed by zombies back on Vegua Minima, or right after getting chased by wolves in Nibiru, or any of the countless near-death experiences. Lex paused. Was he brave, or did he have some special kind of crazy that kept looking for near-death experiences? No, he wasn't crazy. It was completely normal to want to hone oneself on the razor's edge between life and death. He paused again. That definitely sounded a little concerning, but he felt fine. In short, he decided to face William and Jotun again, but not right now. He would face them right before the enclosed, as he had other things he wanted to focus on right now. He had already tied up loose ends in the Origin Realm before leaving to the Midnight Realm, so there wasn't much for him to do there. For the next few days, all he needed to do was ensure that everyone who came into the inn knew that he would seal it soon. But whether it was coincidence, or because the inn had been sealed for so long, the resurgence of guests coming to the inn was massive. Many people he hadn't seen for a long time came back, such as Ragnar. The last thing Lex remembered was that the general had lost severely to the devil Warheil, and had thus been infected, ready to turn into a zombie. But now that he saw Ragnar, it had not even been so long, but he looked pretty good. He did not look like a dying man at all. In fact, he looked healthier than ever. But at that point, Lex stopped spying because the Emperor Jotun then brought in his daughter and began discussing the details for their marriage. Many guests came, and as a result, Lex also finally learned about the war between Jotun and the fiery mammoths. It turned out another reason Jotun was at the inn was to have a meeting with the leaders of the mammoths to discuss a truce. That discussion turned into an argument, which led to a duel to the death. The situation escalated so quickly that Lex was absolutely certain that the Jotun Emperor had planned this from the start. The Emperor initiated a challenge in the murder ground, and they both disappeared the instant the mammoth accepted. Lex was mentally preparing himself for the fact that this fight might last until the inn is once again sealed. But in only a few minutes, the Emperor returned, holding a corpse many times his size. Negotiations broke off, and the war would continue. But Lex was impressed by the Emperor's might. The mammoth he faced had to have a similar realm as him. Yet the Emperor ended the fight in mere minutes. It was not for nothing that the man had been selected to work for the Henali. But he was far from the only noteworthy person to appear. Kentaharu, the heir to Telea, was visited by his adopted father, who was also a celestial immortal. But after a brief visit, they disappeared. Much more alarming was the fact that Loretta herself appeared at the inn once more, followed closely by another devil Lex recognized. His name was Creel, and he first entered the inn back during the midnight games. Since then he had never left, though he had not done anything noteworthy either. At the time, he was the devil running the recruitment stand that the devils set up. Since then, he had done naught but roam the inn and occasionally talk to the other guests and workers. Once the inn opened back up, it was the first time he left the inn since his departure, and he had now returned with Loretta. If Lex had not regularly memorized the list of all his guests, he would not have picked up such a small detail. But he did. The odd thing was that Loretta did not go meet Lilith. Instead, she met a few other devils, roamed the new inn for a bit, then requested to have a meeting with the innkeeper. Once she was informed that the innkeeper was not available, she left a message saying that she would like to meet the innkeeper whenever it was convenient for him, and that she could be reached through Creel. After that she left. It did not seem like it was such a significant visit, if only one did not focus on how excited Creel was. The devil tried to hide it, but Lex had become excellent at such things, and was able to detect even the slightest of hints from his body language, his aura, and the way his spiritual energy behaved. The devil was absolutely ecstatic. The meeting Loretta requested seemed to be regarding something deeply important to her. The fact that she had come back with Creel must have meant that it was related to the inn, since the devil was the one who had gone to report to her. Considering the fact that the inn had moved to an entire new realm, and Creel had likely witnessed the birth of the entire realm, there were any number of things he could have gone to report to Loretta. But something told him this matter had something to do with his physique. He put the matter of meeting Loretta aside and continued to manage the inn secretly, until all 10 days in the Origin Realm passed, and the Emporium managed to gather everything. Despite their best efforts, they were not able to speed up the process of getting the embers, so Powell did not get his extra commission. Regardless, nothing untoward happened, so Lex was satisfied. It was almost time to seal the inn again with the token, so he did the last thing he had been putting off. He once again met William in Jotun. The Emperor asked upon noticing the focused expression on Lex's face. "I didn't look at it," Lex responded honestly. Then he took out an ingredient at the heavenly immortal level, then another one. Since he had recognized them while searching for them to upgrade the system, it was much easier to find them now. But even so, he had only found 2, and he had no intention of depositing it to the system. I'm showing you these because I want you to know that these are just some random things I can get on my own with a little effort. Things even more valuable than this are not out of reach either. So what exactly can you offer me? And what exactly do you want from me? The Emperor and William exchanged looks, then turned to Lex once more. If you check the envelope, you'll find a method to help you properly hide your bloodline. The one that allows you to improve the potential of other humans, William said. We handed you the complete method. You can have it checked. There's nothing we're holding back. But the method is not perfect. If you work with us, we can help you by improving it. You can ask others to do so as well, but no one will be able to help you the way we can. In exchange, all we ask is you help us improve some of our people. Lex's expression did not change as one of his greatest secrets was revealed. This time around, he was much more composed. After a long and detailed negotiation session, Lex finally came to an agreement with the 2. Then they left. With nothing else holding him back, Lex summoned the lockdown token, and after giving all his guests one warning, activated it. The inn was once again sealed. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.